Oh, feels like we're outside at the tailgate. A very frigid Mission Control. Terry Ford, Tyler Head, Captain Dave. We have a live stream cooking. You'll see Tyler wearing his, what do we call it these days?
Skull cap.
Skull cap?
Yeah, appreciate our guys over at TC Equipment Rental, Takeuchi.
Well,
Skull cap. I appreciate any kind of free hat. I love being at the party lot at Sound Images. Today would not have been the day for that.
No, that would not be a lot of party. No. What we got? 30, what was the last time I looked? 37, 38 degrees on the outside?
It was 32, according to my car when I was driving in. And
yeah.
Like when you walk outside and your face starts to hurt, that's the kind of cold we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, and it's, when you're not used to it anymore, because I used to be used to it.
Sure.
When you're not used to it anymore, you go, oh, bleep.
Yeah,
oh,
you're thinking,
God.
Wasn't it just 70 degrees the other day?
Right. I was in shorts and flip-flops or slides. Captain Dave is also here in 7 layers. I don't know who's got the most layers on today. That should be a contest for later.
Is that a Christmas sweater, Dave? You're rocking the ugly Christmas sweater today?
Yes, Cobra Kai. No mercy to Clemson.
That's right. He got the Cobra Kai on.
Does Dave hate Clemson? This is the first I'm hearing about this.
You know what? Dave is very neutral on his feelings on Clemson, as you can tell. All right, so we're here at Mission Control for our final Saturday, but we will be at O'Hara's.
Yes.
Main Street in Lexington for our viewing party. We'll have men's basketball tickets to give away and all sorts of good stuff.
Got a pretty darn good record at O'Hara's this year.
Yeah, we're killing it at O'Hara's this year. So we are the good luck charm for South Carolina football at O'Hara's. Sure. Only lost one roadie all year. So we'll see if they can continue that in the South Carolina Gamecocks against the Clemson Tigers. Tigers 2.5-point favorites, but honestly, Tyler, feels like the Gamecocks have all the momentum coming into this football game.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are even questioning Clemson being the favorite. I get it, they're at home. You get a 3-point push, when you're the home team. But in terms of what the Gamecocks have proven this year against a very tough schedule, they seem a lot more battle-tested than what Clemson has against a pretty weak ACC slate. And when we've seen them play the Georgias and even the Louisvilles and Pittsburghs, they haven't looked quite like the number 12 team in the nation, for sure.
No, that's a head-scratcher that if you're really watching games, which is, to be honest, this committee's not watching games.
Well, they tell us they're watching games.
Yes, they are. Because if you really are watching games, we need to either check your eyesight, check your glasses, or check your TV. Because I'm not trying to be mean. Clemson does not look like the 12th best team in the country.
Doesn't seem that way. I mean, what their signature win is Pittsburgh facing a backup quarterback.
Yep,
that's
absolutely.
It.
I mean, look, I'm not saying they aren't good. They're 9-2. They're a good football team. Are they the 12th best team in the country and on the cusp of maybe in the college football playoff? No. And I think we're going to see that. That typically shakes itself out in some way, shape, or form. So Clemson, a 2.5-point favorite. Weather in the upstate, 46 degrees for kickoff, but it'll feel like 44.
See, why do we do the feel like? If it feels like it, why is it that just not the temperature?
Understood it. A little bit of wind, 4 miles an hour, 0% chance of precipitation. First time since 2013, Tyler, had these two teams have been ranked when they've taken the field against each other.
Yeah, and obviously Clemson's been on its great run over the past decade, winning national championships and playoff appearances and stuff like that. And, you give them credit for that, but this is the first time, I said this to Jay yesterday, probably since 2012, that we go in here thinking South Carolina might actually be the better team this time around.
And all right, so you have I love the name of Georgia Tech, good old-fashioned hate. And by the way, I'm mad at both teams because I got no sleep. We'll get into that very soon in our SEC scoreboard. But this one obviously has, look, we've been here. I've been here 3 years. You've been here 2.
Yep.
We smell it. We hear it. You can taste it in the air. Obviously, there's hate between Carolina and Clemson.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a tad bit.
We can let Dave go on a rant about that if we want to.
If you have any doubt, we'll give a segment to Captain Dave. Dave could riff this entire show on his hate of Clemson.
Oh, 1,000%. And, both coaches spoke about it this week. You're in a state where there's no pro sports. This is the rivalry. And it extends past just football. They care about it in basketball. Fans care about it in baseball. When the soccer teams play each other, it's a big deal. Like, this is ingrained in everybody's DNA when you grow up in the state of South Carolina.
Because the flip side of that is I don't think North Carolina Duke gets lathered up for football or soccer or lacrosse or crew or just one thing.
If it's not happening on the hardwood, they don't care.
Yeah, Krzyzewskiville isn't full for the North Carolina Duke baseball game.
It is not.
No, it's not. So take that into consideration and add this. college football playoff implications that are real, not made up, not manufactured. There is a path for both of these teams to get to the college football playoff if they handle their business today. Now, again, Clemson's path is a little easier, but still both teams could conceivably be in the college football playoff.
Well, and I don't say that to be say this to be the prisoner of the moment. I think this is the biggest game in the history of this rivalry, given the fact that both teams go into this game with aspirations of making the postseason tournament to make a run at the national championship. That has never happened before when these two teams have gotten together.
No, and I don't think it is a prisoner of the moment when you add in there's a college football playoff. Now, there's no college football playoff, and you got the old 4-team
or 2-team.
Or you've got the BCS, or you've got, coaches, secretaries, and sports writers' nephews filling out polls to see who the national champion should be. This game would not carry as much juice today. It would just be two ranked teams going at it to go to the Citrus or the Gator or the ReliaQuest or Vegas or Nashville.
And the bragging rights are always there, which always make it a big deal. But you add that extra layer to it. I mean, outside of Texas and Texas A&M, this is probably the biggest game in the entire country today.
No, there's no doubt. No doubt. We'll talk more about what's going to be going on in College Station later on the show as well. All right, though, like we always do in our opening riff on Gamecocks Game Day, sponsored by LexMed Ortho, Dr. Shane Beamer gives us the injury report every Thursday with Todd Ellis on Carolina Calls. Hit it, Dave.
Yeah, Jared Brown didn't play against Wofford. He'll be fine for Saturday. Some of the guys that left the game defensively or got banged up, they're fine. Bandravius Jacobs, he won't play Saturday. That hamstring injury won't allow him to be able to go on Saturday. And then the other position's a tight end position, and we'll see where we are this weekend.
Think about how healthy this team is. Dre Jacobs is out at wide receiver. He played a lot more earlier this year. We've seen him on and off through the season. He's a guy who obviously got a lot of eligibility. He can come back and help next year. But your offensive line is healthy. Your running back room is healthy. Your quarterback's healthy. Your top 4 or 5 wide receivers are ready to rock and roll. You love to have a healthy Josh Simon and Michael Smith because obviously Josh Simon's a leading pass catcher on this football team at tight end. Defensively, you're scary healthy. I can't remember, forget South Carolina for a minute. I'm trying to remember a team that I covered or followed in my life this healthy in the last game of their football season.
Yeah, especially compared to last year where you were just, riddled with injuries, especially on the offensive line. And, you've had, obviously, Rocket Sanders and Lenore Sellers get banged up at various points this year. And, again, Josh Simon, sitting out last week for more precautionary reasons than anything else. But, again, knock on wood, you've stayed pretty much healthy this entire season and haven't lost anybody for any significant period of time that is a major contributor. And, obviously that is a testament to the kind of stuff they did in the offseason when it came to changing up their strength and conditioning and those kind of things. And, Beamer teams seem to play better in November when you have a full roster of healthy guys. That helps out a lot.
And I thought the same thing is when Shane took a step back after that 5-7, which to everyone was a debacle compared to the expectations of last year. And they talked about the strength and conditioning and nutrition and stretching. And are we preparing the guys to play? Or are we just muscle heading them into the gym to get bigger and stronger? But how does that apply to football? And they changed those things up and made them do more functional weightlifting and exercises that you can take straight to the field. Because the functional strength training is basically if you've ever... You've moved, right, in your life.
A few times.
And a few hundred, probably, like me, trying to stay away from the DEA. Did I say that out loud? But when you lift and move boxes and furniture, it's not like going to the gym and throwing around plates. It's totally different kind of, you're using different muscles. You're using different, lifting procedures. How sore are you the next day when you move?
Yeah, because you're like I said, using muscles and doing movements you're not used to doing. When you go play pickup basketball, you can see the meathead standing on the side that may suck at playing basketball, but he's ripped to no end because that function, his strength does not translate to the basketball court. So again, like Coach Beamer said, doing things that are more in line with what you're going to be doing on the football field, and the push pulls and those kind of things that can help you on the defensive line or playing in the secondary or whatever it may be. Whatever they did, it's working.
Well, the other part is the football gods squatted them so hard last year. They said, you know what, we're going to give you cats a break this year.
We're going to let you guys off the hook this year because every single week last year, somebody different was going down and mixing up the offensive line and this and that, and it was just brutal.
It was craziness. All right, so a healthy South Carolina football team, the opposite of Clemson, which has issues on the offensive line, injury issues on the offensive line. Their starting running back, Phil Moffa's banged up a bit. They've gone through some stuff defensively. They've had also some injury issues as well. So we'll see how healthy Clemson is. They lost an offensive lineman during the week.
They did. Multiple offensive linemen out. A couple of those guys with season-ending injuries. Phil Moffa, like you said, banged up a little bit of a shoulder. Wade Woodaz, their best linebacker in the middle of the defense there. He's been dealing with an injury. Don't know if he's playing today. And, of course, this not being an SEC versus SEC matchup, we don't get an injury report. So it's really going to be kind of game-time decisions for a lot of these guys.
And Woodaz is Clemson's best coverage linebacker. Could he be the guy, if they're spying Lenora Sellers, could he be the spy? So Woodaz could be very important if he were on the field. We just don't know if he's going to play or not. So
yeah, and especially with a running threat like Lenore Sellers, that guy being on the field is a big key for Clemson's defense. The last game that he was not there against an ACC opponent was Pittsburgh. Gave up the second most yards this entire year to an opponent. So a big miss there for Clemson if he's not able to go today.
Okay, for Mission Control, it's Gamecocks game day. Terry Ford, Tyler Head, Dave Adair. We roll till right around 9 o'clock. Then the SEC report takes over. Then Chris Miller and the network folks will roll you from 9 till kickoff in the upstate, South Carolina, Clemson. We are sponsored by LexMed Ortho. It is Gamecocks game day right here on 107.5 The Game. Gamecocks game day from Mission Control here in the palatial studios of 107.5 The Game here in Columbia. Terry Ford, Tyler Head, David Ayer, always sponsored by LexMed Ortho is Gamecocks game day. Noon kick in the upstate, South Carolina, Clemson. Clemson 2.5-point favorites. Should be nice weather. No precipitation for game time. We will be doing our final viewing party this season at O'Hara's Public House, Main Street in Lexington, giving away men's basketball tickets, and who knows, maybe we'll give away some bar stools and stuff. It's the last one. Who cares?
Yeah, it's a closeout sale.
That's right. Everything must go. Everything. So that's coming up at noon. Network pregame at 9 o'clock after we're finished here, getting you ready for South Carolina Clemson, a game with college football playoff implications. And good old-fashioned, just we don't like you, you don't like us. Teams ranked for the first time, both, since 2013. All right. So the last game, again, it was kind of a spring game. It's just kind of like run around, everybody gets some stats. 56-12 over Wofford. Tyler, 608 total yards, 34 first downs, 10 of 12 on third down. The only thing that you want to think up something is the 2 turnovers, especially, Sellers with the interception on the first drive.
Yeah, the turnovers. You got penalized 6 times in the first half as well, which is something that Carolina had been a lot better about in the second half of this season so far. So you hope that's not kind of reverting back to what you were at the beginning of the year. But for the most part, handled your business. You got a touchdown before halftime, and obviously were able to pull away in the second half and win the game exactly how you're supposed to win it, with shout-out to Bradley Dunn for the little cover there at the very end of the last couple seconds with that touchdown for those that that kind of thing is important to. So, yeah, you went out there. Besides Dre Jacobs, nobody really got hurt, and gave you a nice little tune-up for this weekend. And
always the top 3 things in these kind of games is nobody get hurt, and nobody get hurt.
Pretty much.
And it worked out well. Lenore Sellers bounced back from the pick to throw for 307 yards, 3 touchdowns, average over 11 yards an attempt. The only other thing, Wofford should not get that much pressure on your quarterback.
No, that was a little concerning. Obviously, Lenore Sellers has been doing a really good job of getting out of a lot of sacks these past couple of weeks. But yeah, they were in his face a few times last week, to say the least. And again, you hope that's just kind of an exception and not the norm for what's been happening these past couple of weeks.
Lenore Sellers overall this year pressured on 41% of his dropbacks on the season. Now it's gotten better. To be fair, part of that's Lenore Sellers, who finds a way, like you said, to wiggle out of danger, duck out of danger, just break tackles of would-be sackers. I mean, has the offensive line gotten better? To be fair, yes. I mean, is it like leaps and bounds? No.
No. I mean, if we took every sack that Sellers got out of, or a situation where he, is getting the ball out a little bit quicker now than maybe he wasn't at the beginning of the season, we're probably talking about somewhere around the same amount of sacks averaging per game, but again, Sellers is kind of picking up the slack a little bit more on his end when it comes to those things that makes that look a little bit better. But look, we know the offensive line is what it is. We've been dealing with it all season long. It's good that the quarterback's able to help out a little bit and get out of trouble when he needs to.
And obviously the T.J. Parkers, the Peyton Pages, the Peter Woods, the Barrett Carters, the guys on Clemson's side of the ball in defense a little bit better than the dudes at Wofford.
Yeah, they're definitely going to put some pressure on them. You look at all levels of defense. You mentioned Parker that are coming off the edge. They got all their linebackers with Brown and Carter and Wood as if he plays today. They all got a good amount of sacks themselves. So they're going to be bringing the heat from all sides. And this offensive line is going to get tested once again by a pretty good defense.
All right, flipping back to South Carolina in this Wofford game. I mean, the emergence of Delvion Campbell is unbelievable. 5 grabs for 120 yards against Wofford. Could have been 6 grabs for 170 if it wasn't for the penalty that brought back the 50-yard touchdown. Campbell was phenomenal. We'll hear more about that later from Dow Loggins. Nick Harbor had 3 catches for 48 yards. The Nick Harbor sightings we've seen in the last 3 weeks, all of a sudden, and we kind of, I don't think just you and I think a lot of us, whether we said it out loud, in front of a microphone, or just to our buds, we were almost resigning ourselves to the fact this is who Nick Harbor is. He's a track guy who's playing football. Occasionally he'll catch a pass. Anything more than that is gravy. But in these last few weeks, we're almost seeing this guy look like a wide receiver.
Yeah, I'd kind of gotten sick of saying the same things over and over again when people would bring up, hey, what's going on with Nick Harper? He's a track guy. He's not there as much in the offseason. He didn't play this position in high school. And you get kind of sick of saying those kind of things as much as we have. But, yeah, seeing him come along has been nice. And you obviously hope he can roll this over into next season as well, where maybe he can be your number one guy at the wide receiver spot. And Devon Campbell, who, again, in the offseason they brought in as maybe being that X factor on the outside that could be the leading receiver. And through the first half of the season, he had 4 catches for 46 yards. Mm-hmm. And then in the last 2 games, 7 catches for 206 yards. So he's emerged on the scene for whatever reason. And some of those catches that he had, particularly in the Missouri game, very critical at key points in that game. So he could certainly be a big factor again today against Clemson.
And we'll hear what Dow has to say about Campbell later on the show here on Gamecocks Game Day. There's a guy who, again, he popped when he got on the field, and he's going to be interesting for next year. And that's our boy, Mr. Howell, the running back from South Carolina State. I mean, he had another, 27-yard run for a touchdown. You heard the highlight coming back on the little bumper. Howell, whenever he gets on the field, looks the part of a guy that could be a very interesting running back. He's got a lot of eligibility left.
Yep.
And because, again, Rocket Sanders is gone. I mean, Oscar Attaway, I've lost track of how many years Oscar Attaway's in college.
I think he's still got one more.
I think he might have one more.
Yeah.
And Attaway is a solid player, but honestly, unless something changes, he's better at what he is now in an SEC level. He's your number 2 guy, your change-up guy.
Yeah.
I don't know how much you're going to get out of Oscar Attaway if he's trying to be Rocket Sanders.
And I think having a year like this where Jaворn Howell can come in and doesn't have to be thrust into the spotlight right away is really good for him. Because, again, he was playing at South Carolina State last year, had an amazing season as a true freshman, is able to jump up and sit behind a guy like Rocket Sanders and learn a little bit, get up to speed with how, play is in the SEC. And, yeah, once we get into next season, he may end up kind of being that main guy. And, kind of like we saw with the North Sellers a year ago, the little bits we've seen of him this year have been really, really good and get you excited for what he's going to be next year and the years forward.
So 56-12, South Carolina took out Wofford. Wofford actually had a 3-0 lead in the game before South Carolina woke up. 21-9 at the half, and then a 35-3 skunking in the second half made it 56-12. South Carolina over Wofford, setting up the Gamecocks 8-3 on the season as they moved into today's game against Clemson.
And that 8th win of the season ties Steve Spurrier for the most wins through the first 4 years for any head coach in South Carolina history, and has the ability to break that today with the win against Clemson.
And obviously as we're rolling up Shane Beamer's 4th season as head coach at South Carolina. First year, nobody expected anything. Found a way to get to a bowl game, got mayonnaise dumped on you, went 7-6.
Yep.
Probably took a while to get the mayonnaise out of your hair.
Probably still smells like them.
Yeah, probably smells like Duke's. It's like, well,
I'm sure Mrs. Beamer loved that.
I stand next to Shane going, I'm really hungry for a sandwich for some reason. Year 2, you built on the momentum. You beat Tennessee, you beat Clemson, 2 top 10 teams, knocked them both out of the college football playoff picture, really. And you went to the Gator Bowl. Year 3, with all that momentum, it went, and you went 5-7, a lot of injuries. Also, Tyler, I thought poor roster construction at the running back and offensive line position. I know there's a lot of injuries at O-line.
Yeah.
But looking back on that now, you're like, you were asking people to do what they probably couldn't do, as well as the injuries hurt you. But the running back room, you saw they course corrected that by bringing in Rocket Sanders coming into this year.
Yeah, and when you look at the 2 most successful seasons under Coach Beamer, 2022, and now obviously here in 2024, they hit home runs in the transfer portal. 2 years ago, you bring in Spencer Rattler, you bring in Juice Wells as well as some other guys, and this year you obviously bring in the Kyle Kennards, you bring in the Demetrius Knights, you bring in the Rocket Sanders, and those guys obviously come in and have an immediate impact on what this team's been so far. So again, if you're Coach Beamer and you continue to exceed people's expectations, eventually they're going to stop doubting you, and that just becomes the expectation of what this program is.
It felt like you had that momentum coming out of year 2, and it kind of went off the road. You've gotten it back on the road in year 3, and I think you see the path of how you need to do this and how to build at South Carolina off of what you didn't do after year 2 and what you did do after year 3.
Yeah, exactly. And again, when you had a year like last year, we took a step back and missed a bowl game, went through the entire offseason and said, okay, Is that what this program is, or is that just an anomaly for what these first couple of years have been? And they've obviously proven this year, once you did go out there and get those right guys in the transfer portal, that you can be a 8 to 9 win team. You're in a position to do that once again this year, and the expectations, I imagine, are probably going to be around that going into next year as well.
All right, now it's time to go behind enemy lines, see what's going on with the 12th-ranked Clemson Tigers. In our next segment, it's Gamecocks Game Day, sponsored by LexMed Ortho. We are inside, which feels warmer, as maybe because I've been drinking 17 cups of coffee. The warmer confines of Mission Control, Terry Ford, Tyler Head, David Dare. Our viewing party at O'Hara's at noon for Carolina Clemson. We'll be giving away some South Carolina men's basketball tickets there. And you just hang out, chill, watch the South Carolina Clemson game with us. That's O'Hara's Public House, Main Street in Lexington. Let's take a look at the Clemson Tigers next on Gamecocks Game Day, sponsored by LexMed Ortho. Getting you ready for noon kickoff here in Columbia and in Myrtle Beach, right here on The Game. There's Dabo, Clemson head coach Dabo Swinney, Gamecocks game day. Sponsored by LexMed Ortho for Mission Control this morning. Terry Ford, Tyler Head, David Dare, getting you ready for Carolina-Clemson noon kickoff right here in Columbia at 107.5 and at our affiliate in Myrtle Beach, 100.3 the game. Viewing party at noon at O'Hara's Public House in Lexington. All right, so Tyler, we just heard Dabo kind of talk about when he first took over, or first came to Clemson, because remember, he was not the head coach.
Yeah.
He was an assistant, got elevated to interim head coach. Nobody knew. Nobody said, wow, this guy's going to take us to a couple of national championships. He was just plugged in the interim, and look where it ended up.
Well, and I know we like to joke about, him pushing the little old Clemson narrative for too long, but that's really what it was when he took over in the late 2000s and eventually built them into the powerhouse program that they were at the top of college football. Now, they're not quite at the mountaintop anymore. They're still what considered to be one of the more, top 15 program, but much respect to him for what he's been able to do over the years there and taking a program that hadn't had a ton of success over the years, save for a national championship back in the early 80s and building them into the brand that they've become. And they're certainly not little old Clemson anymore.
It was interesting because they were looked at by the folks who followed the team as they were underachieving.
Yeah.
Under Tommy Ballard.
Clemsoning used to be a thing.
Right. And so when Dabo took over, again, nobody had any expectation on Dabo Swinney, and that's the ironic part of this sometimes. Look, the interim head coach typically doesn't work. If you look at percentages, the interim head coach getting the job permanently very rarely works. But when it does, like this, usually you didn't see it coming. It's just like, okay, brought the guy in, dude, make sure the team shows up on time for the game. Thank you so much. Get us through the season, and we'll reevaluate. Well, obviously things went well enough for the people at Clemson to go, you know what? What the heck? Let's give this guy named Dabo a shot. It is Dabo, right? That's his name? Okay. Let's give this guy Dabo a shot. And obviously the move that nobody thought about when they did it in the interim ended up being the best thing they ever did in their school's football history.
Yeah, well, and even go back to, those first couple of years, they were about ready to push them out the door at one point in time because they weren't able to really get over that hump. And then obviously they kicked it into another gear, started winning ACC championships, started going to national championship games and winning that. And again, now that Mac Brown has been fired by North Carolina, he's one of only 2 active head coaches with a national championship.
How weird is that, by the way? Look, a lot of people like I talk to here who are old school Clemson fans will talk about the Danny Ford era and all these other times. But what Dabo's done, obviously, has never been done before except for the year, the Homer Jones year when they won a national championship in the early 80s.
Yep.
All right, so Clemson coming into this game 9-2, 7-1 in the ACC, not playing Miami, not playing SMU. Clemson, if you look analytically, Billy Connolly's SP Plus and ESPN, number 15th overall in the country, 12th on offense, 20th on defense. Park this one in the back of your head.
Okay.
109th on special teams.
Yeah.
Clemson has won 3 straight coming into this game, but there's offensive line issues. There's been offensive inconsistency issues. They played Citadel last week, so let's push that to the side. But the offensive line, against Pitt, really good first half, really bad second half. And then you flip that around the previous game with a really good a bad first half against Virginia Tech where they didn't score. And then they kicked into gear in the second half and won that game in Blacksburg. And then you look at that Louisville game where they were dead in the water. Louisville had whooped them, and all of a sudden they started scoring some touchdowns late to make the game closer. There has been a lack of consistency in that offense for the last month, and a lot of that goes back to injuries on the offensive line.
Yeah, certainly so. And again, the competition level they played for most of this year through the ACC has certainly not been the toughest. So when they've gone up against the Louisvilles, when they've gone up against the Georgias, and even a Pitt a couple weeks ago, they got to Kay Klubnik 5 times in that game. Phil Maffa was not able to get anything going on the ground. They struggled a lot. It took Kay Klubnik breaking off that 50-yard run at the very end of the game to put them over and win it against, again, a backup quarterback in Nate Yarnell instead of Eli Holstein, their regular starter. So they've not been playing their best football, but like you said, they've been finding a way to win these past couple games, and give them credit for what they've been able to do, garnering a 9-2 record and in the eyes of the committee, being the number 12 team in the nation coming into this weekend.
Clemson, if you look at stats and numbers, total defense in the country, 49th, but total offense 4th, which is really interesting when you look at some of the inconsistency issues on offense. Third down conversions, number 25 in the country, Tyler, 19th in third down conversion defense. We'll get South Carolina's numbers. Red zone offense, number 22, but red zone defense, number 61 this year for Clemson. So that's something to put in your back pocket as well. I don't know how much this means that the Citadel ran for almost 270 yards and over 5 yards a carry running that triple option offense against Clemson. How much of that can Shane Beamer and his staff put into what they do with their system of running?
Well, I think it's important to note, and when you look at, Clemson's run defense, they're 55th in the nation, allowing only 39 yards per game. So that's not terrible. It's about kind of middle of the pack. But the Stanford, Louisville, and Citadel games, they allowed over 200 yards to each of those teams. It's just some of the other teams they've been able to hold, under 100, which kind of skews that number. So this team can be run on. Now look at that Stanford game in particular, where Ashton Daniels, a mobile quarterback, ran for 87 yards against them. Laura Sellers is better than Ashton Daniels, so you have a reference point for what a quarterback with mobility can do to a defense like this.
And South Carolina does some option principles when you look at their run game, and they do RPO stuff. And so, I mean, they're not the Citadel, obviously.
Yeah, it's from
still.
it's from shotgun, it's from pistol, those kind of things. So spread option type of things. You're not running the up backs and B backs and stuff like that. But like you said, there are elements of what Citadel did last week that can translate to what South Carolina does.
One of the good things when you look at Clemson's stats is turnover margin. They're number 4 in the country at plus 13 because they don't turn the ball over. South Carolina and Clemson both have forced 20 turnovers this year. The difference is South Carolina's given the ball away 17 times. Clemson's only given the rock back 4 all year.
And that's a big part of Cade Klubnik's development. Go back to a year ago, his first full season as starter, gave the ball away, I believe, 9 times with interceptions, just was not as consistent as people thought he was going to be. And this year he stepped up, only 4 interceptions on the year, not really having a lot of turnover-worthy plays. And, if you can take the ball away from him today, you've done something.
Yeah, Klubnik, decision-making is much better, whether it's throwing it or deciding when to run it. He's been really good taking care of the football and the deep ball game.
Yep.
Which was totally, the deep ball didn't even show up last year, just stayed home. Clemson could not hit a pass over 20 yards to save their life last year. This year, much better with explosive plays in the passing game for the Tigers. Some defenders to keep an eyeball on for Clemson. TJ Parker. He's got the 30th best edge pass rush grade, according to Pro Football Focus. Interior defensive lineman Peter Woods, a huge recruit a couple years ago, the 16th best run defender in the country. Ashton Harrington, 12th best coverage grade. And Wade Wood, as we talked about, the 20th best coverage grade at linebacker. Now, Clemson, 35th in sacks, 51st in sacks given up. Tackles for loss, they're 17th in the country. Tackles for loss allowed 70th. So there's they might not be the issues South Carolina can have on the offensive line, but Clemson has had some stuff going on up front because of all these injuries and the shuffling.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's going to be interesting to see who's available today and who's at 100% and who's not. And again, you're going to get some of these offensive linemen that likely will play today, but doesn't mean they're going to be 100%. And that could certainly be a factor with how well they play, as well as guys like Wood as on defense as well, if they might be rusty from having not played these past couple of games.
Now, the interesting part is Cade Klubnik this year has only been pressured on 30% of his dropbacks. That's it. But when pressured, again, like most quarterbacks, Klubnik has had issues. He's completed like 45% of his passes when pressured.
Yep.
Has been pressured a lot. But then when we look at those other numbers we just brought up, part of it is that Klubnik's getting the ball out quicker. He's making better decisions with the football. That all helps keep pressure low because, again, this offensive line, like you said, recently 5 sacks in the game against Klubnik.
Yep.
So there's something there to get despite these numbers if you're South Carolina's pass rush.
And when it came to game planning, a couple weeks ago against Pitt when they were dealing with those offensive line issues, they kept things relatively short. 60% of Klubnik's throws were between that, either behind the line of scrimmage or up to that 10-yard mark. But they did stretch the ball down the field a little bit. He was 9 of 14 on throws of 10-plus yards, including 2 touchdowns in that game, and did fumble once against Pitt as well early on in that game. So, again, they've kind of had to adjust the game plan of what they do offensively because of those issues up front. And it'll be interesting to see, based on who they have today, what they decide to do against South Carolina.
Here is a stat to file away. When blitz this year, and Klubnik has been blitzed on like 33% of his dropbacks, he has completed 58% of his throws, 14 touchdowns, 0 picks when blitzed. Now, good news for South Carolina, they don't have to blitz.
Yeah.
They can rush 4, drop 7.
Yep.
So it's interesting that Klubnik has been so good against the blitz this year.
Yeah, again, give him credit because he's taken a big step up in year number 2 as starter because a lot of people were disappointed, up there in Clemson with how he was in his first year after taking over for DJU. And again, you're going to have to contain him today.
20-plus yard throws this year. Klubnik has completed 43% of them for 13 touchdowns and only 3 interceptions. Much better with the deep ball this year at Clemson. Antonio Williams this year hurt a lot last year.
Yep.
Williams, 9 20-plus yard catches this year. He's Clemson's leading receiver, but 7 drops. Clemson's a team, 23 drops. They'll throw to a couple freshmen, too, and Bryant Wesco and T.J. Moore. So the passing game is much better this year than last year, but Clemson wants to run the ball, Tyler, with Phil Maffa, make no mistake.
Yeah, and Phil Maffa, fourth in the ACC in total rushing yards, over 1,000 yards so far this season. He's dealing with a bit of that shoulder injury, and like I said, go back to last time they played a competent opponent in Pitt. He had 17 carries for 17 yards, wasn't able to get anything going. Really likes to run to that left side of the line of scrimmage, which is where the majority of those injuries are. So, again, if that offensive line is not up to snuff today, that could be a problem for Maffa.
Maffa has gained over 1,000 yards, 629 yards after contact, almost 3.5 yards per carry after contact. They go up the middle a lot to that between center and left guard, 299 yards.
Yeah.
In that area, that's where Maffa gets most of it. He eats the most.
And this is a guy that Beamer and company should be very familiar with. He's played in this rivalry for the past 27 years, it feels like. And now,
did Maffa play in the 90s?
Right. Now that Will Shipley's gone off to the NFL, he is the feature back here. But plenty of tape, plenty of experience for South Carolina's defense and Clayton White on what they've seen in years past from Phil Maffa.
Let's focus on those Gamecocks next on Gamecocks Game Day, sponsored by LexMed Ortho. From Mission Control with Terry Ford and Tyler Head and David Dare, getting you ready for South Carolina Clemson. Noon kickoff right here on 107.5 The Game in Columbia and our affiliate 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach.
Yep.
Gamecocks game day from Mission Control. Terry Ford, Tyler Head, David Dare getting you set for kickoff at noon in the upstate. Number 15, South Carolina. Number 12, Clemson. We go till almost 9 o'clock. SEC report, and then Chris Miller and the folks from Learfield from 9 to noon with the pregame. First time since 2013 these two teams have played, since both are ranked. Also, college football playoff implications, and oh yeah, they hate each other.
Yeah,
Can't forget that.
That's probably the most important part here. But yeah, a lot of things baked into this one, and again, it's one of the biggest matchups of the entire weekend. And again, the fate of both teams' postseason is on the line today.
South Carolina now 8-3 on the year, finished up their SEC campaign 5-3. Billy Connolly's SP Plus has South Carolina number 14 overall in the country, 25th on offense, number 14 on defense, number 42 on special teams, compared to 109 for Clemson. I'm telling you. Keep that in your head.
Hey, Clemson has allowed more block kicks than anybody in the entire country. I called a shot yesterday. I think somebody gets the lawyer Lisa $1,200 today.
I was getting ready to say, lawyer Lisa, get ready to pony up the dough. South Carolina's won 5 straight since that loss in Tuscaloosa in a game they should have won.
Yep.
And that's one of the things where how do you bounce back, right? Early in the year, you had LSU dead to rights, and with the help of yourself and the officials, you lost that game at home. You had Alabama dead to rights, and you let them get up. And to the credit of this football team, from that point on, and you remember, was it Mazio Bennett in the locker room, that piece of sound after the Alabama game saying, we got to quit losing these games. I'm sick of losing these games.
Sick of feeling this way. And it seemed like that was kind of the spark. And I go back to something that Beamer said a little bit earlier on this week, because when they lose to Alabama, they're 3-3. Nobody's thinking about them having any kind of shot at the playoff whatsoever. We all wrote them off saying, okay, find a way to win 3 more games and get yourself to a bowl game at the very least. But it seems like they kind of took on the mindset of, hey, we're in elimination mode from here on out. We can't lose any more games. And again, we didn't really think of them as a playoff threat until these past couple weeks, but they've gone into it with this elimination style mentality, and they've stepped up to the task each and every week with their back up against the wall, and another opportunity to do that today.
They gave Texas A&M their only SEC loss at that time. They took out Oklahoma and Norman.
Yep. They
beat our scrappy Vandy team in Nashville. And then they got the little what do you call him? The rabid gerbil off their back with Eli Drinkwitz beating Missouri here in a phenomenal game. So, I mean, it's not like they've just been smacking the Wofford's of the world the last 5 weeks in this 5-game win streak. All right, defensively, obviously, it's one of the best defenses in America. Pro Football Focus grade, number 6 overall in the country. Number 24 run defense, which we always talk about the pass D. Run defense has been good. A couple, like the Missouri game, it was leaky in the second half, but for the most part, a good run defense. The 14th best overall defense in America by Pro Football Focus. No, I'm sorry. Let me get myself right. This whole freezing is killing me. 14th overall in SP Plus by Billy Connolly, 25th best offense in the country by efficiency, 14th best defense, 42nd special teams, number 6 defense in America by Pro Football Focus, number 24 run defense, number 2 pass rush in the country, and the 4th best coverage grade in America for South Carolina's D.
You know what helps out your coverage? When you have a really good pass rush.
Quarterbacks laying on their stomach and their back can't beat you in the passing game.
Not sitting in the pocket and having 10 seconds to throw.
Yep. Speaking of that, Dylan Stewart has the 3rd best pass rush grade in the country as a freshman.
By the way, 2 things to watch out for today. Cal Kennard sitting at 11.5 sacks on the season. Dylan Stewart sitting at 6.5. Both those guys chasing Jadeveon Clowney's single-season sack record, which is 13, as well as his freshman sack record at 8.
All right, also, Kyle Kennard, his pass rush grade has fallen the last few weeks. He's now 45th in the country in pass rush grade when Kennard was top 20 most of the year. Now, is that because he's gotten more attention from the opposing offensive coordinators? Is it just, again, he was so good for a while, he's just, kind of leveled down to the norm or the mean? But Kennard's still effective, don't get me wrong. Early in the year, he was wrecking game plans.
He was, and he's not racking up the stats necessarily these past couple games, but other guys on the defense are. So that's kind of the great thing about this defense. They're very unselfish. It's not about, hey, Kennard's got to go out there and get 3 or 4 sacks in every single game and, rack up these insane numbers. We're seeing Tonka. We're seeing TJ Sanders. Obviously, Stewart coming off the other side. All these guys are getting theirs, and it's because of the threats they're posing on all sides of this line of scrimmage.
Speaking of TJ Sanders, 11th best pass rush grade in the country. Demetrius Knight from linebacker, the number 4 pass rush grade in the country. Coverage-wise, because we say it's a lot easier to cover when the quarterback is rolling around the field in pain. Donald Fortune, number 16 coverage grade in the country at corner, and Nicky Manwari, the 5th best safety coverage grade in America. So the coverage gets better when you got more heat on quarterbacks, and when you put more heat on quarterbacks, typically sacks equals stopping drives.
Usually.
Yes. Most of the time, if you can get a sack and cause big negative yardage, you are stopping drives. So, again, the pass rush this football team brings from the interior and the edge has set up so many things, not just for this defense, but for this football team.
And again, when you go up against what is going to be a banged-up offensive line to some degree for Clemson today, you imagine Carolina's probably going to have a lot of success coming, putting pressure on Klubnik today as well.
All right, defensively, if you look at regular stats, number 12 in the country in total defense per the NCAA. A third down conversion defense at 17. Red zone defense like Clemson, a bit of a struggle. The red zone defense only 74th in the country. Here's the thing, though. Good luck getting to the red zone.
Yeah.
If you can get there, you have a shot. You just got to get there on South Carolina's defense. Sacks, number 3 in the country. Tackles for loss, 12th in the country. And like I said, turnover margin at 45th. They've forced 20 turnovers this year. Problem is, you've given up 17 of those. A lot of it was early when you were having some serious ball handling issues.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we know, Clayton White's defense kind of predicates itself on being opportunistic, taking the ball away. And, when they win the turnover battle, South Carolina usually ends up winning the game. And again, Clemson's going to be a tough team to take the ball away from today. But if you do, you got to capitalize on it because it's a rare thing to take the ball away from this Tigers team.
All right, offensively, 50th in the country, which is a long way up from where they were, Tyler. They were a lot lower than that for most part of the season. 50th in total offense, 63rd in third down conversions. Again, it's gotten better. Against Wofford, it was ridiculous. It's gotten better as the year's gone on. A lot of these stats and numbers about the offense, it's coming from where they were below average.
Sure.
Up until, really, this thing has blown up so much since the bye week. Especially.
Yeah, and I look at something in particular like, let's go back to the start of October. Nobody has more passing touchdowns in the SEC than Lenore Sellers in that period of time. Their rush offense is top 3 in that period of time. They have taken a significant leap forward, particularly in this past, month of the season, which, again, is kind of a signature of Beamer teams. One side of the football, for whatever reason, seems to take a big leap forward in the last month of the season, and that happens to be the offense this year. And Lenore Sellers, playing some of the best football in the SEC, like I mentioned a moment ago. And it's going to take another big day for him today if they're going to win.
Lenore Sellers is one of the best deep ball throwers in the SEC, completing almost 52% of his deep shots over 20 yards, 7 touchdowns on those throws. So Sellers has gotten better throwing it deep down the field. The intermediate's gotten better as well. He's now hitting 57% of his passes between 10 and 19 yards.
And that's something that we should have expected coming into the year, that, he looked good in the couple of moments we saw him last year against Furman and Vanderbilt and stuff like that. But taking over as the full-time starter in the SEC is not easy. And there were growing pains in the first half of the season. Nobody wrote him off or anything like that. But what he's really been able to do, starting with that Alabama game, really has been a night and day difference from those first couple games of the regular season. And obviously he's playing his best football right now. And again, it's going to be a big catalyst to if Carolina can win this game today.
Again, pressured on over 40% of his dropbacks. He's been dealing with pressure all year. Has gotten better, but Lenore Sellers has gotten really good at okey-doking pass rushers so they can't get the sack. All right, South Carolina, this is interesting. Red zone offense, they're pretty good. Mm-hmm. They're in the upper level, number 7 in the country in red zone offense. But here's where it gets a little sacks allowed, 123rd in America. Tackles for loss allowed, 126th. Again, it has gotten better. But the offensive line, look, Clemson, their defense might not be as good statistically as it has been in the past or on film, as we've seen you can run against them. But they're NFL dudes on the defensive side of the ball for Clemson. This offensive line has to continue to improve later today, or you could be seeing some trouble.
Yeah, and Dow Loggins, you might have to adjust your game plan a little bit to kind of, keep some short passes in there to get the ball out quick to where Sellers isn't holding on the ball for a long period of time until you kind of see what your offensive line can do against this pass rush that Clemson's going to be bringing to the table today.
Again, maybe to get the screen game going again with Sanders, maybe getting the ball to Sanders in space, get it out quick, because, again, Clemson does have NFL talent on the defensive side of the ball. They just kind of haven't played up to the level they should this year.
Right.
Our Gamecocks Game Day sponsored by LexMed Ortho from Mission Control. Up next, we'll hear from Preston Thorne, former Gamecock, his thoughts on the rivalry between South Carolina and Clemson. That is next as we get you ready for noon kickoff, Carolina-Clemson, right here on your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game. All right, time to check the SEC and top 25 scoreboards, sponsored by McDaniel Auto Group. Gamecocks game day, sponsored by LexMed Ortho. We are hanging at Mission Control. Terry Ford, Tyler Head, David Dare, getting you ready for noon kick. Number 15, South Carolina. Number 12, Clemson in the upstate. Winner, look, again, Clemson's road's a little easier because, well, the ACC is a little easier.
Yeah.
And they've been positioned somehow at 12 by the college football playoff folks who obviously have watched so much football.
That's what they say.
Yeah. Anyway, they think Clemson is so impressive that they should be the 12th.
Watching and understanding are two different things.
That's a good point.
You have to remember that.
And South Carolina has to beat Clemson, then get some help, obviously. We talked about this. It feels like if they can beat Clemson, they should jump to the 12 hole because their win will be more impressive than Ole Miss beating Mississippi State or Alabama beating Auburn. But again, Tyler, I'm using logic.
Yeah, and the committee doesn't always like to use logic. But yeah, having an opportunity to beat a team that's 3 spots ahead of you compared to a 500 Auburn team, or in yesterday's case, a really bad Mississippi State team, the 2 teams ahead of you are playing this weekend, does give you a little bit of an extra push here at the very end. So we'll see what happens. Again, you're probably going to need a little bit of chaos to happen within the top 10, which has been happening this entire season, so it's certainly not out of the realm of possibilities. But, you don't completely control your own destiny, but going out there and making a statement against Clemson could go a long way in maybe getting yourself one of those 12 spots.
And Clemson needs help, too. First of all, they have to win today, obviously. And Miami could lose, SMU could lose, and all of a sudden Clemson is in the – well, Miami really is a team to look at.
Yeah.
Miami loses, Clemson's in. SMU's locked.
SMU's locked in. If Syracuse beats Miami, which Syracuse is a very good team. It could happen today. That would put Clemson in the ACC championship game, and then they would control their own destiny going into next week. But as of right now, they're still trying to vie for one of those at-large spots, and beating a top 15 South Carolina team would be the best win on their resume. That could certainly help their case.
And then they could, like South Carolina, they'd be then rooting for chaos in front of them,
yes,
obviously.
Yes.
All right, speaking of the word chaos, SEC last night, Georgia tried to hand out as much chaos as possible and scare the bejesus out of Tyler. Look, Georgia Tech had this game won.
Yes.
They were up big from the get-go, 17-0 at the half. They are about to salt it away with 2 minutes left. Haynes King, the Georgia Tech quarterback, who had a phenomenal game, except this moment we're about to talk about, gets the first down yardage, but has the ball ripped out of his hand. It was weird because nobody realized the ball was loose.
Yes. It sat on the ground for about 5 seconds.
Longest 5 seconds of your life?
Pretty much. Well, here's the thing. I didn't even realize it was a fumble because it was a 3rd down and 1. It looked like he converted the first down, and then you look, and one of the Georgia guys has the ball. I'm like, how did that happen? Dan Jackson comes in there, puts his helmet on the ball, knocks it out, and makes a huge, huge play that allows Georgia to go down there and tie the thing up.
And then you get to overtime. Both teams are making plays on both sides of the ball. And then you get to the ridiculous 2-point conversion of overtime.
It's so goofy. So goofy.
That is just, it's asinine. Again, the NCAA overreacted to the 50 overtime game.
Yeah, with LSU and A&M back in 2018.
And so by the way, this thing almost went to 9 overtimes with the goofy 2-point rule,
which would have tied the all-time record that Illinois and Penn State played a couple years ago. And that's the unfortunate thing is this was a great game.
Yeah.
So back and forth. And again, the 2 teams in the first 2 overtimes where you do play actual legitimate football from the 25-yard line, matching scores there, and then it just becomes a 2-point shootout. And look, Buster Faulkner, by the way, dude's going to become a head coach for too long. Put up a masterful game plan. Haynes King deserves a lot of respect for playing the way that he did last night and being just a tough dude overall. Tech just kind of ran out of 2-point plays. I mean, when you get into the 8th overtime and you're going into your bag of tricks for the 8th or 9th time when it comes to 2-point plays, you don't have any options left.
Brent Key's done great work at Georgia Tech in a short time. Haynes King throws for over 300, runs for over 100. Tech ran for 260, 5.5 yards a pop.
Yep.
Carson Beck decided to throw the ball to his team. As this game went on, Carson Beck got cooking. 28-43, 297, 5 touchdowns, no picks. I'm going to say this now. Nate Frazier's going to put up some serious numbers at running back for Georgia.
Nate Frazier, he's that guy. And obviously they put the ball in his hands at the very end and was able to get the last 2-point conversion to win the game. And last night, I think you saw a glaring example of what's plagued Georgia this entire season. Yes, Carson Beck's been bad with the interceptions, but the drops, man. The drops were so killer. Arian Smith could have won the game for them in one of the earlier overtimes. Dropped it in the back of the end zone. Dropped a very key pass early on in the game that would have been a big first down when Georgia's offense wasn't doing a whole lot. The drops have killed this team. Lovett had the fumble. The drops have been killing this team so much this year. And again, good teams find a way to win, and Georgia, through a lot of stuff, found the way to win last night.
They're almost like the Kansas City Chiefs of college football this year, Georgia.
Listen, the Kansas City Chiefs are going to find a way to win a game by a meteor hitting the earth at some point this year. It's that insane.
And it feels like Georgia's the same way, the way it's been going.
Close.
All right, number 8, Tennessee goes to Vandy. That will not be easy because Tennessee's offense, this prolific point machine, has really bogged down because of quarterback play the last couple of years. Tennessee's defense is phenomenal, but Vanderbilt can hang around it in Nashville. Ask Alabama.
Yeah, that's where your chaos could happen in the top 10 today for sure.
All right, and again, Louisville goes to Kentucky. Louisville hasn't won this game in a long time. It's pretty interesting. Kentucky is limping in here like nobody's business. Cardinals should get them.
And Kentucky has nothing to play for as far as the bowl game. Their only objective is to try and knock off Louisville again.
All right, also the Iron Bowl, but this one's at Bama. Alabama should handle their business against Auburn in Tuscaloosa. Arkansas is bowl eligible. Missouri is still ranked. The game is in Columbia, Missouri. This could be a fun one, Tyler, with a lot of points before it's all said and done.
Yeah, we obviously don't think Missouri's as good as the record indicates. Obviously played a spirited game here a couple weeks ago. Arkansas's let a couple games slip through their fingers this year. This could be a fun one.
A bunch of disappointment rounds out the schedule in the SEC. Florida going to maybe the most disappointing team in the country, Florida State and Tallahassee. Florida is bowl eligible. Nobody saw that coming. Billy Napier and this crew had a really nice end of the season. Does this build something for next year? We'll find out. But you might see just a little ray of glimmer of hope in Gainesville right now.
By the way, 17-point favorites in this game. Who would have saw that back in August?
Ridiculous. Disappointment in the next game. Oklahoma going to Baton Rouge to face LSU. Both teams are bowl eligible. LSU was hoping to be in the college football playoff. A huge disappointing year for Brian Kelly. In Oklahoma, when we saw the Sooners earlier this year, the fact they're bowl eligible is almost a miracle.
Yeah, they looked dead in the water and obviously pulled off that huge upset last weekend against Alabama. I don't know which way this one's going to go. I lean towards LSU, but if Oklahoma did it again, it wouldn't surprise me.
And the big one, in College Station, number 3 Texas, number 20 Texas A&M. No one slept in College Station in a week.
Oh, they've been frothing at the mouth for 13 years over this one. It's going to be an electric atmosphere tonight.
The Yell Squad is hoarse, thank God.
Yes.
I think A&M wins.
I do too. I picked them back in the summertime.
I think A&M wins. Texas has only played one real game all year, and they got whooped.
Yep.
And this game, again, is in College Station where these people are insane.
Can't wait.
No, they can't. Besides that, Ohio State, Michigan has no juice. The Buckeyes might ring 100 on Michigan if they can, because, for Ryan Day, this is almost as bad as losing his father. What a weird
Second worst day
quote.
of his life.
It's just bizarre. Again, Miami could lose at Syracuse. That would cause some chaos as well. Arizona State's got to be careful in Tucson against Arizona.
Big 12's wild, man.
It's a kooky thing, man. UNLV, if they can beat Nevada, they will play Boise State in the Mountain West Championship.
They might have a shot at sliding in the playoffs.
It's if they can beat Boise State.
Yep.
Because Tulane lost the other night and ruined their chance.
Yep.
All right, so that's a check on the SEC and Top 25 scoreboard. Up next, our keys to victory for South Carolina. We'll give our buddy Jack Veltri a ring from Gamecock Central. We'll probably have to wake him up. It's early. Gamecocks Game Day sponsored by LexMed Ortho, getting you ready for a noon kick. South Carolina Clemson right here on 107.5 The Game in Columbia and our affiliate 100.3 The Game in Myrtle Beach. Wrong. Let's get our keys to the game. Jack Veltri, Gamecock Central. Keys to the game and prediction. Jack Veltri, hit it. What do you got, man?
Hey guys, how you doing? I think the keys, real quick, are just you gotta slow down Cade Klubnik. You gotta create pressure on him and force him into some tight windows. You can't turn the ball over, and you can't be allowing Clemson to move up and down the field. It's pretty simple. I think the defense is. I think you're better in all three aspects of the game: offense, defense, special teams. You just gotta go out there and play like it today.
Quickly, Jack, what's going to be more important today for Lenora Sellers, his legs or his arm?
Probably his arm, because, look, I think we know he's going to be able to probably run a little bit, as with Rocket Sanders, but you got to be able to throw the ball to beat this team.
All right, who do you got winning, Jack?
I got South Carolina winning 34-28 today.
Nice. We got Tyler.
34-31, Carolina.
Your big key to the game.
Protect the football. Again, it's going to be tough to take the ball away from Clemson. Don't give them any free passes because this is an offense that can move the ball up and down the field.
To Jack's point, South Carolina is the better team this year. I know the game's at Clemson. South Carolina's better. Like Jack said, don't give them the football. Don't shoot yourself in the feet. Offensively, you can run the ball up the middle on this team. It's been shown this year. Do that. Defensively, you got to slow down Maffa. And you're right, Jack. You've got to get on Klubnik, give him heat. It's their wide receivers versus your DBs. If Klubnik gets time to throw, that could be dangerous because Clemson's good with the deep ball this year.
Yep.
Get heat on Klubnik, slow down Maffa, run the football on offense, and special teams can matter, guys. Again, Clemson 109th in the country in special teams efficiency. Lawyer Lisa might be paying some money today.
Hey, Jack, I made the prediction yesterday. I think somebody walks away with $1,200 today with special teams score.
Yeah, you think so? I mean, look, this would be the game to do it, right? I mean, look, we know 2 years ago it came down to special teams, great punting, and the Mitch Jeter field goal to take the lead. And hopefully it doesn't have to come down to a field goal today. The thing for South Carolina is you can't fall behind in an early hole, because the last thing you want to do is give Clemson every opportunity. And you got to start quick and put the pressure on them, because I mean, look, this team, they haven't really played a difficult schedule this year. And when they do play tougher teams, we've seen how they played. So just you got to start fast and put the pressure on the Tigers today.
All right, appreciate you, Jack. That's our buddy Jack Veltri from Gamecock Central. I'm taking South Carolina. I think I went like 26-23 in a close game.
I think you had 23-20.
Is that what I had? I knew it was something like that. I knew I had a 3-point game. Alex Herrera, baby, will win the game.
Bring it on.
Why not?
It's been an up and down year, but that'd be a great way to end it for them.
I truly believe South Carolina's a better team this year.
I do too.
I really do.
I think so. Look, going on the road is never going to be easy, but they've been battle tested and gone on some tough environments, and today's no different.
And they got them 2 years ago.
They did get them 2 years ago.
All right, we are done. Tyler Head, fine work. David Ayer, fine work punching the buttons. We appreciate you. Our final regular season version of Gamecocks Game Day, sponsored by LexMed Ortho. We have a bowl game at least, or a college football playoff game.
Vegas, baby. Here we come.
All right, SEC Report is next, right here on your home of the Gamecocks in Columbia, 107.5 The Game.
college football fans in the regular season. Just 1 week separates the Southeast from the postseason. It's been one of the most memorable campaigns in recent memory. Frenzied finishes, dominant efforts. We've been treated with Vanderbilt from First Bank Stadium. Week 13 was business as usual for Coach Josh Heupel and the Vols. A shutout, a dominating win over an overmatched UTEP program. But the final weekend of the season will be a stark contrast. A hungry and much improved Vanderbilt program on the docket, angling to play spoiler. But series history on the side of the powerful Vols in the rivalry have rattled off 5 straight wins over the doors dating back to 2018. And
the other night, within your twist games, you got to continue to keep your lane integrity as well. And that happens off of your pressures too. Your pressure's got to maintain that. So, a dynamic player with his feet at the quarterback spot.
Effort, and we got to play better football to win in the SEC and to win on the road. And that's just the reality. We can do that. And so we're committed to turning the page and to not allowing this game to linger and shifting our focus to a really good Tennessee team and finishing the regular season out at home.
South Carolina.
We shift our focus next to the non-con. South Carolina hits the road to do battle with heated rival Clemson from Death Valley. After an easy win last week, South Carolina in the postseason fate hang in the balance against the Tigers, a program that's bested the Gamecocks in 8 of the last 9 games. The good news, that South Carolina defense will be ready for Cade Klubnik and company, handling the Tigers the last time they locked horns at Clemson back in 2022. Now winners of 5 straight, Gamecock coach Shane Beamer reflected this week on the 2024 season and lauded his players and coaches for their efforts on an impressive season.
Testament to the young men in our program that we were, 3-3 after we lost to Alabama. I think that, doing the math, Shane, 3-3, 5 in a row would be 8. That we were 3-3 and there was no panic, there was no pointing fingers. It was, let's just continue to work and continue to get better and to win 5 in a row, to be ranked where we are right now, to have 8 wins is really awesome, and a credit to the leadership of this team and how we've gotten better. That's just something that we pride ourselves on around here.
Kentucky.
The rivalries march on, this time in the Bluegrass State. 4-7 Kentucky hosts 7-4 Louisville at Kroger Field. One of the more impressive streaks in the SEC will come to an end this year. Kentucky and Coach Mark Stoops will fail to reach bowl eligibility for the first time in 9 years. But with their rivals in town this week, the Cats can spoil what's been a solid season for the Cardinals, a program hoping for a top-tier bowl. When asked about the Bluegrass State rivalry, Stoops was quick to acknowledge how much this game means and believes playing spoiler would be an exciting way to end the season.
It's been important. I think you heard me say that the first time we played them, and we hadn't done very much, and they were a top 5, top 10 team at the time, and I never shied away from the importance of this game. Told you that day one, game one, and I'll say it again, again this year. It doesn't really matter what the records are or anything like that. I have a lot of respect for Jeff and the way he coaches and their program, but it's important. It's important to our fan base. It's important to our players. It's important to me that we go play well.
Every coach, every week. This is the SEC Football Report. Here's Rob Joyce.
We keep the non-conference games rolling, this time in the Sunshine State. 6-5, Florida heads to Tallahassee to do battle with 2-9 Florida State. Coming into the year, was widely acknowledged Florida was playing the hardest schedule in the country, with a whopping 6 ranked matchups in theory on the docket. Gator fans were hesitant to hoist high expectations with such a gauntlet in front of them. Come the final week of the season, Florida has more than salvaged their 2024 campaign, knocking off a top 10 Ole Miss team last week en route to their 6th win of the year. Now getting a reeling Florida State team this week, Gators can capture a 7-win season and build further momentum for next year with a victory. When asked about game planning for the Seminoles, Florida head man Billy Napier believes this game transcends records and knows the Seminole personnel can cause problems on the field.
We all know the magnitude of the game. We have a healthy respect for the personnel. We're very familiar with the personnel and certainly the success they've had as of late. Had a heck of a year last year, and regardless of record and regardless of outcomes, this game is always a very significant one. So I think it's really, really important for our players to be able to hit the reset button in here and within the walls execute our routine and prepare.
Auburn. Alabama.
Still your nerves. The Iron Bowl is upon us, and with its usual brand of hard hits and impassioned fan bases, this year's matchup no doubt could be another classic at Bryant-Denny Stadium. It's been an up-and-down season for Auburn, with the Tigers hitting a high note last week in their upset win against Texas A&M, staking themselves to a 3-touchdown lead. Hugh Freeze and the Tigers survived in quadruple overtime, winning one of the most exciting games of the season. Now on the cusp of bowl eligibility, the Tigers can knock another SEC hopeful out of the college football playoff picture entirely with a win, earning their first win in Tuscaloosa since 2010. Speaking with reporters this week, Freeze described how the Iron Bowl is the biggest game of the year, all while admitting that last year's loss still doesn't sit right.
Oh, there's no bigger game on the schedule to sit in this seat, and to lose one like we did last year still doesn't sit right. And I know that the Auburn faithful have had to endure that. We want to change that feeling in this building and for our great fan base in this state, and it's a tall task. You know, their roster is deeper. It was deeper last year too, and we had a shot to win it. So got to find a way to keep ourselves in it and give us a chance to win, and try to change that, and hopefully start making that a regular expectation.
Week 13 featured the one result Alabama couldn't afford, a lackluster effort and a road loss handily at Oklahoma. Now the fate may be in the hands of the committee, leaving Alabama just one more chance to try and impress the nation this Saturday in trying to get to 9-3. Coaching in his first Iron Bowl, Crimson Tide coach Kalen DeBoer knows the significance of what this game and this rivalry means to the folks in Tuscaloosa, and laid out just how much is on the line this Saturday.
It's going to be an awesome environment. We know that. Love playing the game at home, right? We get a chance to be undefeated. That's a sidebar. No, but be undefeated at home, it's a big deal. It's always been a big deal to me, and that's where we're at as a team. This game, what it means to those that come from each side, and what it means to the state. It's talked about, and not just told to me, but talked about amongst everyone in their homes. And it's Thanksgiving weekend, so if you're not at the game, you're watching it with your friends and family. I've heard stories of families being divided because of it, many different ways. So that's what rivalry games are all about, and I know this is a rivalry that's on another level.
Arkansas, Missouri.
Tacoma we go. 6-5 Arkansas travels to the Show Me State to clash with 8-3 Missouri. Plenty of pressure on Arkansas preseason to make a bowl a year after the Hogs won just 4 games. After a 3-score trouncing of Louisiana Tech, well, job well done. Now with a shot at a 7-win campaign, Arkansas and quarterback Talon Green look to earn their first ever win in Como. After crunching the tape, Hogs head coach Sam Pittman stated the key to a successful game plan starts on defense, and he praised on the talented Missouri offense.
Very good. They run the stretch, the inside zone. They run a little bit more inside zone this year, running it really well. Got a really good offensive line coach. Brady Cook makes them go, obviously, and Luther Burden and Theo, they're really, I don't know if Theo gets enough credit because he's an outstanding wide receiver with Cooper. They're good on the O-line.
After an 11-win season last year, expectations were understandably high in Columbia come the start of this year. While the Tigers won't make an appearance in the CFP, Mizzou can lock up a second straight double-digit win season with a win both Saturday and in whatever bowl game comes in December. Come Saturday, Tigers coach Eli Drinkwitz knows his team will still be fired up to send the seniors out on a high note, and noted how high the character of this year's team is.
That's a testament to that team and their character, the captains, the resiliency that they have, the belief they have in each other, the belief they have in the staff. I think they do an excellent job of they love the game and they love each other. And if you do that, if you love those two things, like, you can weather just about any storm. Really proud of them. They don't ever flinch, man. I mean, I was really nervous because I felt like these last 2 games have been just emotionally draining on our team, and I was really nervous about how much resolve and energy we would be able to have on the road. And it was kind of like exactly what I was thinking, the first quarter with the offense. But when the defense made the play, man, it just kind of lifted everybody, and we were rolling again.
Every coach, every week. This is the SEC Football Report. Here's Rob Joyce.
Our penultimate matchup, Penn 6-5 Oklahoma against 7-4 LSU. Both teams angling for positive momentum heading into bowl season. What a performance it was for the Sooners in Week 13, shaking off the turnover woes. The Oklahoma defense flipped the script, suffocating the explosive Crimson Tide offense to cement bowl eligibility and a 24-3 win over Bama. And while there's always so much focus on qualifying for the playoff, the Sooners have shaken off a mid late-season 5-game losing streak in impressive fashion, giving themselves a real shot at a 7-win campaign. After absorbing ample criticism this year, Oklahoma coach Brent Venables praised the play of quarterback Jackson Arnold, whose smart decision-making with his arms and legs propelled the Sooners to a win last week.
Their winliness, their excitement, their passion for, absolutely, Coach, we're ready to go. Tell us what you need us to do. The players have followed their lead and just put their head down, and they've had juice, they've had energy, they've had a great plan, they've had a great rhythm. Joe John called a great game, and the players, including Jackson Arnold, went out there and executed in a really efficient way. Again, Jackson was outstanding, another career high rushing and 9 of 11, just efficient, made good decisions. We did what we needed to do to win.
While LSU dispatched Vanderbilt last week, it wasn't their most convincing effort, still picking up win number 7 at Tiger Stadium. And with the Sooners coming to town, an 8-win season for Brian Kelly and company would feel certainly a lot better than 7-5. The key to earning that 8th win, Kelly says it starts with limiting the Sooners on offense, and knows his defense will have to be ready for Jackson Arnold's dual threat ability.
And a team that, presents a number of different challenges. They ran the ball extremely well this past weekend. Jackson Arnold, I think, is an outstanding quarterback. He can throw it, but we rushed for 131 yards on 25 carries. So I think everybody here knows our history with the quarterbacks that run the football. That will be a challenge for us. They have an offensive line that is coming together, changed in the offensive coordinator position earlier in the year, and it really changed the dynamics of the offense. The offense is now, it was averaging close to 85, 90 plays a game. I think they've had 62 plays their last 2 games. So it is a ball control offense. Jackson Arnold is an outstanding quarterback. He can throw it extremely well, but this is now much more about controlling the football, running the football, playing with physicality. They've got perimeter skill, but I think it's centered around much more of a run-centric quarterback run and take care of the football.
Texas A&M.
We wrap up the SEC regular season with a win-or-go-home matchup, with third-ranked Texas making the short jaunt to Kyle Field to put toe to leather with Texas A&M in a matchup dating back to 1894, but the first meeting between the two heated rivals since 2011. It's been a truly unpredictable 2024 season. One thing you can take to the bank: strong effort on the gridiron every Saturday from Coach Steve Sarkisian in Texas. After a relatively routine win over Kentucky last week, Longhorns have the inside track to qualifying for both the SEC title game and college football playoff, reaching the lofty goals the Longhorn faithful had for the program in the preseason. When asked about knocking off the Aggies, Coach Sark locked in on stopping the Texas A&M offense and believes winning the battle up front will go a long way toward a win.
And they're a very good football team. Coach Elko's done a great job in year one. They definitely have an elite premier defensive front that kind of is the strength of that team. With all that being said, they're good in a lot of other areas as well. They're excellent third down defense. They get after the quarterback. I think offensively they're very efficient. They control the ball. They're a very good red zone offensive football team, and when they get there, they score touchdowns. I think the inserting Reed at quarterback has provided a real spark for them. They're a big offensive football team. They're a big offensive line. They got big receivers. They got a physical running back.
Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, as they say, and after leaving it all on the field in quadruple overtime last week, Aggies came up just short in a close loss to Auburn. And while the loss certainly stings, the Aggies can still make the SEC title game with a win over Texas, giving the 12th man plenty to cheer about come Saturday. When asked about the message to his program before the game, Aggie coach Mike Elko believes his team has been playing for the moment all year and trusts his team to focus on their game plan come Saturday.
When I talked to the team after the game, we obviously talked about the disappointment and what we didn't do right, but I think quickly shifted to, I told him in the locker room, I said, I'm 90% sure this game still means everything, and then we found out quickly after that I was right on that. And so, this game was going to be important to us no matter what, for it to be important on both levels, right? Important within the terms of Texas A&M and what we stand for in the rivalry part of it, but now also in terms of our individual goals of getting to Atlanta. It's what you hope for, right? You hope to get to the last game of the year playing for everything, and we're in the last game of the year playing for everything.
Looking for a great job with a winning team? Join American Italian Pasta Company, part of Winland Foods, right here in Columbia, where they've been proudly producing Mueller's pasta for nearly 30 years. They offer competitive pay, great benefits like 401k match, and paid parental leave. They're hiring industrial industrial multi-craft maintenance techs, packaging and press operators. Positions available on both first and second shifts. A high school diploma or GED and manufacturing experience are required. Apply today at winglandfoods.com/careers and grow with us.
Cooler weather, shorter days, busy schedules. All great reasons to treat your family to a Bullfrog hot tub from Griffin Pools and Spas. The perfect place to relax, unwind, leave the day behind. Only Bullfrog offers the Jetpack Therapy System. Each seat is customized to fit everybody in your family. There's never been a better time to spa and save. Come into Griffin Pools today and reserve your new Bullfrog Spa. Bullfrog Spas. Peaceful body, peaceful mind, peaceful home. Discover more at griffinpoolsandspas.com.
Griffin Pools and Spas. We make you feel good.
WNKT FM Eastover, Columbia, your home of the Gamecocks. 107.5 The Game, a Cumulus media station.
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Gamecock Sports Network. The Gamecocks are ready.
Out of the gun, counter play, back left. Juju open at the 10. Goodbye. Steps up and high, steps into the end zone.
Are you?
Two backs in the backfield, handoff right side, Tonka Hemingway, reaching forward at the goal line. Touchdown, Carolina. Touchdown, Tonka Hemingway. Seller's going to take it himself. Look at the young man explode. And there it goes. There's the speed. Three wide receivers into the boundary. He wants to throw it. Takes in his face, and it's picked off. 48-yard attempt. It's blocked. The Gamecocks got it blocked on smack.
It's game day for the Garnet and Black.
At the 20, 30, open space, 40. Got a convoy at the 30. Wants to throw it into coverage. That's O'Donnell Fortune. Did he get it? You darn right he did. Platt's got his man. DK turns it. It breaks it to 20, 15, 10. That's Gus Simon. Touchdown, Carolina.
This is Gamecock football. Welcome to the Gamecock Tailgate Show, presented by Hoop Tea, a natural spiked hard tea, refreshing beyond belief on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Coming up, we'll head inside the locker room and hear from players and coaches as they get ready for today's matchup. Plus, we'll take a look at scores around the country. Now, to kick things off, here's your host, 2024 South Carolina Statewide Sportscaster of the Year, Chris Miller.
For the 121st time, the Palmetto Series is renewed as the South Carolina Gamecocks make the trip to upstate South Carolina and battle the Clemson Tigers with a noon kickoff. Tyler Cupp joining us. Chet Tucker will be with us later as we set the table for this 121st meeting between your South Carolina Gamecocks and the Clemson Tigers. Both teams, Tyler, with a lot on the line in today's game, including the potential. We say the potential. We'll break this down a little bit later, but the potential of a college football playoff berth.
The coaches don't want to talk about it. The players kind of teased it a little bit. Of course, they're reading all the things. They're listening to all the things. But it's kind of our job to talk about those things, right? It's kind of our job to pontificate throughout the week and say, what if South Carolina does this? What if Clemson does that? And you look at this series, and my goodness, how long has it been since these two teams have met and this much was on the line here today?
Well, let's go back to 2 years ago, the last time they met in Death Valley. The Clemson Tigers, big favorites in that game. They were number 7 coming into it. They had hopes of a college football playoffs. Likely the way it played out that year, if they had beaten South Carolina, then go on to win the ACC championship the next week, they were headed to the college football playoffs. The Gamecocks had other plans. Remember, just a couple weeks before, they had ended Tennessee's college football playoff hopes by beating the Volunteers at Williams-Brice Stadium. Spencer Rattler goes wild. Gamecocks get a 31-30 win in a weird ending. Remember that game? You had 2 costly fumbles by Antonio Williams. That was the big one. The Dutch Fork product fumbles the football on the punt return. The Gamecocks able to get out of there with a 31-30 win that snapped a long winning streak for the Tigers. But that was a stunner for Clemson. The Gamecocks tend to play a little bit better at Clemson than they do at Williams-Brice, at least over the last 20 or so years.
I didn't think about it until you said it that way. The Gamecocks certainly did play spoiler 2 years ago, but if you think about it, for this year, not only can the Gamecocks play spoiler, they can also punch a ticket of their own for a lot of different reasons, as we'll get into throughout the broadcast. But, when it gets to this rivalry game, of course, 2 years ago, you talked about how that game had a wild ending, and it was actually a wild first half. South Carolina trailed in that game, but you felt like they were still in it. They were making enough plays to still be in the game. Certainly defensively, they made some big plays in the second half to seal it in that game. But, man, there's just so much we can talk about with this matchup here today. A lot on the line, not just for the potential playoff, but the directions these programs are going. South Carolina, certainly, the nation is looking at South Carolina as a program on the upswing. Clemson trying to get back to that relevance of, 6-7 years ago. They're close, but not quite there yet. So a lot to talk about today.
Got so much to break down in this matchup. Of course, Clemson leads the all-time series 73-43-4, including a 19-11-1 mark games played at Clemson. We return. We're going to hear from the coaches. First word from Clemson head coach Dabo Swinney and the coach of your South Carolina Gamecocks, Shane Beamer. From kickoff to the last touchdown, Bottles Beverage Superstore has you covered. Shop their wide selection of beer, wine, spirits, and more for all your game day needs. Don't forget to join their free Bottles Club for special member offers. Locations in Columbia, Somerville, Mount Pleasant, and Greenville. Monday to Saturday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., and Sunday, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Check them out at shopbottles.com. We'll be back as the Hoop Tea Tailgate Show continues after this.
You're locked into the Gamecock Tailgate Show, presented by Hoop Tea, new to Columbia and Williams-Brice. Hoop Tea, sunshine in every sip. The Gamecock Tailgate Show is also brought to you by Carolina Ford Dealers. See your Carolina Ford dealer, official partner of Gamecock Athletics, and by Coke Zero Sugar. Tackle game day with a great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? The Gamecock Tailgate Show continues after these messages on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Hoop Tea, sunlight held together by water and tea leaves.
A natural spiked, hard tea, refreshing beyond belief. You will be able to taste the sunshine in every sip.
Hoop Tea, new to Columbia and to Williams-Brice Stadium.
Hoop Tea will make you rethink your day drink.
Please drink responsibly.
Brought to you by KW Beverage, locally owned and operated.
Tom and Marion Knox earned their commerce degrees from the University of South Carolina in the 1930s and went on to own Terminix Service throughout all of South Carolina. Today, their family still owns and operates the business, one of the largest pest control companies in the country. Terminix Service is routinely ranked as one of the best places to work and has over 200,000 customers. When it comes to termite and pest control in South Carolina, trust a Gamecock family and the most respected name in the business. Call 1-800-TERMINIX today or go to trustterminix.com.
This is South Carolina football.
Carolina comes after it. Another block punt, and we dive on it. The special teams and Beamer ball come through again.
Back in 60 seconds on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Gamecock fans, 12 Springs Community Church hopes you, your family, and friends enjoy Gamecock Football Saturday. Pastor Scott Robertson invites you to join 12 Springs Community Church tomorrow morning at 10:30 and Wednesday at 7 p.m. for a wonderful time of worship. 12 Springs Community Church is located on Sunset Boulevard next to 14 Carat. Cheer on the Gamecocks today, then come join them tomorrow for worship. You can check them out online at 12springscc.com. Looking for a great job with a winning team? Join American Italian Pasta Company, part of Winland Foods, right here in Columbia, where they've been proudly producing Mueller's pasta for nearly 30 years. They offer competitive pay, great benefits like 401k match, and paid parental leave. They're hiring industrial multi-craft maintenance techs, packaging and press operators. Positions available on both first and second shifts. A high school diploma or GED and manufacturing experience are required. Apply today at winlandfoods.com/careers and grow with us. Gamecock Football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
This is the statewide kickoff for a Carolina football game day. The Gamecock Tailgate Show. Back to your host, Chris Miller.
As the official airport of the Gamecock, CAE is committed to getting Gamecocks to where they want to go with ease. Operating more than 27 daily nonstop flights to New York City, Dallas, Chicago, Philly, and more, flying locally is now easier than ever. With newly renovated shops and restaurants, CAE is the calm that every travel day needs. Why look anywhere else? Check CAE First Fly Local Fly CAE. For more information about flying out of CAE and complete list of CAE's nonstop destinations, please visit www.flycae.com. Along with Tyler Cup, we're getting you set for the Gamecocks and the Tigers. The Palmetto Bowl set to kick off right at 12 noon from Memorial Stadium in Clemson. Of course, the Gamecocks led by head coach Shane Beamer. The Tigers still led by head coach Dabo Swinney. 2 national championships under his belt. These two guys get along really well. Here's what Coach Shane Beamer said about the opportunity to coach in this rivalry.
I hope everyone takes time to think about all the great things we have in our lives and to be thankful for. For me, that's the opportunity to coach in this game. I said it last week. I've been a part of a lot of great rivalries in my time of the places that I've coached, and this one's right there at the top as well. Just feel so fortunate to be a part of this rivalry. So much history, tradition, great players, great coaches that have been a part of it as well, and I know how much it means to this state. Got a big challenge on our hands. Dabo's done an awesome job with his team this year. Disappointing game 1 against Georgia, but got a lot of respect for the way they didn't listen to all the noise about him and their program and their team after that game, and just stayed focused on getting better and winning the next one, and they absolutely have. They've been on a roll since that game as well, certainly playing their best football right now. For him personally, a ton of respect for him as a person, human being, coach. The consistency that he's had year in, year out at his place is remarkable.
The aforementioned Dabo Swinney, here's what he had to say about the Gamecock defense and that rivalry being a national event.
I think it's as good as we've seen. I mean, they're a great defense. A lot of this is pretty much mostly the same guys that we played against last year. Those guys have been around there forever inside. And they got one new backer in there, pretty much the same secondary guys. But them 2 ends are a problem. Those guys have really created some destruction on that side. The Kennard kid, I believe that's how you say it. He 5, great player. He's leading them in sacks and TFLs, and the young freshman is second, right behind him. So 2 very disruptive guys. They all play hard. They run to the ball. So it's a good football team, across the board, and it should be a heck of a game. It should be a great game, and again, it's great for I think our state and this rivalry to have. It's the highest ranked rivalry game in college football this year. So it's a great stage for both schools, and look forward to competing in it.
Of course, head coach Shane Beamer had this to say about keeping emotions in check and preparing to play the game.
And, this is a game where Dabo's not going to have to go in the meetings throughout the week and in the locker room on Saturday and motivate his guys to play hard, and neither am I. I mean, I'm sure both teams are ready emotionally to play today. If they said, you got to be up there, we'd hop on the bus and head up today and go play. So it's one, making sure you keep what I've talked to our guys about, just, keep your routine throughout the week as well, which is a little bit different this week because of the class situation. But keep your routine and just do what you have to do to prepare to go play your very best on Saturday. And the emotions are, part of it, and it'll be an emotional game throughout, and there'll be electricity in the air, and it's awesome to be a part of. I mean, this is fun and exciting. Last year at this time we were 5-6. Like, that was, I don't want to say pressure, but that wasn't fun. 5-6, and if you don't win, the season's over. That's a different level of mindset than what we have this week, where this is fun and exciting to be a part of. And to me, this is going to be a yearly occurrence. Like, we're not going anywhere, our program. We're only continuing to ascend. And Dabo and Clemson have shown they're not going anywhere. And I think a battle of ranked Carolina versus ranked Clemson, that's going to, with playoff implications, in my mind, is going to be a yearly occurrence around here. So everybody better get used to it.
That was the soundbite for the week. If you listen to sports radio, not just around South Carolina, but around the country, you heard that. Everybody better get used to it. Ranked Carolina and ranked Clemson matching up. Here's what Dabo Swinney had to say about quarterback Lenore Sellers.
Real dangerous. I mean, you don't have to go back very far than the Missouri game, right? I mean, that game's probably over if they sack him. I mean, it'd have been, I can't remember if that was second or third down, but it would have been like, third and 100. Somehow he gets out of that sack and finds an open guy, and it's a huge play. That's what he does. That's today's game, I mean, if you don't have a quarterback who can make plays like that, you're at a disadvantage. That's what everybody's trying to find and recruit, is guys that can on paper, you got them, but you don't. And that's kind of who he is. I mean, he can really make a lot of plays. And they obviously their scheme is gonna accentuate his skills between he and that running back. I mean, it's they got a lot of quarterback counter, a lot of swap zone, a lot of influence swap zone with option, kind of like what we saw last week with the dive and the tight end coming across with the bluff out to block, and then he's pulling it if the end squeezing, and now he's on the edge and he's got an option guy. It's a lot going on, and then when he does drop back, a lot of play action off of that, a lot of boots, a lot of RPOs, a lot of screen game. But when he does drop back, if you don't cage him up and he gets on the edge, you better cover those guys forever, because he creates a lot of big plays. Again, throwing it and running it. I mean, and he's just I think he's a really good player, and he seems like a great kid. He seems like a great leader, and you can kind of see that in how the guys play around him. So he's a problem. He's a real problem.
All right, Tyler, a lot to unpack in that. Your thoughts from hearing first word from the coaches?
Well, first off, and I mean this in the best way possible, and I think Gamecock fans are going to know exactly what I mean when I say this. There's always a little bit of fan when Beamer speaks about certain rivalries and certain matchups, and of course it comes out when he's talking about Clemson, because you know how important this game is to him. So many fans have said that Beamer is the right guy for so many reasons, and it's because he invests so much in this game, in this rivalry, because he knows how much it means to the fans. For Coach Dabo Swinney, my initial reaction hearing him, because that's the first time I actually heard that particular clip. I had heard some other clips. There's a little concern in the voice when he's talking about Lenore Sellers, when he's talking about Kennard and Stewart. Of course, South Carolina, second in the FBS with 39 sacks. They're just 4 away from the all-time record at South Carolina in 43, and all the tackles for loss that they have piled up. But little concern when he's talking about Lenore Sellers and the ability to extend the play. And, that'll be an X factor in this game as we get to it. Both these quarterbacks are very good at extending plays and scrambling and getting on the run. But little concern from Coach Swinney in those audio clips.
Thanks to Sound and Images for the live production of Gamecock Village. They offer 2 brand new meeting spaces 1 block away from Williams-Brice Stadium. Sound and Images is your local commercial audiovisual equipment installer for all needs, operating for over 40 years. Go to soundandimages.net and elevate your AV today. Coming up next, our first look at the Beatbox College scoreboard. That's next as you listen to Carolina football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
A tough math teacher, a dedicated coach, a best friend. People who inspire you to be your best possible self. At Prisma Health, you inspire us. We're making healthcare exceptional for everyone across the Midlands and Upstate. With more access to the highest level of care, research innovations, and patient education, we're committed to helping you be your healthiest you. Prisma Health is proud to be the official team physicians for the Gamecocks. For more information, visit prismahealth.org/Gamecocks.
Your home for South Carolina football.
Inside the 20, leaping a man at the 15, at the 10. Are you kidding me? Touchdown, Carolina.
This is the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
The Southeastern Conference. It's the land of legends, the places, the faces, and moments.
And he's going for it. It's
we've seen the confetti fall again and again. We're not done. It's time for the next generation to make their mark and go from 14 deep to 16 strong. It's a whole new ball game in the SEC, and it just means more.
Spurs up.
Back left. Juju open at the 10. Goodbye. Steps up and high. Steps into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina. Two backs in the backfield. Handoff right side. Tonka Hemingway reaching for it to go line. Touchdown, Carolina. And those knees are pumping it out of the back of the 30. At the 50. Are you kidding me?
Listen to the Gamecocks all season long, right here on your home for South Carolina football. The Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Welcome back to the Gamecock Tailgate Show. Let's get the latest on the college football Beatbox scoreboard.
If the Gamecocks record 350 yards or more on offense, go to the notifications of the Gamecock Game Day app to learn how to receive a free 3-piece chicken tenders with any purchase from Hardee's after regular breakfast hours at Columbia and Orangeburg participating Hardee's on Monday. Chris Miller along with Tyler Cupp. Chet Tucker, our sideline reporter, will be joining us in the next hour as we get you set for Carolina and Clemson. It's number 15 South Carolina, number 12 Clemson. Of course, we're going by the college football playoff rankings, which we'll be talking a lot more about that as the pregame show continues. Time now to check the Beatbox College scoreboard. Beatbox now for sale in Williams-Brice Stadium. Of course, it's 9:20 a.m., so nothing really happening from a standpoint of scores right now. But the game's still to come. You got Ohio State and Michigan. One we'll have our eye on, Tennessee, Vanderbilt. That one's important for the Gamecocks. You want Vandy to win that game. Again, we're going to tell you who you want to win each game. So you want to, Michigan, Ohio State doesn't matter. You want to root for Vandy to beat Tennessee. Illinois, Northwestern doesn't really matter there. Penn State, Maryland. You'd like to see Maryland upset them. I don't know that it really matters as much as this point. Southern Cal and Notre Dame. Of course, you'd love Southern Cal to win that, but I don't know that it makes that much of a difference as well. Now, a couple games you want to keep an eye on. Syracuse, Miami. If you're a Gamecock fan, here is why I think you want to root for Syracuse in this one. Syracuse wins this game. That means Clemson would make it to the ACC championship. I think that would be beneficial to Gamecock fans because if you beat Clemson, Clemson ends up winning the ACC, then you have the win over the ACC champion, which would be poor. But that would also potentially put Clemson as an automatic qualifier, which could mess things up a little bit there. So not really sure on that one. SMU and Cal, you want to root for Cal in that one. Here's a biggie. Auburn, Alabama. Need this big time. You want Auburn to win the Iron Bowl. A lot to play for. They're 5-6 on the season. That game scheduled for 3:30. Arizona State, Arizona. Hey, Arizona, just go ahead. Knocking Arizona State out would be good news there. Arkansas, Missouri, nothing really there. Purdue, Indiana. Purdue's 1-10, but you would love them to take out Indiana. They do. Indiana's toast. Forget about Washington, Oregon. No big deal. Texas and Texas A&M. You really kind of want Texas to win this because that ends Texas A&M's hopes of getting stealing an SEC championship both. Kansas State and Iowa State, root for Kansas State. Again, Iowa State sits at 9-2. That dropped to 9-3, kind of eliminate them. Nevada, UNLV, Houston, and BYU still to come. In the SEC games will still happening that involve non-ranked teams. Louisville and Kentucky in action. You've also got Florida and Florida State. Oklahoma and LSU. Again, you'd like to see Oklahoma probably win that game because Oklahoma, that'd be another good victory for the Gamecocks. Of course, that's a check of your Beatbox College scoreboard. Beatbox now for sale in Williams-Brice Stadium. Hoop Tea is a natural spiked tart tea, refreshing beyond belief. New to Columbia and Williams-Brice. Hoop Tea, sunshine in every sip. Of course, this is the Hoop Tea Tailgate Show live, and we're getting you set for Carolina and Clemson. We return. We're going to get in the old DeLorean, go 88 miles an hour, and rewind and talk about that big win from last week. This is the Gamecock Pre-Game Show on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Are you tired of hard seltzer? Bored with beer? Then it's time for you to try something different. Beatbox. Beatbox is the official party punch of the South Carolina Gamecock Sports Network. Beatbox is gluten-free, low sugar, and resealable, so you can always take the party on the go to your tailgate. There ain't no party like a Beatbox party. Go Gamecocks. Please drink responsibly. You must be 21 or older.
Dominant at 34. Yeah, 34. Believe Wood now. 34 pound. Dominant at 35. 35. Take it to bank it up at 35. Do it again. 30.
Explore, bid, and grow with WorldNet Auctions annual truck and equipment auctions held in Greeleyville, South Carolina. Whether you're bidding on site or online at WorldNetAuctionsLive.com, this is your opportunity to score incredible deals. For details, call 843-426-4255. Licensed under South Carolina's Auctioneers License Number 3965F.
More coverage of South Carolina football after these local messages.
Ball tipped up in the air. It's picked off. The Gamecocks down the far sideline. The linebackers knocked out of bounds.
On the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Prior to the snap, offense calls timeout.
Hey, offense, on me. Huddle up.
Every team enters the field with a game plan, but once the clock starts ticking, we sometimes need to huddle up and regroup. We need to be reminded who we are and where we're headed. I'm Pastor West Church at First Baptist Columbia, and we will huddle tomorrow in downtown Columbia to regroup as we live the Christian life. I want to invite you to be my guest. Join me tomorrow for worship and Bible study. There's a place for you at First Baptist Columbia.
Are you craving a mouth-watering sandwich? Look no further than Andy's Deli. For 45 years, Andy's Deli has been a beloved local spot at 2005 Green Street in Columbia, serving up the most delicious sandwiches and trays. Whether you're stopping by for a quick lunch or planning a special event, Andy's has you covered with fresh, flavorful options that are sure to satisfy. Open Monday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. If you need to place an order, just give them a call. 803-799-ANDY. Experience the tradition of great taste and friendly service at Andy's Deli. Your taste buds will thank you. Gamecock Football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
Ninth play of the drive upcoming. Rocket Sanders up to 62 yards on 13 carries, but Sellers once more going down the field. Got his man caught. Touchdown Carolina. Touchdown Nick Harburg. His third of the year. A beautiful post route from 26 yards out. Nobody within 5 yards, and Sellers again perfect on the post. The extra point could make it 28-9.
Of course, that was from last week where Carolina defeated the Wofford Terriers. Kind of a feel-good game as they get ready to take on the Clemson Tigers. They defeated Wofford by a score of 56-12. Tyler, kind of what we expected for that game. I mean, South Carolina didn't really do anything outstanding, but I think they were focusing on, getting the win, but also eyes on Clemson.
Yeah, it was good to see the Gamecocks still had focus. Not really used as a trap game. I think if that was more of a bigger opponent or a ranked opponent, you could maybe say that. But some interesting numbers to come out of that win, Chris. Gamecocks rolled up over 608 yards of offense against Wofford. That's not only the most in the Shane Beamer era at South Carolina, but the most since 2014, go all the way back to 625 yards against Tennessee. Another big mark, it was the defense, allowing just 27 net rushing yards against the Terriers, fewest allowed since surrendering 26 in 2015. But another big thing that came out of this game for me was the continuing of the emergence of Dale Von Campbell. I mean, you go back to that Missouri game before that, and him being that big target for Lenore Sellers, that reliable target, whether it be in traffic, whether it be on third down. He has been so big for Sellers in the progression of not just the passing game for South Carolina, the progression for Sellers, and really these receivers. The progression in that wide receiver room, which has kind of needed that number one to step up, and maybe it's Campbell today.
Of course, had a look at last week brought to you by Green Law Firm. They're proud to be the official law partners of the Gamecocks. When you've been injured in an auto accident, your first call should be to an attorney. The Green Law Firm fights against the insurance company to get every dollar you deserve. One call, that's all. Call 803-771-BILL. Carolina's set to take on the Clemson Tigers. Of course, Gamecocks know this is as big as it gets. One guy playing in his first Clemson-Carolina rivalry and will be his only is Kyle Kennard. Here's what he had to say about taking on the Tigers.
I knew the rivalry was intense. I figured just because it's a rivalry anyway that it would be intense. But I'm getting here and learning more about it and how it didn't go our way last year, right? But the last time we went up there, it did. So, things like that. And how different factors of the game, I won't get too deep into it, but how different factors of the game have affected previous performances against them and how we're going to do better this week and things like that. So, I'm learning more about the history, and it's meaning more to me.
Here's what QB1 had to say about the environment in Clemson.
Just going to it, like I said earlier, just like as another game. It's like a rivalry game, so it's like a lot of energy, high energy game. But it's just another football game. So.
From one South Carolina native playing in this rivalry, this will be his first time in the rivalry. Of course, Lenore Sellers. Here's one who is an old veteran at this rivalry from the state of South Carolina, Tonka Hemingway.
It means a lot, it's just rivalry week. So Coach put it in our heads, though, we just focus on going 1-0 at this week, and we just let everything happen after that.
Tyler, this is a matchup. It's talked about, I think, this year maybe more so than ever. I think a lot of the discussion going into Thanksgiving was, are people going to be talking about the presidential election, that type of stuff? In South Carolina, I don't think that was the case this year. I know around my dinner table, the discussion, a lot of people, of course, knowing what I do, hey, what's your take on this? How do you feel about this? Clemson and Carolina fans both, but that was the discussion, and I think both fan bases – in my opinion, neither fan base is coming into this game overconfident. I think they both feel, hey, we can win this football game, but they also know we can lose this game. This is the first time this has happened in a decade or more where both fan bases are coming in cautiously optimistic.
But there's also a different level of excitement, right?
Yes.
You go back to what Coach Shane Beamer said this time last year. They had 5 wins and, basically said it wasn't fun because if you don't beat Clemson, then your season's over. So there was so much more pressure on that game. There's pressure in this game, but it's a different kind of pressure because your program's been on the up and up. You've had one of the best seasons you've had in quite some time. And there's so much youth on this team, even though it's one of the more experienced teams in the nation, but they have so much that they have on the bench that we haven't even seen yet. And, of course, you've got a redshirt freshman doing the thing at quarterback with Lenore Sellers. But it's a different level of excitement when both teams have expectations not just for the game ahead, but also the postseason and beyond for Carolina Clemson.
Carolina Clemson set to kick off 12 noon from Memorial Stadium in Clemson. Huge news, Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions announcing that when you buy anything with a Gamecock logo, you donate to the South Carolina NIL program. Gamecock Traditions always gives you the best selection of prices, but now they also give a percentage to NIL. NIL helps keep the best players on the field and is the lifeblood of fielding top talent. Be on the lookout for Gamecock Traditions free signings of athletes in stores with photos, footballs, helmets, and many other items in stock daily. So find the best merchandise and never pay more, but always donate when you do. GamecockTraditions.com are 2 locations, Sunset Boulevard or the Village at Sandhills in the Northeast. Gamecock Traditions, we're fans, too. When we return, the South Carolina Commissioner of Agriculture, Hugh Weather, is going to join us, big Gamecock fan. He's going to tell you all about his thoughts on this big matchup. That when we return, and more of the Hoop T Tailgate Show after this on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
You're listening to pregame coverage of South Carolina football on the Gamecock Tailgate Show, presented by Hoop Tea, a natural spiked hard tea, refreshing beyond belief. The Gamecock Tailgate Show is also brought to you by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealers today. Toyota, let's go places. And by Coke Zero Sugar. Tackle game day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? We'll be back right after this on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
It's not just football season, Gamecock fans. It's tailgate season. So stock yours with plenty of fresh, locally grown, certified SC foods and drinks. Not only will you help support our state's farmers, enjoying farm to table can be on any table, like folding tables and your lap tables, truck tailgate tables, buffet tables, or whatever table. So choose fresh, choose local, choose certified SC. It's a matter of taste. Learn more at certifiedsc.com.
Hey y'all, this is Jesse Bullard with Southern Way Catering. Southern Way has been proudly serving South Carolina for over 40 years and the trusted partner for premium seating in Williams-Brice Stadium. From a casual tailgate to a fine dining experience, plan your next event at Williams-Brice Stadium. A venue, a menu, and an unforgettable experience for events of any size and occasion. To learn more, visit our website at www.thesouthernway.com.
You're listening to Gamecock Football.
Trying to go down the field and into coverage and picked off. 10-10, that's even worry. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Oh, yeah. We're back after these local messages on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Treat your family to a Bullfrog hot tub from Griffin Pools and Spas. The perfect place to relax, unwind, leave the day behind. Only Bullfrog offers the Jetpack Therapy System. Each seat is customized to fit every body in your family, including the just-arrived Bullfrog Swim Spa. There's never been a better time to spa and save. Come into Griffin Pools today and reserve your new Bullfrog Spa. Bullfrog Spas. Peaceful body, peaceful mind, peaceful home. Discover more at griffinpoolsandspas.com.
Griffin Pools and Spas. We make you feel good.
Looking for a true wow, really, are you serious Christmas gift? I'm Jack Oliver, and we have it. A soothing, therapeutic hot spring spa from Jack Oliver's Pool Spa and Patio. Imagine getting that someone special or the family their very own hot spring spa for Christmas, then enjoying it together for years to come. We have Finleo saunas, beautiful patio furniture, and top quality grills too at Jack Oliver's Pool Spa and Patio, 3303 Forest Drive at jackoliverpools.com.
Gamecock football, sponsored by
The Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
Our pregame coverage of South Carolina football continues on the Gamecock Tailgate Show. Once again, here's Chris Miller.
Prism Health is proud to be the official healthcare system and team physicians for the Gamecocks. To learn why USC chose Prism Health, visit prismhealth.org/Gamecocks. Hey, we're getting you set for Carolina and Clemson. Chris Miller here with you on Serpro Game Day, and we got Commissioner Hugh Weathers with the South Carolina Department of Agriculture in with us, and he's always a tradition. He likes to come by for Clemson, Carolina. Happy post-Thanksgiving, Commissioner.
Yeah, I can walk again after overindulging for a couple of days, and it's good to get around and now turn from food and family to football.
That's right. Commissioner Weathers, South Carolina farmers play such a vital role in our lives, producing food, fiber, fuel for all of us. How has this year been for farmers as we experience droughts, tropical storms, and most recently Hurricane Helene?
Well, you just sort of set up the answer with that question. It has been a challenging year for our farmers. Those natural disasters that you just mentioned, we had really good collaboration with Clemson and with others, Farm Bureau, to see what the damage is going to be and put it all together. Farmers suffered over $620 million of crop losses. Now, that's direct losses. What it will mean to the economy is still yet to be determined, because it'll be a higher number because, dollars turn over so many times like that. But quite a year, quite a challenge. So we're doing our best to see what sort of assistance we can bring to our farmers.
Along the lines of keeping farmers productive and profitable, I know throughout the last few years there's been a concerted effort to focus on farmland preservation and conservation. Tell us about those opportunities.
Well, South Carolina's changing. We know our numbers. We're not a 3 million person family anymore. We're a 5.5 million person collection of families. But nevertheless, as our folks keep discovering South Carolina and want to move here, we've got to keep it the state we all have the privilege to enjoy, and maintaining productive farmland is a part of doing that. So we're encouraging farmers to look strongly at conservation easements to bring some value to their operation, to keep it in productive farmland, but also be able to provide for their families and assist in their operations with some of the value that's in their farmland.
For all of us who frequently visit grocery stores, restaurants, and farm stands throughout the state, we see that certified SC Grown logo pretty much everywhere. Talk to us about that program and the importance to us here as South Carolinians.
Well, that certified logo is just like the block C with the gamecock in it, or that orange tiger paw. It is a brand. It tells you can get quality, and it's coming from your neighboring farms right here in the state. And what does that mean? It keeps our dollars in the state. It's supporting our farmers. It's better because of the carbon footprint of moving food less distances, and it's fresher food. So the fresher you can eat, the better it is for you. So it's a sort of a win-win and one more win on it. So really want folks to look for certified SC Grown and choose it whenever they can.
All right, Commissioner, today is the day that all South Carolinians wait for all year round. It's Carolina, it's Clemson, going to put you on the spot. How do you see today's game going?
Well, talent for talent, I think everyone sees the teams pretty matched, but maybe, these games are won and lost in the line of scrimmage unless something, that ball bounces crazy. So given maybe in the trenches, in the line of scrimmage, I think Carolina has maybe a touchdown to 10-point advantage. So for the Gamecock fans, they probably like me that they're glad Clemson is favored. So I hope that gives the guys in Garnet just a little bit more of an edge to really come out on top.
Commissioner, thank you so much for everything that you do and your department does here for the state of South Carolina, make sure we get the proper foods each and every day as South Carolinians.
Well, don't thank me. Thank our farmers.
Daily disposable contacts, the best choice for eye health and the ultimate in convenience. Put them in the morning, take them out at bedtime, and throw them away. Call for a free trial and have a bright, clear Sansbury day. Servpro Game Day continues after this on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Are you a Carolina girl? Scott here with Gamecock Traditions, letting you know about our stylish glitter, repeat designs, and black rhinestone shoes in sizes 6 through 10. We have Campus Couture, Press Box, Erin Andrews, Comfort Wash Tees, and many other brands to help you look great going to the game. Top off your outfits with our teletie bracelet, hair ties, or hair clips, or choose from over 100 styles of earrings, bracelets, or necklaces. 5134 Sunset Boulevard or at the Village at Sandhills, or shop GamecockTraditions.com. Gamecock Traditions, your Gamecock fashion headquarters.
The best things in life never change. They just get better, like Hardee's Original Bag, just $5.99. Loaded with fries, a drink, and 2 full-size favorites. A juicy charbroiled double cheeseburger, melty hot ham and cheese sandwich, or crispy hand-breaded chicken tender wrap. Choose any 2 plus fries and a drink, all only $5.99. Hardee's Original Bag, loaded with handcrafted goodness. It's the greatest meal deal for your buck. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants.
This is South Carolina football.
Carolina comes after it. Another block punt, and we dive on it. The special teams and Beamer ball come through again.
Back in 60 seconds on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Sometimes when a man thinks of having a vasectomy, the first thing that comes to mind is or even,
"Hi, honey, I'm home."
But at Capital Urology, men experience a vasectomy much differently. And rest assured, the last thing on your mind will be...
Talk with Dr. Thomas Edmonds Jr. at Capital Urology. Book your appointment today at vasectomycolumbia.com. Capital Urology. Man up.
Looking for a great job with a winning team? Join American Italian Pasta Company, part of Winland Foods, right here in Columbia, where they've been proudly producing Mueller's pasta for nearly 30 years. They offer competitive pay, great benefits like 401k match, and paid parental leave. They're hiring industrial multi-craft maintenance techs, packaging, and press operators. Positions available on both first and second shifts. A high school diploma or GED and manufacturing experience are required. Apply today at winlandfoods.com/careers and grow with us. Gamecock football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
I'm Chris Horn for the University of South Carolina. USC's new Institute for Clean Water is a collaborative research group focused on helping to solve current and emerging challenges to sustain sources of clean water. Scientists from across the university are involved with the Institute, which is directed by marine science professor Tammy Richardson.
The mission of the Institute is to catalyze and coordinate research on campus and within the state on any issue related to water and water quality and or water quantity, depending on the problem. We want to build partnerships with state agencies and with groups within the state who are interested in clean water. Our research focus is on all aspects related to clean water, be it for drinking water or recreational purposes. We look at biological contaminants and chemical contaminants specifically, particularly new and emerging contaminants.
Richardson says the state of South Carolina typically faces 2 major challenges with water: not having enough during periods of drought and having too much during storm events that cause flooding.
So I think in South Carolina, the bigger concern is partly with drought, particularly in the summer, but I think one of the biggest concerns comes from too much water for the case of coastal flooding, sea level rise, and certainly the flooding incidents that we've seen in the coastal South Carolina in the last few years after strong storms. There's really two sides to water. There's the quality of the water that's there, and then there's the quantity of the water, be it scarcity or oversupply on the flip side.
That's Tammy Richardson, director of USC's Institute for Clean Water, and I'm Chris Horn for the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
It's not just football season, Gamecock fans. It's tailgate season. So stock yours with plenty of fresh, locally grown, certified SC foods and drinks. Not only will you help support our state's farmers, enjoying farm to table can be on any table, like folding tables, and your lap tables, truck tailgate tables, buffet tables, or whatever table. So choose fresh, choose local, choose certified SC. It's a matter of taste. Learn more at certifiedsc.com.
Your home for South Carolina football.
Inside the 20, leaping a man at the 15, at the 10. Are you kidding me? Touchdown, Carolina.
This is the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Currently car shopping? State Credit Union now has auto loan rates as low as 4.25% APR. Plus, you'll have no car payment for up to 90 days, just in time for the holidays. Visit one of State Credit Union's 19 full-service branches or their website, scscu.com, and apply online for your new car loan today. That's scscu.com. Terms and conditions apply. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Attention deal hunters! The Black Friday countdown is on at Carolina Honda Powerhouse. From now until Saturday, snag incredible free gear with every new Honda ATV or side-by-side. Grab a Honda Pioneer 700 or 1000 and we'll throw in a free top and windshield. Get a brand new full-size Honda ATV and enjoy a free winch with your ride. But hurry, these epic offers are this week only. It's Black Friday all week long at Carolina Honda Powerhouse in Columbia. Take exit 70 off I-20, turn by the Flying J. CarolinaHonda.com.
Gamecock football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
Cooper out of the Wildcat. Shotgun snap. Running right side. Cooper wants to throw it. A leaping catch to Brandon Wiles at the 10, 5. Touchdown, Carolina. Touchdown, Brandon Wiles. Pharaoh Cooper with a touchdown pass from 26 yards out.
Or as the old ball coach would say, Pharaoh Cooper with a touchdown to Brandon Wiles in a 2013 Gamecock win over the Clemson Tigers. Bill Green, they're proud to be the official law partner of the Gamecocks. When you've been injured in an auto accident, don't talk to the insurance companies or sign anything until you talk to the Green Law Firm. They'll work hard to get the money you deserve. One call, that's all. Call 803-771-BILL. Chris Miller along with Tyler Cupp. Time now to check the SEC. We call this the SEC Roundtable as we take a look about games going on in the SEC today. And, Tyler, this is one where despite the fact that South Carolina's position in the SEC is determined at this point. No more SEC games to play, obviously. A lot of eyes on a couple SEC games. One happened last night that really, there were two yesterday that could have some factor. Ole Miss and Mississippi State. Let's talk about that one first. Ole Miss came back to win, but remember, they were 14 in the college football playoff rankings. Not a very inspiring victory over Mississippi State. This is a Mississippi State team that finishes the year at 2-10, and Ole Miss had to come from behind to win that. So the question remains, if South Carolina is able to take care of business and win this game, maybe let's say comfortably. Let's say that happens. Again, we're playing a lot of what ifs here.
Yeah.
Is the committee, despite losing the head-to-head back in September to Ole Miss, Are they going to say that South Carolina is a better team than Mississippi now because Mississippi struggled down the stretch? The Gamecocks would have beaten the number 12 team in the nation on the road in maybe a convincing fashion, where Ole Miss struggles mightily at home against a 2-10 football team.
We were talking about this before we came on the air, and this is such a layered conversation, Chris, because you no longer have the BCS. You have the human element, and you have the element of looking at things in so many different ways and so many different facets. And number one, of course, Ole Miss has the head-to-head over South Carolina. But to your point, it was not an impressive Egg Bowl performance for Ole Miss. They had to come back at home to defeat a Mississippi State team that hasn't lost, 10 games, I think, in 20 years. It's been a long time. So not a good performance by Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss. However, another portion of your point is the fact that you look at South Carolina, and again, this is where you add the human element. South Carolina is getting recognition on a national stage and looked at as one of the hottest teams in America in college football. And when you take all that into account, if you actually realistically look at that, it's hard to overcome the fact that they lost the head-to-head matchup and lost as bad as they did at home at Williams-Brice. By the way, that feels forever ago, doesn't it? 27-3. It feels so long ago with the way South Carolina's been playing as of late. But the fact of the matter is, I think that is something they have to take into consideration, as good as the Gamecocks have played.
Georgia defeated Georgia Tech in just an absolute thriller of a game. 8 overtimes, 44-42. Don't really know how much that really factors into the Gamecocks' hopes, but 2 games we got our eyes on today that could play a big factor in where South Carolina's potential college football playoff rankings are. Vanderbilt and Tennessee. Tennessee's 9-2. They dropped to 9-3. With a loss, if Vandy beats them, you got to figure South Carolina with a win would jump them.
Yeah.
Also, Auburn and Alabama. Alabama is 13. Auburn, again, they're 5-6. They need this to go to a bowl. So Auburn beats Alabama. You would think South Carolina could jump them. So, again, you got to get to about number 11 because there's going to be someone outside the top 12 that's going to be an automatic qualifier. So you got to get to number 11 if you want to get in.
I'm going to steal a line from my dear friend Wes Mitchell of Gamecock Central, who is, of course, on the flagship 107.5 down in Columbia. You tend to have these rivalry games get a little drunk. Well, like last night, somebody spiked the eggnog of Georgia and Georgia Tech, going to 8 overtimes. Who would have thought that Georgia Tech would have a 17-point lead in Athens at night, and eventually that game goes into 8 overtimes. So you need some crazy, wild things to happen, as they tend to do in these rivalry games. We're going to talk all about South Carolina Clemson, how crazy things have happened throughout the history of this one. But yes, South Carolina does need some crazy things to happen. Vanderbilt has not beaten Tennessee since 2018. However, this is a much different Vanderbilt team, as we know, a Vanderbilt team that knocked off Alabama. And for Alabama, an Alabama team that is struggling a little bit, and an Auburn team that's playing much better here as of late.
The Palmetto Series is presented by the South Carolina Education Lottery. Since 2002, more than 229,000 lottery-funded scholarships and grants have been awarded to University of South Carolina students. The South Carolina Education Lottery is a proud sponsor of Gamecock Athletics and of all lottery scholarship recipients across the state. Playing for fun is a win for education. We'll wrap up the Hoop T Tailgate Show after this on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
This is Colonel Chris Williamson with the South Carolina Highway Patrol. The South Carolina Department of Public Safety reminds you that alcohol impairment begins with the first drink, and it's never okay to drink and drive.
That's right, Colonel Williamson. This is Coach Beamer. While my team and I want you to have fun as you cheer us on during game day, remember to never drive impaired. Find yourself a designated driver before you come to the game. Your support means the world to us, and that means we need you here next game day.
Gamecock fans, what's the best part of being at a game live? The color. There's nothing more exciting than seeing an entire stadium completely decked out in garnet and black. So why not add to that and put yourself right in the middle of it all? Because that color encompasses everything, from the tailgating and the fight songs to the marching band halftime shows. So let your true colors show and get ready to yell and cheer until you're blue in the face by scoring verified tickets today at Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the University of South Carolina Gamecocks. Get tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
More coverage of South Carolina football after these local messages.
Ball tipped up in the air. It's picked off. The Gamecocks down the far sideline. The linebackers knocked out of bounds.
On the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
When you want a winning look for your windows, put in Robert Myers and the team from Budget Blinds of Forest Lake. Locally owned and operated Budget Blinds of Forest Lake can provide your windows with exclusive styles to create the look you want at the budget you need. Budget Blinds of Forest Lake has the backing of the largest provider of custom window coverings in North America, so they can provide the best products and warranty to match your budget. And Budget Blinds has smart home automation capabilities. Call Robert Myers at 803-832-0366 or visit budgetblinds.com today.
Cooler weather, shorter days, busy schedules, all great reasons to treat your family to a Bullfrog hot tub from Griffin Pools and Spas. The perfect place to relax, unwind, leave the day behind. Only Bullfrog offers the Jetpack Therapy System. Each seat is customized to fit everybody in your family. There's never been a better time to spa and save. Come into Griffin Pools today and reserve your new Bullfrog Spa. Bullfrog Spas. Peaceful body, peaceful mind, peaceful home. Discover more at griffinpoolsandspas.com.
Griffin Pools and Spas. We make you feel good.
Gamecock football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
Our pregame coverage of South Carolina football continues on the Gamecock Tailgate Show. Once again, here's Chris Miller.
In today's fast-paced world, you'll really appreciate Sansbury Eye Center's selection, style, comfort, price, and 1-hour service. What you'll love most of all is the precision of your vision. That's what a bright, clear Sansbury day is all about. Along with Tyler Cupp getting you set for Carolina and Clemson. The Tigers uniform report, Tyler, they are going to be orange on orange on orange. Gamecocks look to be white on white with black helmets, so that looks to be the setup. Uniforms are always important. You got to have the drip going on. You got to make sure you look right, Tyler.
Yeah, the little drip. Right. Want to look good and want to excite the fans, too. You know, it seems like it's an event. I'm sure it is for most teams when South Carolina announces the uniform each week. And the social media team for the Gamecocks do such a great job of announcing that week to week.
Speaking of drip, a guy who's really played well for Clemson, despite the fact that, you know, you talk to some Clemson fans and they say, oh, man, he's not the guy. Cade Klubnik has had a very good season so far. Not just good, but great. I think part of the knock on him is the poor guy followed Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence, who, look, let's face it, for many programs would be a once-in-a-lifetime type quarterback. Clemson just happened to have him back-to-back years. But Klubnik's stats, 2,761 yards passing, at a 64% completion rate, 29 TDs, just 4 interceptions. He's also run the football very effectively, not huge numbers, but 82 carries for 375, including a 55-yarder in that victory over Pittsburgh that won the game. So he's one of those guys that's sneaky athletic. You have to be prepared because at any point he can tuck it and take off and burn you for 20, 30 yards a carry.
And, you know, his progression is interesting because I can remember when he first came out the gate, Clemson fans were not completely sold on Cade Klubnik. They were I
think they're still not completely sold on Cade Klubnik.
They were a little impatient, maybe still are to a certain extent when you're talking about wanting him to be the guy. And listen, it's that old sports cliche. Nobody wants to be the guy to follow the guy. And you mentioned it, Trevor Lawrence and Deshaun Watson, who's going to be the person to follow him. And it's been Cade Klubnik, and he's done a pretty good job, all things considered. He's had a banged-up offensive line this year. He's had a banged-up set of skill players. You know, Maffa is not 100% today, his leading running back. But the stat you brought up, Chris, I'm going to go back to those rushing numbers. Only 375 yards rushing on the year. However, his ability to escape the pocket, his ability to extend plays, his ability to scramble has really led to a lot of Clemson's success. I mean, you go down to the wire of some of the games that Clemson has won. I mean, that Pittsburgh game. Pittsburgh could not put Clemson away. And that's what South Carolina is going to really have to do. If they have any sort of advantage in this game, they're going to have to find a way to put Clemson away when they need to in the second half, because Clemson just keeps coming at you. And for Cade Klubnik, you know, when nobody's open downfield, he's a guy that can truly make things happen on the run.
Of course, Phil Maffa, the running back, also very effective running the football, over 1,000 yards rushing, replacing Will Shipley, who graduated last year. Thanks to Sound and Images for the live production of Gamecock Village. They offer 2 brand new meeting spaces, 1 block away from Williams-Brice Stadium. Sound and Images is your local commercial audiovisual equipment installer for all needs, operating for over 40 years. Go to soundandimages.net and elevate your AV today. Stay tuned. Up next, we've got Serve Pro Gamecock Game Day. And you know we'll be joined by our sideline reporter, Chet Tucker. He's at Memorial Stadium standing on that field. He'll be with us in the next hour. This is the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Do you have a paint project, commercial, industrial, or at home? Sherwin-Williams is a global leader in paints and coatings with 25 local locations across Columbia, Augusta, and surrounding areas. Sherwin-Williams inspires and improves the world by coloring and protecting what matters. Book a free virtual color consultation for your next project, large or small, or do it yourself with our Color Snap Visualizer app. Ask how. Ask now. Ask Sherwin-Williams.
You're listening to Gamecock Football.
Trying to go down the field and into coverage and picked off. Into 10, that's even worry. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Oh, yeah. We're back after these local messages on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Diamond Dental Studio, a cosmetic and family dental practice in Forest Acres, privately owned by Dr. Julia Michael for 20 years, takes care of patients from age 2 to 102. Dr. Michael's gentle, well-trained team offer personalized and confidential care, taking time to listen to their patients and answer questions. Diamond Dental Studio will customize a plan to fit your needs and budget. Plus, they have an in-office membership club for patients who do not have other dental benefits. Diamond Dental Studio, your smile reflects our care. Now accepting new patients. Are you craving a mouth-watering sandwich? Look no further than Andy's Deli. For 45 years, Andy's Deli has been a beloved local spot at 2005 Green Street in Columbia, serving up the most delicious sandwiches and trays. Whether you're stopping by for a quick lunch or planning a special event, Andy's has you covered with fresh, flavorful options that are sure to satisfy. Open Monday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. If you need to place an order, just give them a call. 803-799-ANDY. Experience the tradition of great taste and friendly service at Andy's Deli. Your taste buds will thank you. Gamecock Football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
Welcome to Gamecock Game Day on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Gamecock Game Day is brought to you by Serve Pro, like it never even happened. In the next hour, we'll go behind enemy lines and get an opposing viewpoint of today's matchup. And we'll head back to the locker room and hear more from the players and coaches as they get set for kickoff. Now, back to your host, Chris Miller.
We're getting close. 120 minutes away from kickoff. Leftover turkey still bumbling in your belly as this Saturday after Thanksgiving. You know, it's really one of the best here in the state of South Carolina. As you heard, I'm Chris Miller. He's Tyler Cupp. You know, on Friday night, typically after Thanksgiving, you have playoff high school football. Everybody's in town you go to. Then everyone gets together for this big matchup. South Carolina and Clemson. It is a tradition that is generations old. Dads and sons, mothers and daughters, granddads, grandkids, we all gather around, and it's Carolina, it's Clemson, and that's just how you're raised. You're not raised to be a fan of both, Tyler. You're raised to be a fan of one or the other, and you know, and there's a lot we call it in South Carolina, it's a mixed marriage, right? If a Clemson fan marries a Carolina fan, right? That's the way it works, and that's what's happening here. You have so many marriages, brother, sister, that are split by Carolina and Clemson, and it all renews today.
Well, the key thing you said there is you're raised to be a fan of one. You don't get a choice.
No.
You don't get a choice. Yeah.
And if you do, you're ostracized, right? You're shunned. I mean, that's well, you do see some – there's even circumstances I know where you've had a child that decides, okay, parents are Clemson fans. A kid says, I want to go to Carolina. I've heard parents say, that's fine. Get you a scholarship. I will write a check to anywhere in the country. I'm not writing a check. And that kid 30 points in this game. I just get the feeling with the way the offense has been playing. The question is, can South Carolina's defense slow down Clemson enough and get one of those big splash plays we've seen, whether it be Kennard with a strip sack, Dylan Stewart, or how about Nicky Manwari? And that's something, too. This rivalry, someone asked me, what does this rivalry mean to the state of South Carolina? I think, in my opinion, it means more to the Gamecock players, and here's why. Look across that roster for South Carolina. O'Donnell Fortune, South Carolina. Lenora Sellers, South Carolina. Nikki Minmori, South Carolina. You start looking at these position players. Tonk Hemingway, South Carolina. Boogie Huntley, South Carolina. You can keep going. Boom, boom,
Lenora
boom.
Sellers.
Yeah, I mean, you keep naming these. Clemson. Kate Klubnik? No.
Nope.
Phil Muff? No. Like, Clemson just is not filled with South Carolina natives. And so, while this is a rivalry and it grows with you, you didn't grow up in the rivalry. You just didn't, where you were a fan of one or the other. And, there's an old – it just means more. Sometimes it does.
The way Coach Shane Beamer has been recruiting within the state, and he's made it public knowledge, there's no insight here or inside knowledge that we have. He has talked about wanting to own the state in recruiting. And when you talk about that, you're talking about how these in-state matchups mean so much more to these players. And even a guy like Lenore Sellers, who, wasn't necessarily born in this rivalry. He played high school in the state of South Carolina, but it doesn't faze him. However, I was checking out the podcast with Luke Doty, 1801 Media, learning a little bit more about Lenora Sellers. He is now understanding over the course of this year how much this means to his teammates and how much it means across the locker room and across the fan base for South Carolina. And even a guy like that, you're seeing how much it means more to him. But that's a great point by you with the, Clemson hasn't been really recruiting South Carolina as much for whatever reason. They're going into Texas, going into Georgia, but the Gamecocks, for them, it just means more.
And you hear that. You and I both are very involved in high school football, and there are coaches in this state who historically have been Clemson fans I've talked to in the past 2 weeks and have said, I'm rooting for the Gamecocks this year. And I'm saying, whoa, why? Because of what Shane Beamer is doing in this state to recruit. He is knocking on the doors at these high schools. He's building relationships with these coaches. He's going and looking at players that Clemson just isn't. And I think that's one of the big reasons he's having success in getting players like Lenora Sellers. Keep in mind, Jalen Sellers, the younger brother of Lenora's, coming to play at South Carolina. He'll be here next year. You look at some of the talent, Jazavion Currents, a very talented wide receiver defensive back at South Point High School, which has a deep tradition at South Carolina of great players. He is coming to play for the Gamecocks. He's only a junior, the number 1 rated player in next year's class. Malik Clark, a guy from Rock Hill High School who was committed to Florida State, decommits and is now coming to play at South Carolina. So this is the inroads that Shane Beamer and his staff are making in this state. And if you remember, when South Carolina had this thing rolling under Spurrier where you won 11 games for 3 seasons in a row, you had Gilmore, you had Lattimore, you had Clowney, you had these guys from the state of South Carolina, Swearinger, that were key cogs in this program that got it to be an elite program that got as high as to number 4 in a season-ending ranking.
And I will just add to that by saying, if you want national prominence, it starts with being the head of the table in your own state. And that starts with owning your state in recruiting, and that starts also with owning your rival in Clemson. How many states have 2 prominent premier programs, one in the SEC, one in the ACC, like the state of South Carolina? And if South Carolina wants to own this rivalry and then go on to national prominence like Clemson has had in the last 6-7 years, it starts with that recruiting, and it starts with beating your rival in Clemson.
We got so much to come here on the Servpro Game Day, Gamecock Game Day. We're going to hear from the voice of the Clemson Tigers, Don Munson. Always great to chat with him about the season that's been for the Tigers. Plus, we'll hear from our friends at Prism Health and our sideline reporter, Chet Tucker. He is standing by on the field at a Memorial Stadium. Gamecock Nation, it's your turn to make the highlight reel with Founders Federal Credit Union. Their competitive rates, elite financial tools, and unrivaled service are exactly what you need to champion your financial goals. Visit an office near you or foundersfcu.com to see how you can level up your financial game today. We're just getting started on Servpro Gamecock Game Day on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
When this is the sound of a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water gushing through your living room ceiling because a pipe burst inside the wall, there's reason to panic unless you pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-SERVPRO at the first sign of water damage. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
The Carolina Jackpot $5 scratch-off ticket is back, giving you a chance to win up to $200,000 while supporting future Gamecocks. And level the playing field with the Second Chance promotion for another shot to win $50,000, $75,000, or $100,000. Let's show them what we're made of, Gamecocks. The South Carolina Education Lottery, supporting education for more than 20 years. Overall odds are 1 in 3.98. Top prize odds are 1 in 520,000. Second chance odds depend on number of entries received.
This is South Carolina football.
Carolina comes after it. Another block punt, and we dive on it. The special teams and Beamer ball come through again.
Back in 60 seconds on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Whether it's a place to live or a place to play, it's hard to find a lender who understands land financing. Ag South Farm Credit specializes in lending for land and farms. Lock in a rate for up to 20 years. If you're thinking about buying land, call 844-AG-SOUTH or visit agsouthfc.com to start your journey to country living today. Ag South, loans for land, farms, and homes. NMLS number 619788, an equal housing lender.
Hey, this is Nikki Stengel, manager of the Nest Showroom. We offer a wide variety of affordable products in plumbing, lighting, and appliances, providing our clients with a unique and convenient place to shop. The Nest has product specialists on site to provide you the attention to detail and service you deserve. We believe in providing exceptional customer service and inspiring beautiful interiors and design, doing whatever it takes to get the job done. Come see for yourself. The Nest Showroom, located at 1331 Gadsden Street in the Vista.
Gamecock football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
3 wide receiver set, shotgun snap. Thompson got some time, throwing down the middle, got his man on a bullet at the 10. Ace breaks away at the 5. Touchdown Carolina, touchdown Ace Sanders.
That was a big year for South Carolina at Clemson in 2012. The Gamecocks absolutely demolished the Tigers. Dylan Thompson fills in for the injured Connor Shaw, if you remember, in that game. And Thompson just puts on a performance. But the big performance of that was Jadeveon Clowney, 4.5 sacks, set a Memorial Stadium record that still stands today for most sacks in a game at Memorial Stadium. When the holidays get real, start at Kohl's and Kohl's.com, where you'll find amazing Black Friday deals on everything you need, all in one place, so you can focus on the moments that matter. Kohl's, where families come first.
You know, Chris, you talked about Jadeveon Clowney. That is quite the tee-up for a lot of things that South Carolina could accomplish today with that defense. Kennard just 1.5 sacks away from that record that Clowney holds. The Gamecocks as a team 4 sacks away from an all-time program record of 43. You know, they're averaging about 3-4 sacks a game. So this is an opportunity for South Carolina to do a lot of historic things. And I don't think people understand, you know, you talk about the rivalry, you talk about having a chance at punching a ticket to the postseason if things go your way in the college football playoff. But think about what the Gamecocks have done so far this year. They've got a chance today to win their 4th road game for just the first time since 2006. And, you know, you talk about possibly winning 9 games today. That would be their first time since 2017, and they haven't won 6 in a row since 2013. So saying all that, those are a lot of great numbers, a lot of great fluff, but Shane Beamer in his press conference every week, and I love what he said this week, they're not going anywhere. This is their opportunity to ascend. This is their opportunity to keep this going. This isn't, you know, a week on and week off, and I'm just going to call it what it is. I know a lot of Gamecock fans out there. Some have been texting me here this morning. Appreciate them listening. Gamecock fans, really the last, 15, 20 years of fandom has been, well, we look great this week. What happens next week? Can you remember, you probably have to go back to that period of, 2010 to 2014, where the Gamecocks were this consistent week in and week out. Not just on defense. We talk about the progression of the offense. That offense has been consistent going all the way back to the Alabama game.
Yeah, and of course you look at the continued improvement on Lenore Sellers, and here's what Coach Shane Beamer had to say about the similarities between Sellers and Cade Klubnik.
You see some similarities, just the way that probably the biggest thing that jumps out, Alan, is their ability to get themselves out of trouble in the pocket. I mean, Lenore's, obviously, it's been well written and talked about, some of the sacks that he's gotten out of. You could say the same thing about Cade as well. I mean, there's a lot of plays where he's sacked and he comes out of there, and it's not just coming out of there, it's coming out of there and throwing a 50-yard touchdown pass. You know, he had one against Virginia Tech where they had him on the ground. He comes out of it, throws a touchdown pass down Virginia Tech's right sideline. There's one against Virginia where he gets out of it, rolls out, and throws a deep ball down the left side to Virginia's sideline. There's one against Pitt where he gets out of there and runs for positive yardage. So his ability to get himself out of trouble is really, really impressive. And then I think just the way that he's grown as a passer as well. You see that development just like Lenore's, and think a lot of him. I got to know him in high school when I was coaching at Oklahoma, and Austin, Texas was my recruiting area, and so recruited him, and we had him up to a couple games in Norman from down there in Austin, and think a lot of him as a person, and enjoy watching him play.
Across the way, here's what Dabo Swinney had to say about the intensity of this Carolina-Clemson rivalry.
There is an intensity in this game that is I think unique. I mean, it really is. So we're not in the same conference. Alabama-Auburn in the same conference. They were in the same division forever, right? But it's bragging rights. That's what it comes down to. But it means a lot to the people in this state, and you live with it. Every game is personal, but I've never had many people walk up to me in a grocery store and say, hey, I can't believe you lost to Pittsburgh, or whatever. But you lose to the Gamecocks, you're going to hear it every day, and vice versa. And that's just the way it is. So that's why it's a rivalry game, and it goes back a long time.
I don't think Coach Dabo Swinney could have said it better. I mean, He hit the nail on the head. Mm-hmm. He's right. I mean, the coach say, we treat it one game at a time, every game's equal. No, it's not. Stop. Yeah. That is coach talk, and that's basically Dabo Swinney, pulled the curtain back, and the wizard was there to be seen, right? I mean, he said exactly what we know. This one means more. Yeah. It just does. You hear about it. You're not going to hear it. South Carolina's not going to hear about that loss to Ole Miss if you take care of Clemson, right? All they talk about is, man, you beat Clemson, yada, yada, yada. It's just, this game just means more.
This is the 7th time the teams have played as ranked opponents. Gamecocks are 5-1 in the previous 6. Hard to believe that this is only the 7th time these two teams have played when they're ranked, but both these teams have earned that ranking. Again, by the time you get to this point in the season, you are what your record states. You are who you are. You are what you've showed to this point. A lot of times when you see ranked opponents in the first month of the season, it was based off preseason rankings. No shade to Kentucky, but, Kentucky early in the season was not who we thought they were. But Clemson is who the Gamecocks think they are, and same thing with South Carolina. Clemson knows what the Gamecocks bring to the table, and for Dabo Swinney to say that, I think speaks volumes. A guy that also understands this rivalry very well.
And you mentioned that this is only the 7th time these two teams meet as ranked opponents. And this happens so rarely because in a state the size of South Carolina, it is difficult for both teams to be top 25 programs. The Lattimores, the Gilmores, the Clowneys, the Swearingers, those were the guys that led to that program having 33 wins over a 3-year span.
Chris, the more you talk about that, you are really selling me on this. And you think about...
Of course I am. I'm a salesman. That's what I do.
Yeah. You think about the makeup of both these rosters right here in the now, okay? Right here in the now. South Carolina has more homegrown talent and more guys on the up and up. And there's a pride, there's a tradition, there's more at stake for those guys playing in this game, as where you have Clemson guys from Texas and Georgia. And when it means the most, maybe South Carolina has the edge.
As the official airport of the Gamecocks, CAE is committed to getting Gamecocks to where they want to go with ease, operating more than 27 daily nonstop flights to New York City, Dallas, Chicago, Philly, and more. Flying locally is now easier than ever with newly renovated shops and restaurants. CAE is the calm that every travel day needs. Why look anywhere else? Check CAE first. Fly local, fly CAE. For more information about flying out of CAE and a complete list of CAE's nonstop destinations, please visit www.flycae.com. When we return, Brad Muller. He's standing by with our friends from Prism Health as Serpro Game Day continues on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
And into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. One crisp taste, 4 simple ingredients. All natural Bud Light.
48-yard attempt. It's blocked. The Gamecocks got it blocked.
At any game time moment in every beer, we strive to make life easier to enjoy. Ice cold Bud Light and all the games.
Are you kidding me?
Easy to drink and easy to enjoy. Please drink responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The best things in life never change. They just get better, like Hardee's Original Bag, just $5.99. Loaded with fries, a drink, and 2 full-size favorites. A juicy charbroiled double cheeseburger, melty hot ham and cheese sandwich, or crispy hand-breaded chicken tender wrap. Choose any 2 plus fries and a drink, all only $5.99. Hardee's Original Bag, loaded with handcrafted goodness. It's the greatest meal deal for your buck. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants.
Your home for South Carolina football.
Inside the 20, leaping a man at the 15, at the 10. Are you kidding me? Touchdown, Carolina.
This is the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
At Atkins Law, we believe who you hire matters, but don't take our word for it. Hear it from our clients.
From the front desk to the paralegals answering my questions to the one I have in my back, I couldn't ask for a better team of professionals.
From our first phone call to meeting Joe in person, I knew I was going to be in good hands.
Holly has a great practice, and her various experiences brings tons of knowledge to each of her clients.
Remember, who you hire matters.
Visit hollyatkinslaw.com.
Attention deal hunters! The Black Friday countdown is on at Carolina Honda Powerhouse. From now until Saturday, snag incredible free gear with every new Honda ATV or side-by-side. Grab a Honda Pioneer 700 or 1000 and we'll throw in a free top and windshield. Get a brand new full-size Honda ATV and enjoy a free winch with your ride. But hurry, these epic offers are this week only. It's Black Friday all week long at Carolina Honda Powerhouse in Columbia. Take exit 70 off I-20. Turn by the Flying J. CarolinaHonda.com.
Gamecock football sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
Welcome back to Gamecock Game Day on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Hi, everyone. Brad Muller joined by Dr. Chris Mazaway. He's a board-certified, fellowship-trained orthopedic surgeon specializing in sports medicine, arthroscopic surgery, and the treatment of complex shoulder, elbow, and knee injuries at Prisma Health. We've heard from Dr. Mazaway before. Of course, he serves as department chair and is a clinical associate professor of orthopedic surgery with the University of South Carolina School of Medicine. In addition to his roles with Prisma Health and the medical school, he's been a team physician for the Gamecocks for a number of years. And Dr. Mazaway, I appreciate you joining us as always. Let's start with the relationship between Prisma Health and Gamecock Athletics. We know Prisma Health is the official team physicians, but what does that actually mean, and how does your team care for our student athletes?
Yeah, so we are the official team physicians of USC Athletics, and that means we actually care for our USC athletes. You know, as mentioned, I've been a team physician for USC Gamecocks for over 20 years, as has my orthopedic colleague, Dr. Jeffrey Guy. And so we have a whole team of individuals that help us take care of our student athletes. And again, what that means is that if the quarterback for the football team or the setter for the volleyball team or one of our swimmers or one of our cheerleaders, if they have an injury or a medical issue, we have a team that take care of them and actually provide their care. So again, we're on the front lines actually taking care of our student athletes at USC.
Of course, last year, Gamecock Athletics officially dedicated the medical space in the Long Family Football Operations Center as the Prisma Health Sports Medicine Center in recognition of the relationship. Give us some insight into what happens in that space and how special it is to have it forever named in honor of the care you guys provide for the team.
Yeah, it's really important, and I think what that shows is the commitment of Prisma Health to provide the highest level of sports medicine care to our USC athletes. You know, Prisma Health and the University of South Carolina and the University of South Carolina School of Medicine share a very special relationship with regards to the particular issue we're talking about as far as caring for our student athletes. But it goes way beyond that. It goes to the relationship as far as providing education for healthcare providers throughout the state of South Carolina. It goes to the research that's being done in combination between Prisma Health and the University of South Carolina. And so it's been a wonderful relationship between Prisma Health and the University of South Carolina. And I think that this sports medicine center within the Long Family Football Operations Center is just a acknowledgement of that relationship and commitment to providing these highest levels of care.
Well, in addition to the Gamecocks, I know your team of orthopedic and sports medicine providers, they take care of athletes from almost every team in the region, whether it's high school, universities, and even professional teams like the Columbia Fireflies. What is it about Prisma Health that makes you guys the preferred choice for all of these major athletic programs?
I think the easy answer right now is experience. And so we've been building our sports medicine program for over 2 to 3 decades. And again, we have the great fortune of having access to a lot of different teams and student athletes. We have a huge athletic training network that we've built over decades. Again, we have numerous consultants that we can utilize to take care of all of these high school, college, and other student athletes. And I also want to say that when we talk about athletes, we also care for what we call the weekend warriors, right? The 40-year-olds and 50-year-olds and 60-year-olds that are out there playing pickleball and golf and tennis and enjoying the things that they love to do. And it's our job to try to make them better so they can do the things they love to do, just like our high school and college student athletes.
Good stuff. Dr. Mazawey, I appreciate the time.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Absolutely. To learn more about the Prisma Health Sports Medicine Center and why Gamecock Athletics chose Prisma Health to care for our student athletes, visit prismahealth.org/Gamecocks. For Dr. Chris Mazawey, I'm Brad Muller. This is Gamecock Football from Learfield.
A tough math teacher, a dedicated coach, a best friend. People who inspire you to be your best possible self. At Prisma Health, you inspire us. We're making healthcare exceptional for everyone across the Midlands and Upstate. With more access to the highest level of care, research innovations, and patient education, we're committed to helping you be your healthiest you. Prisma Health is proud to be the official team physicians for the Gamecocks. For more information, visit prismahealth.org/Gamecocks.
We are so excited. Sound and Images has upgraded to a phenomenal facility at 807 Bluff Road, right there across the street from our friends at the State Fair. We have new upgraded facilities, a video conferencing room experience that will seat up to 35 people depending on configuration. We also have meeting space and venue space on property to offer our partners at Sound and Images. Please contact Sound and Images at soundandimages.net, your commercial AV installation and live event production specialists.
More coverage of South Carolina football after these local messages.
Ball tipped up in the air. It's picked off. The Gamecocks down the far sideline. The linebackers knocked out of bounds.
On the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Holzenbach Heating and Air, the Midland's most trusted heating and air conditioning specialist, providing quality repairs, installations, and maintenance for your home and business. They sell the best and fix the rest. Call Holzenbach Heating and Air today, 803-685-7920. That's 803-685-7920. Proud sponsor of 107.5 The Game football coverage. Holzenbach Services, 803-685-7920.
Bill Gunner for Old Tommy Meat Market. What better way to spend a great night with your family than with some great cuts of meat from Old Tommy Meat Market? You can grill out, whether it's your family, your friends. Old Tommy Meat Market has plenty of Traeger grills in stock, plenty of pellets, rubs, sauces, and accessories too. Come on by Old Tommy Meat Market in Lexington today to take a good look at the many sizes of Traeger grills. Old Tommy Meat Market and Traeger grills, a perfect combination.
Old Tommy Meat Market, quality selection, a cut above the rest.
Gamecock Football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
This is Serpro Game Day on the Gamecock Radio Network, and it's time for our Food Line Food for Thought as we visit the other side and welcome in Don Munson, the longtime voice of the Clemson Tigers. Don, the Tigers come into today's game 9-2, a number 12 national ranking. How would you evaluate the season up to this point?
Oh, I think that you would say this is a pretty good season for Clemson. You know, obviously they did have a hiccup, the loss at home to Louisville, and as all of us are finding, I mean, I'm not telling Gamecock fans or Clemson fans anything that they don't know, but, you know, you lose a game like that, and, man, the implications just seem to get bigger and bigger as you work your way throughout the season. I think that's what this 12-game or this 12-team playoff was all about, as a matter of fact. I think it has increased the importance of the regular season, but I think that Clemson's had a very solid year. They certainly can make it a very good year with a win here today, and if they get a little bit of a help later on today, maybe even a berth into the ACC championship game.
Quarterback Cade Klubnik now at the end of his second full season as QB1. His stats have been impressive. He's got 29 touchdowns, only 4 picks. What has made him so special this season?
Oh, I just think that his maturity level and also just experience. I think that we've seen him just kind of get better and better with each game. He's been taking a step forward each and every week, and that's what you want to see. I mean, that's the growth of a quarterback. It's happened there in Columbia. You know, obviously, Sellers has grown up right in front of everybody's eyes, and we're seeing a little bit more of that out of Klubnik this year, coming off of last year, as you will expect to see, I think, for South Carolina next year with their quarterback situation. So just experience, it means a ton. I know that fans don't like that because, you know, it seems like everybody always wants to compare them to this or that. Yeah. But mostly those comparisons are guys that have already been playing 3, 4, maybe in this day and age, 5 years at quarterback. So it takes some time with a quarterback, but I think that Cade, you know, has got now plenty of experience, and he's making much better decisions. And
I'm glad you say that because you hear sometimes fans say, Cade's not to this level, but, you know, Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence were pretty special. You know, they were like once-in-a-generation type quarterbacks, and it's difficult to follow guys like that.
There's no doubt about it. You know, obviously Klubnik has 50 career touchdown passes now at Clemson. That's 4th all time, by the way, and he's only 40 behind second place, which is both Watson and Lawrence, who both threw for 90, and then, of course, you have Taj Boyd, who threw for 107. But, you know, it just goes to show you, even at Clemson in this day and age, it's, you know, the air that Klubnik is now beginning to put himself in is pretty rarefied.
Toting the football, Phil Maffa has had no problem really stepping in the role left by Will Shipley. How important has Maffa been to this offense?
Oh, I think he's been, you know, maybe one of the most important keys to everything is you got to have a running game to go along and set up the passing game. And Phil's been banged up a little bit here as of late. Obviously, only had 13 snaps last week against the Citadel, which was probably a good thing. Maybe try to get him rested up a little bit. But the shoulder's been bothering him a little bit. He's actually wearing those devices on the shoulder that only allows him to lift it so high. And so it'll be interesting to see today, you know, how he goes about taking contact. And you know, he's been running out of bounds a little bit, maybe when he could have taken some contact. So it'll be interesting to see if that's a little bit different here today.
Defensively, the Tigers have given up 20 points or less in 7 of their 11 games. How have they been able to do that?
Oh, and I think that the defense has been a little maligned, to be perfectly honest with you, because early on, as Coach Sweeney likes to do, you know, he gets out to some big leads in games earlier this season, and then would play his 3rd and 4th string guys in there, and he had to do that. He had to try to develop some depth, had to get some film on these guys, and the only way that they're going to learn is actually playing against somebody else other than their own teammates. And so some of the numbers kind of got skewed, but I think that this defense overall is pretty doggone good. I love the front 7 for Clemson, and it's been the back 4. How does a back 4 or maybe even back 5, depending upon if you're going 4-2-5, something along those lines. But there have been pieces that are growing up. Sammy Brown certainly has been a very pleasant surprise here his freshman year. We all knew that the talent was there, but to see it now really start coming to fruition, T.J. Parker is raising his game to another level. This is going to be a lot of fun watching these two defensive units get after it on the field here today.
This rivalry takes on a new role this season with both teams battling for a potential college football playoff berth. How do Clemson fans, players, and coaches feel about it?
Oh, I mean, they feel just the same way that South Carolina feels about it. You know, they both would love to would love to win this game and knock the other one out. I mean, that makes the rivalry game even that much more special, even that much more fun, and maybe even a little bit more. Fan bases get nervous the closer it gets to a kickoff. Fan bases get nervous from that standpoint, and so it does. But I love it. I love that there's that much focus on the game. There's that much importance on the game, and I think it will make both teams play a little bit better.
Looking back on your time with Clemson, what has been your favorite memory in this rivalry?
Well, I would probably have to say 2014. That was my first year of actually calling Clemson football. Clemson wins that game, and so anytime that you're part of a play-by-play voice as a winning call over your rival, I think that's big. And so I would probably take you all the way back to 2014 and say that probably is my favorite moment in my broadcast career with Clemson.
Don, finally fill in the blank. Clemson wins today's game if?
Clemson will win today's game if they win the turnover margin. That you go back to all those Spurrier days, and that seemed to be the key there. And Coach Spurrier was just fantastic at shortening games and giving Clemson's offense only so many snaps. So if you only have limited snaps, you better not turn the football over. If Clemson can win the turnover margin here today, I think that bodes well.
He is Don Munson, voice of the Clemson Tigers, and this has been the Food Line Food for Thought. I'm Chris Miller. Tyler Cupp and Chet Duggar rejoin us next as Serve Pro Game Day continues on the Gamecock Radio Network from Learfield.
Parents, it's never too late or too early to talk to your kids about the dangers of vaping, alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. And it doesn't have to be awkward. Try short conversations, not one long talk. The more short conversations you have, the easier it gets. And more than 80% of kids ages 10 to 18 say their parents help them make smart decisions. Because if you're not talking to them, someone else is. Get conversation starters at openconversationsc.com.
Wherever you go, whatever you do, score the confidence you need to start your journey with the power and exceptional capability of a new Ford F-150. With available smart tech like Pro Power on board, it's game on when F-150 is part of your team. For great offers and to learn more about a new Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com or see your Carolina Ford dealer today. Always consult the owner's manual for important operating instructions.
You're listening to Gamecock Football.
Trying to go down the field and into coverage and picked off. At the 10, that's even worry. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Oh, yeah. We're back after these local messages on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Treat your family to a Bullfrog hot tub from Griffin Pools and Spas. The perfect place to relax, unwind, leave the day behind. Only Bullfrog offers the Jetpack Therapy System. Each seat is customized to fit every body in your family, including the just-arrived Bullfrog Swim Spa. There's never been a better time to spa and save. Come into Griffin Pools today and reserve your new Bullfrog Spa. Bullfrog Spas. Peaceful body, peaceful mind, peaceful home. Discover more at griffinpoolsandspas.com.
Griffin Pools and Spas. We make you feel good.
Injured in a car wreck? Need your check? It's easy. Dial 1-800-ALL-7s now.
The Anastapula Law Firm has been recovering millions for their clients for over 30 years. Whether it's a slip and fall, car accident, or any other issues that have resulted from an accident, Anastapula Law Firm can help. Their South Carolina personal injury attorneys have experience fighting for the rights of their clients. Remember, don't scream. Call Akeem. Dial 800-ALL-7s now. Herb Glass is responsible for this ad, and cases are handled at 32 Ann Street, Charleston, South Carolina, 29403. Paid endorsement, not actually client. Results may vary.
Gamecock Football, sponsored by the Anastapula Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
D.D. Smith in the ball game. Shaw steps up in the pocket, wants to throw it. Deep down the far sideline for caught at the 1. Touchdown, Carolina. Touchdown, Bruce Ellington. 49 yards on a post pattern. Bruce, welcome to the rivalry.
Yeah, there you go. Berkeley's own Bruce Ellington on a touchdown throw from Connor Shaw back in 2011 on a Carolina victory over the Tigers. Bill Green, proud to be the official law partner of the Gamecocks. The Green Law Firm works hard to get you every dollar you deserve. And a wreck, don't worry. about missing work or medical bills. Call the Green Law Firm. One call, that's all. 803-771-BILL. Chris Miller along with Tyler Cupp. Tyler, again, looking at this matchup. We've talked about specifically this Carolina defense against Clemson's offense, but for the Gamecocks, their offense has been smoking hot over the last 5 or 6 weeks. And you look back to Missouri, it wasn't the defense that got them the win. It was that offense, Lenoris Sellers. We've seen the maturation of this young man who statistically, over the last 6 weeks, there is no better quarterback in all of college football, not just the SEC, not just freshman QBs, no better quarterback in all of college football than Lenoris Sellers since the middle part of October.
Yeah, a couple of numbers here. He's also been partially responsible, of course, that the Gamecocks have scored at least 25 points in 6 straight games. That's the longest streak since 2013. But you got to give credit to his offensive line. They've got a combined 149 career collegiate starts. That's the 6th highest in Division I football. So you look at that experience across the front. You know, of course, you look at Rocket Sanders. You look at the progression of these wide receivers. But for Sellers, what he's been doing on the ground, it seems like when he gets to run the ball a little more, he gets more comfortable as the game goes on. But, you know, his efficiency, his numbers week after week have gone up. I mean, 23 of 27 just a week ago. And just the way he's able to go through his reads, go through his progressions week after week, it just feels like he's getting better. And, you know, talk about a complete reversal from week 1 and week 2 of the season.
When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the new Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Listen to College Sports Live with the Varsity Network app. When we return, our sideline reporter Chet Tucker joins us. This is Serpro Game Day on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
We're still the one. During Jim Hudson's Model Year-End Sales Event, everything is marked down to go. Shop over 2,000 vehicles with up to $11,000 in savings. Or get financing as low as 0% for 60 months, plus 0 down, plus 0 payments for 90 days. During Jim Hudson's Model Year-End Sales Event at jimhudson.com.
Excludes tax, tech, title, $5.99 closing fee. Expires 8/31/24. 16.67 per thousand finance with approved credit. Discount off MSRP. Includes all factory incentives. Example, new 23 Ford F-150 stock F3750 by Ford.
ABCQuality.org is the proud presenting partner of the Junior Gamecock Club, the official kids club of Gamecock Athletics. Children 18 and under are invited to join the Junior Gamecock Club for just $40. Members receive over $200 worth of benefits, including a t-shirt, commemorative gift, free access to soccer and volleyball matches, and free admission to select games and exclusive events. Join today by visiting thegamecockclub.com/junior. And for parents looking for high-quality child care providers, visit abcquality.org and search participating providers near you.
This is South Carolina football.
Carolina comes after it. Another block punt, and we dive on it. The special teams and Beamer ball come through again.
Back in 60 seconds on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
When you make a large purchase like a home, experience always matters. At Lexington Discount Homes, with thousands of satisfied customers, they're here to make your own home a reality. Located at 1847 Augusta Highway in Lexington, stop by and see such brands as Scott Built, Fleetwood, Live Oak, Cabco, and Clayton. Lexington Discount Homes, 1847 Augusta Highway in Lexington. Or call 951-1900. When experience matters, come to the experts. LexingtonDiscountHomes.com.
Prior to the snap, offense calls timeout.
Hey, offense, on me. Huddle up. Every team enters the field with a game plan, but once the clock starts ticking, we sometimes need to huddle up and regroup. We need to be reminded who we are and where we're headed. I'm Pastor West Church at First Baptist Columbia, and we will huddle tomorrow in downtown Columbia to regroup as we live the Christian life. I want to invite you to be my guest. Join me tomorrow for worship and Bible study. There's a place for you at First Baptist Columbia.
Gamecock football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
Welcome back to Gamecock Game Day on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
It's Carolina, it's Clemson, set to happen from Memorial Stadium in Clemson, South Carolina. What does farm to table mean to you, Gamecock fans? Well, thanks to South Carolina farmers and chefs, you can enjoy locally grown food at any table, including tailgates. Visit CertifiedSC.com. It's a matter of taste. I'm Chris Miller. He's Chet, he's not Chet Tucker. He's Tyler Cupp. Chet Tucker is at Memorial Stadium. We can hear him in the background getting set, an hour and 18 minutes away. Chet, it's the Tigers, it's the Gamecocks. Need we say more?
It does not require any additional pageantry. It is set to be just a terrific game. It is a beautiful, beautiful atmosphere here for college football. Not a cloud in the sky. It's brisk, about 42, 43 degrees right now. Slight wind, and on the way in, Gamecock and Clemson fans, 2-3 miles outside the stadium, just trying to find a park wherever they could because everybody wants to be a part of what's about to happen today.
Chet Tucker, I'm going to jump right into it. I saw a stat, thought of you, your Mr. Special Teamer. Clemson has had 8 of their kicks blocked. That's the most in FBS this year. Now, when I give you that stat, Clemson, and South Carolina has seen it on film. Clemson knows South Carolina is going to be coming. Do you think, watching film and learning about this Clemson team this year, do you think that could play a role here today?
Oh, 100%. When you have that amount, it's either something schematically or either the operation is too slow. Either the kicker's too far away, the snap's taking too long to get there, or there's some type of key that teams have been able to pick up. Either it's the holder lifting his hand or opening his palm to show that he's ready for the snap. And that timing, if it's consistent, teams can, watch that film, pick that up. It's just like a pitcher tipping his pitch. If you know that the fastball's coming or the curveball's coming, it's a lot easier to be a batter. And it's the same thing watching film. So I'm sure that both teams have tried to diagnose exactly what is causing that. And, Clemson's trying to change it up. South Carolina's trying to take advantage of it.
Chet, we stay on the special teams. If we are Gamecock fans, of course, can remember 2 critical Clemson errors in the special teams department last time this game was played up here. The kickoff, where Clemson tried to get cute, and I don't know what was going on where they lined up and tried to hand it off, and it didn't work out. They fumbled the football. Gamecocks recover, score on that drive. Then, of course, in the waning seconds of the game, Clemson's going to get the football back, an opportunity to go and kick a field goal. Antonio Williams from Dutch Fork High School fumbles the football. Gamecocks recover, able to run the clock out. Knowing that, the 8 block kicks, this situation, and the Gamecocks' ability to really play well in the special teams, that's another area that we've got to give, I would think, an advantage to the Gamecocks.
Yeah, I would agree. And just, not only, you talk about Beamer ball, the success that South Carolina has had in the kicking game and in special teams in general, being able to block kicks, return kicks. You go back to the kickoff A&M last year, and Xavier Leggett taking that one to the house really, was the boost that they needed 2 years ago to be able to get that run going. And, I think the focus, we talk about playing complementary football. If the offense is doing poorly, got to rely on the defense to do things. If both teams are playing great, but you're, stinking it up in the kicking game, you're going to give a team a chance to stick around by making some big-time momentum swinging plays that are more really than just turnovers. A lot of times they're either putting points on the board for your team or the team that is able to capitalize, or giving the other team points for the team that's making the mistake. So it is certainly going to be, there's 3 phases in every game. It's offense, defense, and special teams. And I think the team that plays better in all 3 of those is going to likely win today.
The Gamecocks are the best when it comes to football, and Terminix is the best when it comes to pest control. Headquartered right here in South Carolina, Terminix has been trusted for 75 years to keep your homes and businesses pest-free. Call 1-800-TERMINIX to schedule your service. Serpro like it never even happened. We'll get Chet's final thoughts on today's matchup after this timeout on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Wherever you go, whatever you do, score the confidence you need to start your journey with the power and exceptional capability of a new Ford F-150. With available smart tech like Pro Power on board, it's game on when F-150 is part of your team. For great offers and to learn more about a new Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com or see your Carolina Ford dealer today. Always consult the owner's manual for important operating instructions.
Up and high, steps into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Hey, Gamecock fans. This is Coach Shane Beamer, and I want to encourage you to fly local. From takeoff to touchdown, the team and I support our local airport. For more information about the official airport of the Gamecocks and for a list of CAE's nonstop destinations, visit flycae.com.
Your home for South Carolina football.
Inside the 20, leaping a man at the 15, at the 10, are you kidding me? Touchdown, Carolina.
This is the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Gamecock fans, 12 Springs Community Church hopes you, your family, and friends enjoy Gamecock Football Saturday. Pastor Scott Robertson invites you to join 12 Springs Community Church tomorrow morning at 10:30 and Wednesday at 7 p.m. for a wonderful time of worship. 12 Springs Community Church is located on Sunset Boulevard next to 14 Carat. Cheer on the Gamecocks today, then come join them tomorrow for worship. You can check them out online at 12springscc.com.
Oh, appliances, we can't live without them, but we don't have to pay more for the new ones. Not with Carolina Discount Appliances. No retail prices, none. It might have a scratch or a ding, but overall, it's new and will cost you much less than what you're going to pay anywhere else. So if you need a refrigerator, washer, dryer, stove, range, or microwave, they've got you covered. But for less money, and Carolina Discount Appliances is the home of the $40 down. Take it home today. No credit needed, payment options. Regardless, Sherry has you covered. Call today, 803-770-3008.
Gamecock Football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
You're listening to Gamecock Game Day, presented by Serve Pro.
Gamecock fans, there's nothing more exciting than seeing an entire stadium completely decked out in guarded black. So let your true colors show and get ready to yell and cheer until you're blue in the face by scoring verified tickets today at Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the University of South Carolina Gamecocks. Chris Miller, Tyler Cupp, and Chet Tucker at Memorial Stadium in Clemson. Chet, this is the time you put on the old visor, the whistle, the headset, give that pep talk. Gamecocks, Tigers about to run out of the field. What you telling South Carolina?
That they don't need a pep talk. They've prepared all season for this. You don't have a heartbeat if you need somebody to fire you up to get out here for this game. It's going to be a jam-packed environment, 80,000 plus that are here ready to see what transpires. You got two great teams that are going to be teeing off. Number 12 ranked Clemson Tigers, who have that playoff potential as well. South Carolina playoff potential. Again, the opportunity to do that just adds kind of to that the meaning of this game. This in the history of this contest, the 100-plus years, there may not be a game where more has been on the line for either team or for both teams combined. So it's time to go out there and do it. All the work that you do in the offseason, all the early mornings in the weight room, sweat, blood, tears, all of those things that you and your teammates have combined to do throughout has led to this opportunity that faces you today. You got a chance to go into Death Valley and whip the Tigers, and I think the Gamecocks are going to do it.
All right, Chet, have a great time on the field. Enjoy it. Stay warm, my friend.
Yes, sir.
Of course, he's Chet Tucker, a sideline reporter. You'll hear him along with the voice of the Gamecocks, Todd Ellis, and our color commentator, Tommy Suggs, with the broadcast starting in just about an hour and 10 minutes with kickoff. Bud Light, proud partners of the Gamecocks, and proudly distributed locally by KW Beverage, right across the street from Williams-Brice. Please drink responsibly. We'll wrap up Serve Pro Game Day on the Gamecock Sports Network after this.
It's not just football season, Gamecock fans. It's tailgate season. So stock yours with plenty of fresh, locally grown, certified SC foods and drinks. Not only will you help support our state's farmers, enjoying farm to table can be on any table, like folding tables and your lap tables, truck tailgate tables, buffet tables, or whatever table. So choose fresh, choose local, choose certified SC. It's a matter of taste. Learn more at certifiedsc.com.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
More coverage of South Carolina football after these local messages.
Ball tipped up in the air. It's picked off. The Gamecocks down the far sideline. The linebackers knocked out of bounds.
On the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey guys, Jay Phillips here for Minuteman Press. As a business owner, it can be tough to get all of your office items and needs in one place, whether it's printing, signs, promotional products, or logoed apparel. The goal of Minuteman Press is to become your trusted partner and make promoting and marketing your business easy and less time-consuming, which is exactly why our offices and radio stations here at Cumulus Media trust their services. They can handle it all in one place, saving you time and money. At Minuteman Press, they design, print, and promote you. Learn more at mmpcolumbia.com.
Attention deal hunters. The Black Friday countdown is on at Carolina Honda Powerhouse. From now until Saturday, snag incredible free gear with every new Honda ATV or side-by-side. Grab a Honda Pioneer 700 or 1000 and we'll throw in a free top and windshield. Get a brand new full-size Honda ATV and enjoy a free winch with your ride. But hurry, these epic offers are this week only. It's Black Friday all week long at Carolina Honda Powerhouse in Columbia. Take exit 70 off I-20. Turn by the Flying J. CarolinaHonda.com.
Gamecock football, sponsored by
The Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
on your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
Welcome back to Gamecock Game Day on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Once again, here's your host, Chris Miller.
Signorama is your one-stop shop to grow your business. They design, print, install, and service all your signage and graphic solutions needs. You can rely on their team just as Gamecock Athletics has for many years. Contact your local Columbia independently owned Signorama today. Along with Tyler Cupp, we're just moments away from sending into the booth with Todd and Tommy and Chet. Tyler, your keys to this victory for the Gamecocks.
So I've got three things here. Watching a little bit of Clemson this year, when South Carolina's not playing, I have noticed that in the close games, teams keep giving them chances. And that reason is they're not able to run the football in the second half. We know South Carolina has the ability to do that. They average over 180 yards on the ground week after week. So put Clemson away if you have the chance to do so in the second half. Stop giving them chances in the second half. Number two, Clemson is plus 13 in the turnover margin. You got to protect the football. Obviously goes without saying. Hopefully you can get a special teams play. We mentioned that Clemson has had 8 of their kicks blocked. That's the most in FPS. But number 3 and the most important, make it tough for this committee. Get a win today. Make it difficult for the College Football Playoff Committee to keep you out. Make it very tough for them. And the Gamecocks have a chance to do something today that they've never done before, and that's get a school record 4th win over a ranked opponent this season. That's never happened. When they've defeated 3 ranked opponents in the season 7 times, they've never beaten 4, but make it tough for the College Football Playoff Committee, even with a win and even with a lack thereof of chaos throughout the college football day today. Make it tough for the committee.
For me, it's get after it. I want to see this defense just get back to the way they were against Oklahoma, where they're blitzing after Klubnik, the Eamon Warrior, O'Donnell Fortune, DQ Smith. They're getting their hands on the football in the secondary. Debo Williams has a big day. I would love nothing more than an early defensive score. I think that sucks all the energy out of Memorial Stadium, and Clemson fans say, oh, no, because they've seen what South Carolina can do. They've followed the Gamecocks, and they know this game can get out of hand quick, put the pressure on them. And I think Dabo Swinney feels a lot of pressure coming into this, and I hearing him talk about Kyle Kennard and Dylan Stewart, I think he's very nervous about 5 and 6.
And Chris, we know what an early defensive score does on the road. We saw it in the Oklahoma game. Takes the crowd completely out of it.
Completely. I mean, they just go to sleep. And I don't think Clemson fans are going to go to sleep in this one. But for South Carolina, you come out, you make an early presence, you really put the pressure on Clemson in this game, and see how the Tigers respond. Clemson, they have not, when they have taken on ranked opponents, they've not played well this season.
No.
Gamecocks, just their second-ranked opponent. Think about that. Now, Louisville, they'll say Louisville was a tough lot. Yeah, okay, Louisville's not a bad team, but other than that, I mean, Pittsburgh was going down the tubes. And they came back to beat Pittsburgh. They got boat raced by Georgia to start the year. So Clemson has not played the schedule South Carolina. South Carolina is more battle-tested, and I think the Gamecocks come out and they pursue that, and that is a big difference maker in this game. But I'm with you. All the talk about college football playoff rank, none of that matters. All you can do is control what you can control. You can control the outcome of this game, and as you said, if you take care of business here, that puts the pressure on that committee to make the decision accordingly. Farm Bureau Insurance wants to give you a VIP experience this basketball season. Visit usccontest.com and register for your chance to be Cocky's Game Day guest. Winners get a special invitation to the Coach's Radio Show, tickets to that weekend's game, hotel accommodations, and the unique opportunity to join Cocky on the court during pregame. Visit usccontest.com to register today. Cocky's Game Day guest is brought to you by Farm Bureau Insurance, here for all your auto, home, and life insurance needs. It's Carolina, it's Clemson. the biggest rivalry in all of college football. I will take that to the bank, and it's what we live for. The highest-ranked rivalry happening here in college football today, and what we've been talking about for weeks and weeks has finally arrived. After the break, we're going to head inside the booth at Memorial Stadium and join our duo of Hall of Fame quarterbacks, Todd Ellis and Tommy Suggs, for Countdown to Kickoff. That's next on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Gamecock fans, Farm Bureau Insurance wants to give you a VIP game day experience this basketball season. Visit usccontest.com and register for your chance to be Cocky's game day guest. Winners will receive a special invitation to Coach's radio show, tickets to that weekend's game, hotel accommodations, and the unique opportunity to join Cocky on the sideline during pregame. Visit usccontest.com to register today. Cocky's game day guest is brought to you by Farm Bureau Insurance, here for all your auto, home, and life insurance needs.
When this is the sound of a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water gushing through your living room ceiling because a pipe burst inside the wall, there's reason to panic unless you pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-SERVPRO at the first sign of water damage. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
You're listening to Gamecock Football.
Trying to go down the field and into coverage and picked off. At the 10, that's even worry. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Oh, yeah. We're back after these local messages on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, this is Nikki Stengel, manager of the Nest Showroom. We offer a wide variety of affordable products in plumbing, lighting, and appliances, providing our clients with a unique and convenient place to shop. The Nest has product specialists on site to provide you the attention to detail and service you deserve. We believe in providing exceptional customer service and inspiring beautiful interiors and design, doing whatever it takes to get the job done. Come see for yourself. The Nest Showroom, located at 1331 Gadsden Street in the Vista.
Hey, this is Tasha from The Gutterman. Storm season is here. Make sure your biggest investment is protected. Call the guys in the powder blue truck, The Guttermen. We have been providing top-notch service throughout the Midlands for over 40 years. Call us today at 803-791-7147. Again, that's 803-791-7147.
We keep the clutter out of your gutter. Call on the Guttermen.
Gamecock Football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game. The Gamecocks are ready.
Out of the gun, counterplay, back left. Juju open at the 10. The 5. Steps up and high, steps into the end zone.
Are you?
Two backs in the backfield. Handoff right side. Tonka Hemingway reaching forward at the goal line. Touchdown, Carolina. Touchdown, Tonka Hemingway. Seller's going to take it himself. Look at the young man explode. And there it goes. There's the speed. Three wide receivers into the boundary. He wants to throw it. Gets in his face. And it picked off. 48-yard attempt. And blocked. The Gamecocks got it blocked on smack.
It's game day for the Garnet and Black.
At the 20, 30, open space, 40. Got a cowboy at the 30. Wants to throw it into coverage. That's O'Donnell Fortune. Did he get it? You darn right he did. Platt's got his man. TK turns it. It breaks it to 20, 15, 10. That's Gus Simon. Touchdown, Carolina.
This is Gamecock Football. This is the Countdown to Kickoff on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Here's the voice of the Gamecocks and South Carolina Hall of Famer, Todd Ellis.
Are you ready for Carolina football? This is the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Today, for the 121st time, in a rivalry that dates back to 1896, the Gamecocks are at Memorial Stadium in Clemson, South Carolina, seeking the Palmetto Cup, bragging rights, and a level of postseason possibilities for both teams that has rarely, if ever, been at stake in the rivalry. It's number 16 Carolina versus number 12 Clemson. Kickoff is set for an hour from now. Hello, everyone, and happy Thanksgiving. I'm Todd Ellis, and I'm joined by our analyst Tommy Suggs, who today will have either played in or called this game 56 times. Our sideline reporter is Chet Tucker with our network host, Chris Miller. We will call this 12th and final regular season game of the 2024 season. This is the 7th time in the history of the series that both Carolina and Clemson come into the Palmetto Bowl ranked, and the first time since 2013. The Gamecocks are one, if not the hottest team in the country, having won 5 straight to get to 8-3 on the season. The Tigers are 9-2, but the Gamecocks will only be the second-ranked team Clemson has played all season. The Tigers fell badly to Georgia in the season opener. In their last trip to Clemson, the Gamecocks wrecked Clemson's 40-game home win streak. And today, Carolina could win their 4th true road game of the season, a feat only completed 4 times in the history of the program. It will have to come with great effort, as the Tigers still have hope of making the college football playoff. The Gamecocks could stomp out that dream and still have a chance to make the playoffs themselves with a win over the Tigers. We have played this game 121 times, but never in the series has there been so much at stake. The glory and the bragging rights of the Palmetto State and so much more is up for grabs today. Who will take it? It's number 16 Carolina versus number 12 Clemson. Up next, Shane Beamer gives you his first take on the annual rivalry game from the Upstate on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Wherever you go, whatever you do, score the confidence you need to start your journey with the power and exceptional capability of a new Ford F-150. With available smart tech like Pro Power on board, it's game on when F-150 is part of your team. For great offers and to learn more about a new Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com or see your Carolina Ford dealer today. Always consult the owner's manual for important operating instructions.
Hey Gamecock fans, it's Alex Herrera, kicker for Gamecock football. I've been wearing Ariat boots and jeans for years, and La Herradura has the best selection in the Midlands. Their large variety of Ariat apparel and knowledgeable staff helped me find the perfect look. Conveniently located at 7380 Two Notch Road, or find them online at www.laherradurawwnc.com. Ariat has been a partner of Gamecock Athletics for over 12 years, so help support those who support the Gamecock. Get your Ariat today at La Herradura.
This is South Carolina football.
Carolina comes after it. Another block punt, and we dive on it. The special teams and Beamer ball come through again.
Back in 60 seconds on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Oh, appliances, we can't live without them, but we don't have to pay more for the new ones. Not with Carolina Discount Appliances. No retail prices, none. It might have a scratch or a ding, but overall, it's new and will cost you much less than what you're going to pay anywhere else. So if you need a refrigerator, washer, dryer, stove, range, or microwave, they've got you covered, but for less money. And Carolina Discount Appliances is the home of the $40 down. Take it home today. No credit needed, payment options. Regardless, Sherry has you covered. Call today, 803-770-3008.
Hey Gamecock fans, 12 Springs Community Church hopes you, your family, and friends enjoy Gamecock Football Saturday. Pastor Scott Robertson invites you to join 12 Springs Community Church tomorrow morning at 10:30 and Wednesday at 7 p.m. for a wonderful time of worship. 12 Springs Community Church is located on Sunset Boulevard next to 14 Carat. Cheer on the Gamecocks today, then come join them tomorrow for worship. You can check them out online at 12springscc.com.
Gamecock football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
Welcome back to the Countdown to Kickoff. Time now for our exclusive pregame interview with the head coach of the Gamecocks, Shane Beamer.
Welcome back to the Countdown to Kickoff. The Gamecocks are closing out the 2024 regular season with the annual rivalry game with the Clemson Tigers. We're into the Shane Beamer pregame show. Coach, your team owns the longest current winning streak in the SEC. They're looking to notch the 6th straight win, something that last accomplished in 2013. Only Oregon, Notre Dame, and SMU have longer current winning streaks among Power 4 and independent schools. What's been the key to that run, you think, in the second half of the season?
I think a lot of it is obviously Lenoris and the way he's played quarterback at a high level. When you have a quarterback playing as well as he is, that gives you a chance in every game, and he's just continued to get better each and every week.
The Gamecocks have not run for over 100 yards against the Tigers since 2016 game. Two teams, Louisville and Stanford, are the only two to rush for more than 200 yards against CU this season. Do you have to run the ball to win on the road in a rivalry game?
Yeah, I think it certainly helps. I think there's other things that are maybe more important, but certainly when you're able to run the ball, that slows down the pass rush a little bit, and that'll be key today. But they're a challenge to run the ball against. They're really good up front, and Georgia struggled to run it against them. And Louisville may have racked up some yardage, but about three of those yardage, three of them were on big plays. So we need to be able to hit our explosives, and that'll be a key aspect of it today.
Dating back to last season, Clemson has lost the turnover margin only once in the last 16 games. Since your arrival, Carolina has the most turnovers in the Southeastern Conference. What makes Clemson good this season at that, protecting the ball, and how do you see that matchup?
Yeah, the quarterback, Klubnik, is doing a much better job of just protecting the football. He was a freshman last year, redshirt freshman, whatever it was, and had some turnovers, interceptions, fumbles. He's making good decisions with the ball, keeping it out of harm's way. The running back's doing a good job of protecting it, and then defensively they do a phenomenal job, just like we do, of taking the ball off of people. So that'll be huge today, but they're doing a much better job. It was an issue for them in 2023, and they've fixed it, and they're much better at it this year, and hence their record in the season they're having.
Coach, you're going for a record number of road wins, three of which have been by three touchdowns or so on the road this season. What's been the key to that? What makes a good road team like you've had this year?
Yeah, leadership. We've got a bunch of older guys that have been around, and nothing bothers them. So the young guys on your team are able to look to those guys when things get crazy and wild and hostile and you face adversity on the road. We've done a really good job of taking the ball away from people on the road. I think about it, Kentucky, we scored on defense. Oklahoma, we scored on defense, as well. And that helps when you're able to play like that. But, I think it just goes back to good quarterback play, confidence, leadership, and all those things are showing up.
This is the countdown to kickoff. We'll be back later on in the hour to get Coach's final thoughts on this 121st all-time meeting with Clemson. This is the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Up and high, steps into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Hey, Gamecock fans. This is Coach Shane Beamer, and I want to encourage you to fly local. From takeoff to touchdown, the team and I support our local airport. For more information about the official airport of the Gamecocks and for a list of CAE's nonstop destinations, visit flycae.com.
Your home for South Carolina football.
Inside the 20, leaping a man at the 15, at the 10. Are you kidding me? Touchdown, Carolina.
This is the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Currently car shopping? State Credit Union now has auto loan rates as low as 4.25% APR. Plus, you'll have no car payment for up to 90 days, just in time for the holidays. Visit one of State Credit Union's 19 full-service branches or their website, scscu.com, and apply online for your new car loan today. That's scscu.com. Terms and conditions apply. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Looking for a true wow, really, are you serious Christmas gift? I'm Jack Oliver, and we have it. A soothing, therapeutic hot spring spa from Jack Oliver's Pool Spa and Patio. Imagine getting that someone special or the family their very own hot spring spa for Christmas, then enjoying it together for years to come. We have Finleo saunas, beautiful patio furniture, and top quality grills too at Jack Oliver's Pool Spa and Patio. 3303 Forest Drive at jackoliverpools.com.
Gamecock football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
You're tuned in to Countdown to Kickoff on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield. Now back to the booth and the voice of the Gamecocks, Todd Ellis.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium in Clemson, South Carolina. It's the 121st meeting between Carolina and Clemson, with the matchup bringing potentially one of the biggest payoffs ever for the winner. The Tigers hold a 73-43-4 lead in the all-time series. Carolina fell to Clemson a year ago 16-7 in Columbia, but snapped a 7-game streak to the Tigers in the series, and Clemson's overall 40-game home winning streak by beating Clemson here in 2022 31-30. With Clemson at 9-2 and Carolina at 8-3, the team's 17 combined wins are tied for the fifth most entering the rivalry game in the series. It will mark only the fourth time the teams will meet with both squads ranked among the top 16 of the AP poll. That was 1987, 2012, and 2013. After falling to Alabama in the 6th game of the season, Carolina has responded with 5 straight wins, including 4 straight conference victories. Welcome back in. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. I'm Todd Ellis. This is the Gamecock Sports Network. Proud to be with our crew, as always, on the road in Clemson, South Carolina, for a new kickoff. We'll take you right to it and then beyond. And we bring in now my partner, Tommy Suggs, who played in a bunch of these, won them all, and has called a bunch since that time frame, partner. And I tell you, there's a lot to talk about when we get to this rivalry every year, but certainly now there is. Clemson attempting to produce its 20th 10-win season in program history. It would be Clemson's 13th 10-win season under head coach Dabo Swinney. They're 16-6 at home against AP-ranked opponents under Coach Swinney. 31-1 in the last 32 conference home games. Of course, the Gamecocks are the ones they fell to in that streak 2 years ago, came up here. But Tommy, you and I were talking this morning before this ball game. It's hard to figure out this Clemson team. They had not played another ranked opponent, only Georgia, who they fell badly to, which a lot of teams can do, particularly early on in the season. They ran up a bunch of big offensive numbers. Klubnik has looked better than he's looked at any time during his career. And defensively, they finally got some players back and healthy on that side. But yet, they've been up and down on that side of the ball. What are your thoughts overall on the Clemson Tigers and how this matchup comes into this year?
Well, you know, as you said, you and I were speaking a few minutes ago before the broadcast started, and I did a lot of research on this game, and I always do a lot of research. But anyway, I couldn't figure Clemson out. I think, unfortunately, they may be somewhat like us, where they're now maturing at the right time of the year. They're getting better. They're finding each other. They are getting some players back on defense, which is going to help them a lot. But at the same time, even when those players were there, it didn't seem to be the consistency that you normally look at a Clemson team statistically when you go back and do your research on them. So I really don't know, except that, again, I think they're maturing and seem to be getting a little better. And Klubnik, like our QB, Linares, is playing really well. So you come into this ball game, who knows? And the old saying is you can throw the statistics away and all that stuff, and that's true to a degree. But I think there are some comparables you can make, and that is what team has played in the most big games. You can say that's ranked teams or not, but clearly Carolina has an advantage there, no question about it. The other thing that's a unique advantage, I think, is on the road midday. We tend to play pretty well that way, and I think we have a lot of confidence coming in here. We just got to manage that confidence, but I feel good about this ball game because I feel good about our team, where we are now, and we're getting some players back too. So, you know, who in the heck knows?
I couldn't wait to get on the air to ask you this because I literally can't remember. It was either me, you, Lou Holtz, or Steve Spurrier who said it, and that is, when we are as good as Clemson, we generally beat them. When we're better than Clemson, we beat them most of the time. And that's the way the records have fallen out And I think that's true of this ball game. We're either as good easily or we're better than right now, and that's why I'm confident in the ball game. Did you say that?
No, but I'll take credit for it.
I thought that was coming.
No, I don't know who said that, but I do know that what Steve Spurrier has told me several times, and that is the best teams he had were when he had South Carolinians that were his best players. And I do think that is an advantage for Carolina today. I think we have, not maybe more, I didn't count them up, but we clearly got some doggone good players that this game may mean more to than some of the players at Clemson. Nothing wrong with that at all. It's just who you recruit, who tends up being your best players and that kind of stuff, most impactful players. So it'll be interesting, but that's a good, wise saying. I wish I'd have thought of that, but I think that's probably true. Really, as long as if we're as good as or better, then we win, and I think today is the case. You're right.
Gamecocks are 5-2 when both teams are ranked like they are today in this rivalry. The second member of our team will be on the sidelines today. Chet Tucker and Chet, the Tigers lost to Georgia 34-3 to open the season. They lost to Louisville 21-33 in early November. The last 3 ACC games, Clemson scored 24 points or less. 21 against Louisville, 24 against Virginia Tech, and 24 versus Pitt. I also got this great note from our man Douglas Kershaw Adams, and that is Clemson played 3 of the worst pass defenses in the country this year on their schedule. And I don't know if that inflated a lot of these numbers. Do we not know what this team is about? It's kind of the same question I had for Tommy. What do you think of the Clemson squad?
Well, if you go back and look at that first game that they played, the first half against Georgia was a hotly contested game for, the first 30 minutes. They were separated by only a score. Now, when it got to the second half, Georgia kind of put on the gas a little bit and was able to pull away. But really, outside of that game, Clemson has been the better team on the field in every game that they've played. They've been able to kind of sleepwalk through some of those games, putting up some big offensive stats, but the games where they've been punched in the mouth, they have responded, except for that Louisville game. They were down late at Pitt. Klubnik had the 50-yard touchdown run to get them over the top. There have been some times where they haven't performed up to their potential, but they found ways to win. I think it was really important that South Carolina was able to play in one of those close games, get away with the victory in Missouri, kind of got out to the big lead, lost it, and had to come back and score late twice to be able to get that victory. But outside of that, if you look at South Carolina's schedule, there haven't been many close games where they've come out on top. The only other one-score game against Old Dominion that they were able to win, and then against Alabama, which they unfortunately could not come away with. So I think both teams feel like they're tested. I think South Carolina, rightly so, feels like they've been tested by better teams. And so I think they feel like they are ready to come out and not be intimidated at all about playing in this environment.
Haven't won 4 true road games since 2013. And the 3 we've got already, we've won by 3 touchdowns or more. And so they've proven they can come into these environments and play well. It's Tommy Suggs, Chet Tucker. I'm Todd Ellis. We're up in Tiger Town at Memorial Stadium. The Gamecocks and the Tigers going at it for the 121st time. Dabo Sweeney and Shane Beamer having a handshake, talk at midfield a little bit as the 2 teams warm up. No shock here, Tommy, as we look out on the field. Shane Beamer, like most football coaches, pretty superstitious. We look a lot like we did in 2022. White jerseys, white pants, black helmets today. I'm not real shocked about that.
Well, he's not the only one. I got on the same pair of shoes that I just y'all need to see them, folks. Anyway, I got lucky with them about 5 or 6 weeks ago, and I put them on, and this morning they're so tight because I got on these heavy wool socks.
Doesn't matter. You got to suffer.
I got to take one for the team, folks.
Right.
Yeah, we're all superstitious when we get into a position like this. I would say this, Todd. You show me anyone that's a Carolina fan that said we would be in this position right now at this time of year. I'd tell them they probably would kind of not tell the truth. I mean, no one would have believed that. So I think that in itself goes a long way for this coaching staff, this football team, and they've done a heck of a job to get us to where we are now.
We're just getting started on the countdown to kickoff. Great to be with you. The 121st meeting between Carolina and Clemson. Will have it all for you. Coming up next on the countdown to kickoff, Brad Muller visits with Bam Martin Scott. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Parents, it's never too late or too early to talk to your kids about the dangers of vaping, alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. And it doesn't have to be awkward. Try short conversations, not one long talk. The more short conversations you have, the easier it gets. And more than 80% of kids ages 10 to 18 say their parents help them make smart decisions. Because if you're not talking to them, someone else is. Get conversation starters at openconversationsc.com.
ABCQuality.org is the proud presenting partner of the Junior Gamecock Club, the official kids club of Gamecock Athletics. Children 18 and under are invited to join the Junior Gamecock Club for just $40. Members receive over $200 worth of benefits, including a t-shirt, commemorative gift, free access to soccer and volleyball matches, and free admission to select games and exclusive events. Join today by visiting thegamecockclub.com/junior. And for parents looking for high-quality child care providers, visit abcquality.org and search participating providers near you.
More coverage of South Carolina football after these local messages.
Ball tipped up in the air. It's picked off. The Gamecocks down the far sideline. The linebackers knocked out of bounds.
On the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
When you make a large purchase like a home, experience always matters. At Lexington Discount Homes, with thousands of satisfied customers, they're here to make your own home a reality. Located at 1847 Augusta Highway in Lexington, stop by and see such brands as Scott Built, Fleetwood, Live Oak, Cabco, and Clayton. Lexington Discount Homes, 1847 Augusta Highway in Lexington. Or call 951-1900. When experience matters, come to the experts. LexingtonDiscountHomes.com.
Attention deal hunters! The Black Friday countdown is on at Carolina Honda Powerhouse. From now until Saturday, snag incredible free gear with every new Honda ATV or side-by-side. Grab a Honda Pioneer 700 or 1000 and we'll throw in a free top and windshield. Get a brand new full-size Honda ATV and enjoy a free winch with your ride. But hurry, these epic offers are this week only. It's Black Friday all week long at Carolina Honda Powerhouse in Columbia. Take exit 70 off I-20, turn by the Flying J. CarolinaHonda.com.
Gamecock football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
Welcome back to Countdown to Kickoff. It's time to sit down with one of the Gamecocks. Here's Brad Muller.
Hi, everyone. Brad Muller joined by sixth-year linebacker Bam Martin-Scott as the Gamecocks get set to close out the regular season. Always the big game against the Clemson Tigers up in Death Valley. First, let's go with the nickname or with the name Bam. Tell us a little bit about where that comes from.
Well, originally, my grandfather gave me the name because of my birthday on July 4th and the fireworks. So it was Bam Bam, but I shortened it to Bam. But, I got to tell everybody the football story.
Yeah. I mean, it's fitting for a linebacker, right?
Yeah.
It's perfect. All right, so from Indiana originally, what have you learned about this rivalry? Obviously, you've been a part of it for a while. What have you learned about this rivalry, and what does it mean to you, Carolina against Clemson?
Yeah. Well, something I learned about this rivalry is that it's been a back-and-forth battle for a long time now, and that it goes back to the beginning of time, and something that what you asked me?
Just like, what does it mean to you?
Oh, and what it means to me is just like win the state, like it's either us or them.
All right. Well, having a good year, both you and the team, third on the team at tackles. What do you see as your strengths, and where can you still get better?
Some of my strengths I see making turnovers, but just a consistency of intent and getting the ball. I feel like I didn't have a lot of turnovers this year, but I feel like I'm a turnover machine.
All right. We'll see if we can get some against the Tigers. You already have your degree. What does it mean to you to have that college degree in the back in your back pocket?
It means a lot to me, knowing that this is my last year and that I have a backup plan, and I know I can jump right into my career and everything. So it means a lot to me, and I'm very proud of myself for doing it.
Hopefully you're still playing football after this year, but whenever you're done playing football, what do you think you might want to do?
There's a couple things I want to do. I want to jump into real estate or being a sports agent or something like that, in that category.
All right. Have a lot of different options. Obviously, this is Thanksgiving week, so what's your go-to? What are you going back for seconds for? What's your favorite thing for Thanksgiving?
getting my cheat meals in. I'm going to get some of that cheesecake. Got to go back for that cheesecake.
All right, sounds good. Get good seconds on that. Who's made the biggest impact on your life?
The biggest impact on my life was my mother. Just growing up in a single mother home, all the adversity I seen her go through with like work and just juggling with the kids. Me being the older brother, just like watching her go through that hard struggle. She just put an impact on my life of just never quitting and just always give it your all. And I admire her for that, and that's what I'll do this for.
All right, shout out to Mom. All right, last thing for you. Obviously, the big game, South Carolina versus Clemson. What's the keys for South Carolina's defense against the Clemson offense?
Keys is just doing our thing. It's never about the opponent. Us just being a sound defense, setting edges, getting vertical on the edge, letting our pass rushers get attack, our linebackers flying around, being fast, DBs being in good coverage, just being in defense, just flying to the ball, attack.
Okay, Bam, good luck against the Tigers.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, that's Bam Martin-Scott. I'm Brad Muller. This is Gamecock Football from Learfield.
Hey y'all, Coach Shane Beamer here. Football season is upon us, and that means Columbia is welcoming fans from around the corner and across the country. No matter where you're from, Gamecocks love coming together for game day energy that can only be found in South Carolina's capital city. Book hotel rooms, find pre- and post-game activities, and plan your tailgate spread with local favorites from pimento cheese to barbecue at experiencecolumbiasc.com. We'll see you soon, and go Gamecocks.
And we're back on the field with the South Carolina Gamecocks. Just like our Gamecocks, Castle Brothers Home Services never drops the ball. From plumbing and drains, heating and cooling to generators, they're the team that tackles it all. Reliability? Check. Quality? Check. Home comfort? Castle Brothers scores every time. Ready to join the winning team for all your home service needs? Schedule your appointment at castlebros.com. Castle Brothers Home Services. They're the real MVPs of home comfort.
You're listening to Gamecock Football.
Trying to go down the field and into coverage and picked off. At the 10, that's even worry. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
We're back after these local messages on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Holzenbach Heating and Air, the Midland's most trusted heating and air conditioning specialist, providing quality repairs, installations, and maintenance for your home and business. They sell the best and fix the rest. Call Holzenbach Heating and Air today, 803-685-7920. That's 803-685-7920. Proud sponsor of 107.5 The Game football coverage. Holzenbach Services, 803-685-7920.
Hey, this is Tasha from the Gutterman. Storm season is here. Make sure your biggest investment is protected. Call the guys in the powder blue truck, the Gutter Men. We have been providing top-notch service throughout the Midlands for over 40 years. Call us today at 803-791-7147. Again, that's 803-791-7147.
We keep the clutter out of your gutter. Call on the Gutter Men.
Gamecock Football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
Kickoff is fast approaching, and we're counting you down to kickoff of South Carolina football. Now, along with Tommy Suggs, here again, Todd Ellis.
Welcome back to Clemson, South Carolina, where the Gamecocks are looking to capture their third trophy of the season. They collected the bottom trophy with a 44-20 win over number 10 Texas A&M. They defeated number 24 Missouri to get the Mayor's Cup to South Carolina. Now the Palmetto Bowl trophy is on the line this week. Carolina has never captured all three trophies in the same season. Tommy Suggs, Chet Tucker, I'm Todd Ellis. Happy Thanksgiving and welcome in everybody on the Gamecock Sports Network. We bring in the fourth member of our team, and that is Ray Tanner, our Director of Athletics. Coach, happy holidays to you, and great to see you as always. You know, we got a lot of pageantry. We got it up here today. It's a great college environment for football, tremendous rivalry, and I was really proud of the program, too, including the band and how much exposure the University of South Carolina and athletics and the band got at the Macy's Parade. I thought that, I know it was a lot to get them there and to logistically to make all that work and a lot of money, but it certainly was a good look for Carolina.
It was so wonderful, Todd. I'll give you a visual you probably don't want, but Macy's Day, Thanksgiving Day Parade, 8:30 in the morning. I'm tuned in with my PJs. I'm ready to go. I knew we were going to appear at 11:10, so I had everything calculated out. But all the exposure that we got under the leadership of Jay Jacobs, and the day before, we were on the Today Show with Craig Melvin, and he suited up.
He looked awesome.
He suited up, so it was all about the Gamecocks in New York City. That was special.
Coach, how's everything else going in athletics? I saw Shelley Smith and that great squad made it into the playoffs this year. How's everything else happening?
Well, to no surprise, Coach Shelley Smith's team, again, made the NCAAs as she does almost every year. She's in year 22, 23, so we've been in it more than not. Our volleyball team had a huge win on Thanksgiving Eve against University of Florida, which was the second time this season that we've defeated them. This one went 5 games, and the fifth is to 15. If you didn't know that, we won 15-13, so wow. Huge for us. We think that punched our ticket to the NCAAs. We play Texas A&M this afternoon. Win or lose, I think that we're probably in. Men's basketball bounced back with a nice win against Virginia Tech. Of course, the women had the 40-point win against 15th-ranked Iowa State down in Fort Myers. And as we speak, we're up 29-16 in the second quarter against Purdue down in Fort Myers. So lots going on, but special day here, a beautiful day for football, and we're excited, as you said, to go after the third trophy today.
Coach, it's rare air when both these teams are ranked, and the Gamecocks have done very well when both teams are ranked, but there's so much on the line. Obviously, Clemson still believes strongly, and the percentages say they win this ball game, they got a great chance to be in the college football playoff. There's still percentages and a likelihood that should Carolina win this ball game, there's a chance that we could get into the playoff. Do you have to manage that from an administrative standpoint at all? What do you do? Are you just sitting on your hands waiting? I guess that's the only thing you can do. Between that and dealing with bowls, what happens right now from an administrative standpoint as we wait to see the outcome of these ball games?
Well, if you know Charles Bloom well, who's a special assistant to me, he spent so much time. He was in the SEC office for 17 years, so he knows how a lot of these things unfold. So we've been doing some predicting, some prognosticating this week, but so much to be determined. I mean, we could find ourselves in the CFP, we could find ourselves in a great bowl, but there's a lot to be determined. It's kind of like who's on first, what's on second. I don't know who's on third right now. But tonight,
I don't know who's up at bat.
Tonight, it'll start to take some shape later in the evening. Then a week from tomorrow, the bowl sites, CFP, everything will be announced, so we'll know what's going on.
Now, the Citrus Bowl, if I remember, they get the right to actually choose, and then the league gets involved after that. Am I saying that correctly generally?
You are correct. The league makes a decision on who goes where after the Citrus picks, and Steve Hogan's the CEO down there. A lot of times they protect the championship game loser, but not necessarily. So a lot to be determined as we go through the process. We could win here today, 9 wins. It could be a couple other teams with 9 wins as well. But we'll see what happens. We're in a good position.
13 teams are currently bowl eligible in the SEC, with Auburn being able to do that today should they win the Iron Bowl. It's time for our Dominion Energy weather report. And right now in Clemson, South Carolina, it's a gorgeous fall day. It is 45 degrees, feels like about 50. Tommy, temperatures getting into the maybe mid-50s at best today, probably around 52 or 53. But the sun is shining. It's gorgeous, and I think this is the way it ought to be right now.
Yeah, this is college football at its best. The problem is that sun's not shining on me because I am cold. We all are wrapped up here, but it is a beautiful day for college football and pretty up here at Clemson. Let's hand Clemson a lot of credit. They got a good program, a very good program, and they do a great job in the press area and all this stuff. So we congratulate them being a part of our state. And we've had one bad day. Vanderbilt, I guess it was a rainy fourth quarter pretty much. Other than that, it's been gorgeous. So let's just make this thing even a little more gorgeous today.
Not be a factor. It's not the wind that we had 2 days ago. Pretty calm wind-wise. Just cooler temperatures in the high 40s to low 50s. That's our Dominion Energy weather report. Go Gamecocks. And, Coach, before we let you go, I want to thank you so much for all you've done for us this year and will continue to do. We expect the next couple of weeks to be very exciting as you get further into the winter sports. And, of course, we find out the destination for the Gamecock football team.
And Coach, I also want to congratulate you and thank you guys for recognizing Johnny Gregory. That was a special thing.
Really
Todd and I enjoyed being there with a lot of his family and other people there. Job well done to a guy that really deserves a lot of credit, a lot of thank yous, and you did a wonderful job.
Well, thank you, Tommy. And as you know, and people who don't know, Johnny Gregory has been around University of South Carolina for 50 years in different capacities, and he was a special advisor to Eric Hyman before me, and then during my time as athletics director. And Johnny will let you know what you need to know, when you need to know it, how you need to do it, if you need to do it or not, but in a positive way. He's meant so much to so many people, and he's stepping down. I guess today is his official last day, so hopefully we'll send him out with a victory against Clemson.
I hope so. That probably one thing about old JG is he's done a lot of things behind the scene no one will ever give him credit for because they didn't know he did it.
He's best in that silent mode.
Right. He's over in the corner.
Yeah, he got it done.
Thank you, JG.
And the other thing we know about Johnny is that he's been up since 4 o'clock this morning thinking nothing about this, everything about this game. Everything about this game right now. That's what he cares about.
Best wide receiver in history of the program, by the way.
I like your rationale about that.
Yeah.
We got to pump up those numbers considering the number of games they play and all of that. Let's get into our Prisma Health injury report. This is key this time of the year, as always. Tommy, looks pretty good for the Gamecocks. Josh Simon, the tight end, is back. Michael Smith, the tight end, is back. We expect both of those guys to play. No Brady Hunt. We've known that for a while. And Jared Brown is a part of the process that is being evaluated. In fact, we probably ought to watch him in pregame warm-ups. He's the only one, really, I think, that was questionable for Carolina.
Yeah, I think overall we've had a good year, not only in weather, but also injuries. Been very, very fortunate there. And if you look at teams across the country, many times you don't know what happened to them. Well, look down into the rosters, and they've had injuries. Clemson's one of those. Clemson's has had some injuries. I think they're kind of like us, though. They kind of held most of those guys out last week against the Citadel to give them one more week to get well, and I think most of their guys will be back too. But yeah, I think we're pretty fortunate.
Got a couple of offensive linemen, including Walker Parks, the right guard, who got hurt this week. But Marcus Tate is someone they might miss at the left guard spot. They've been injured up. They've had about 9 different lineups in their offensive line, but it's a veteran group that certainly will be ready to go. Possibly an offensive lineman, a wide receiver banged up as well. We'll have to watch that. These coaches, when they don't have to do this availability report, obviously are very coy about who's going to be available. We'll watch it on both sides of it. That's our Prisma Health injury report. Prisma Health is proud to be the official healthcare system and team physicians for the Gamecocks. About 27 minutes before we kick this one off for the 121st time before the pandemic break, the second longest consecutive series in all of America in college football. Coming up, we'll have the final word on today's matchup and the exclusive interview with head coach Beamer. You're listening to Countdown to Kickoff from Learfield.
It's not just football season, Gamecock fans. It's tailgate season. So stock yours with plenty of fresh, locally grown, certified SC foods and drinks. Not only will you help support our state's farmers, enjoying farm to table can be on any table, like folding tables and your lap tables, truck tailgate tables, buffet tables, or whatever table. So choose fresh, choose local, choose certified SC. It's a matter of taste. Learn more at certifiedsc.com.
A tough math teacher, a dedicated coach, a best friend. People who inspire you to be your best possible self. At Prisma Health, you inspire us. We're making healthcare exceptional for everyone across the Midlands and Upstate. With more access to the highest level of care, research innovations, and patient education, we're committed to helping you be your healthiest you. Prisma Health is proud to be the official team physicians for the Gamecocks. For more information, visit prismahealth.org/Gamecocks.
This is South Carolina football.
Carolina comes after it. Another block punt, and we dive on it. The special teams and Beamer ball come through again.
Back in 60 seconds on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Calling all business owners, this message is for you.
I'm Ken Holloway, owner of Minuteman Press, a full-service graphic design and marketing company based in downtown Columbia. Whether it's printing, signs, promotional products, or logo apparel, our goal is to become your trusted partner and make promoting and marketing your business easy and less time-consuming. We can handle it all in one place, saving you time and money. We are located at Gervais and Bull Street. At Minuteman Press, we design, print, and promote you.
Are you craving a mouth-watering sandwich? Look no further than Andy's Deli. For 45 years, Andy's Deli has been a beloved local spot at 2005 Green Street in Columbia, serving up the most delicious sandwiches and trays. Whether you're stopping by for a quick lunch or planning a special event, Andy's has you covered with fresh, flavorful options that are sure to satisfy. Open Monday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. If you need to place an order, just give them a call. 803-799-ANDY. Experience the tradition of great taste and friendly service at Andy's Deli. Your taste buds will thank you.
Gamecock football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game. Kickoff is fast approaching. Now let's get back to Todd Ellis and Coach Beamer.
Welcome back to the Shane Beamer pregame show. Carolina is in Clemson, South Carolina to take on the Tigers of the ACC. Kickoff is at noon. Coach, your team's got 39 sacks. That's third in the country behind only Ole Miss and Boise State. The Gamecocks recorded just 21 sacks in 12 games in 2023. Is it the players at edge making the difference? Scheme, confidence in the secondary? What do you think?
I think it's all that. Obviously, Kyle Kennard and Dylan Stewart have been great additions to our team, but obviously we returned T.J. Sanders and Tonka Hemingway and Boogie Huntley, and those guys have been awesome this year, those three defensive tackles, and Debo and Bam, those guys at linebacker, and then it's absolutely confidence in the secondary. A lot of those times that we've sacked a quarterback have been on four-man rushes, but a lot of those have been on pressures where we've left our DBs on an island by themselves, and great job by Coach White and our defensive staff putting a plan together, but really good job, but an even better job of our players just executing, and they're playing with confidence, and they expect that.
Coach, Clemson attempted to reach 200 passing yards and 200 rushing yards in a game for the 7th time this season. They've got 6. They stand alone in the national lead in the category. Is it Club Cade playing better? Maffa, what's the situation with Clemson and their balance this year?
Yeah, quarterback's playing better. The running back's a really good player. He's a load. He's big. He's physical. He can make you miss. Really impressed with him. They've got a veteran offensive line. I mean, they've had some injuries, but the guys they're playing are older guys. And then I think they're the difference in them from last year to this year, outside of the quarterback being a year older, is they're better at the receiver position. They've returned some guys off last year's team that they've brought in two very talented true freshmen that are playing on the outside, and both those guys were highly recruited and really, really good players for them.
We talked a little bit on Tuesday night this week, but give us a key to the ball game before kickoff today. Yeah,
I think it's two things. One, just our poise when adversity hits. We know it's going to happen. Happened up here 2 years ago. We went down 14-0. We threw a pick 6. Clemson's a really good team. They're going to make plays. It's a rivalry game. When that happens, just the poise and confidence to just push through that adversity. And then the turnover margin is going to be huge. It was last year. It was the year before. It is every year in these rivalry games between two match teams. They're number 3 in the nation in turnover margin, and we've got to win that battle today.
Coach, best of luck to you. That will do it for the pregame show with Shane Beamer. Our starting lineups and more analysis from Tommy and Chet are next. Stay with us on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
ABCQuality.org is the proud presenting partner of the Junior Gamecock Club, the official kids club of Gamecock Athletics. Children 18 and under are invited to join the Junior Gamecock Club for just $40. Members receive over $200 worth of benefits, including a t-shirt, commemorative gift, free access to soccer and volleyball matches, and free admission to select games and exclusive events. Join today by visiting thegamecockclub.com/junior. And for parents looking for high-quality child care providers, visit abcquality.org and search participating providers near you.
Hey Gamecock fans, welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where our bold Mayo has been winning over fans since 1917, where everyone's welcome, whether you're tailgating or watching from home. So cheer on the Garnet and Black as loud as you want, because as the official Mayo of University of South Carolina Athletics, we'll be cheering along with all of the Gamecock fans in Duke's Country. Find Duke's Mayo at a store near you or visit dukescountry.com to learn more.
Your home for South Carolina football.
Inside the 20, leaping a man at the 15, at the 10. Are you kidding me? Touchdown, Carolina.
This is the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, this is Jen Jensen for CHW Cabinetry. My family is using CHW Cabinetry, and they are fantastic to work with. They make sure you're satisfied with every step of the process. Not only do their photorealistic renderings show exactly what your new space will look like, their job site guarantees everyone is on the same page, literally. Experience the CHW difference for yourself. Go to chwcabinetry.com to see more, or call them at 803-520-6837, and be sure to tell them Jen Jensen sent you. CHW Cabinetry, passion from inspiration to installation.
Holzenbach Heating and Air, the Midland's most trusted heating and air conditioning specialist, providing quality repairs, installations, and maintenance for your home and business. They sell the best and fix the rest. Call Holzenbach Heating and Air today, 803-685-7920. That's 803-685-7920. Proud sponsor of 107.5 The Game football coverage. Holzenbach Services, 803-685-7920.
Gamecock football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
We're setting the table for South Carolina football. Welcome back to the countdown to kickoff. Time now for today's keys to the game. Visit your local Toyota dealers today. Toyota, let's go places.
Carolina going for its fourth true road victory this season, a feat that's only been done 4 times in the history of the program. They're doing this one in Tigertown at Memorial Stadium in Clemson, South Carolina. Tommy Suggs, I'm Todd Ellis. Chet Tucker will be down on the sidelines momentarily as we're into our Toyota keys to the game. And Tommy, you have seen and played in this rivalry over 50 times. A thought just generally on this rivalry and what's good for teams to do in a situation like this, and then of course a Toyota key for this one today.
Yeah, I think I'm going to say the same thing generally speaking that I said last week when we played Wofford, and that is forget who you're playing. Just go play your game. And I think if we do that, we're fine here. And that sounds a little odd because you play Clemson, then you play Wofford, then you play Clemson. But I think that is the case because you can get too uptight, too excited, and forget about who you are as a football team. So stay within ourselves, play our game, as I'm sure we will. I think a key to the game is very simply, Clemson has gone to more of a passing type of offense right now, which is kind of interesting. Now, they broke a long run last week against the Citadel and all this stuff, but mainly they have used their wide receivers very effectively. I think defensively, we've got to put pressure on quarterback Klubnik, and also we got to neutralize their wide receivers, and they've gotten better. As you said, you and I have talked about that, obviously, than they have the last couple of years. So I think that's the key to this ball game. Other than that, offensively, I think we'll do what we normally do, and I think that'll be good enough.
That's a good one. Let's go down on the sidelines now. Chet Tucker is with us on a cool day, but one perfect for football. Chet, give us a Toyota key to the game.
It's nice and warm down here in the sun outside with it high overhead. And I think certainly a key to the game will be to get explosive plays offensively. Pass plays over 25 yards, rushes over 15 yards. Continue to build that momentum with the offense. Defensively, got to have great pressure from the interior of the defensive line. You cannot allow Klubnik to step up inside towards the line of scrimmage and get away from the outside pressure from Stewart and Kennard. I think if we're able to do that, we can bottle them up.
My Toyota key to the game, and this is so easy to do anytime, Tommy, I'll admit that, but turnovers. It's so dramatic here. The Tigers have only had 7 turnovers all year long, just 4 interceptions from Klubnik, and the Gamecocks have won on the road this year creating turnovers, and they've won by 3 touchdowns or more. And doing that, it seems obvious, and we've been a little slow lately. On Thursday night at the call-in show, Tuesday this past week, Coach Beamer mentioned, listen, we've had a little dry spell here. We need to get some more turnovers. I think that's the key to the game today.
Yeah, good point, Tom, because if you think about 2 years ago up here on the punt, we called it a turnover. We got it, winning, kicked the winning field goal. So, turnovers helped us win it then, and you're right, we need that today.
That's our Toyota keys to the game. Toyota, let's go places. We'll have your starting lineup. So we come back. There's 15 minutes till we kick it off. You're listening to the Countdown to Kickoff on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
A gift this good takes a while to unwrap. Get your best gift ever during the Toyotathon sales event before it's too late. Lease a new 2024 Toyota RAV4 LE Hybrid for $359 a month for 36 months. Offer valid through December 2nd, 2024. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. 3658 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details. Toyota. Let's go places.
Dominant at 34. Yeah, 34. Unbelievable. Down 34,000. Dominant at 35. 35. Take it a bank it up at 35. Do it again. 30.
Explore, bid, and grow with WorldNet Auctions annual truck and equipment auctions held in Greeleyville, South Carolina. Whether you're bidding on site or online at WorldNetAuctionsLive.com, this is your opportunity to score incredible deals. For details, call 843-426-4255. Licensed under South Carolina's Auctioneers License Number 3965F.
More coverage of South Carolina football after these local messages.
Ball tipped up in the air. It's picked off. The Gamecocks down the far sideline. The linebackers knocked out of bounds.
On the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Currently car shopping? State Credit Union now has auto loan rates as low as 4.25% APR. Plus, you'll have no car payment for up to 90 days, just in time for the holidays. Visit one of State Credit Union's 19 full-service branches or their website, scscu.com, and apply online for your new car loan today. That's scscu.com. Terms and conditions apply. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Oh, appliances, we can't live without them, but we don't have to pay more for the new ones. Not with Carolina Discount Appliances. No retail prices, none. It might have a scratch or ding, but overall, it's new and will cost you much less than what you're going to pay anywhere else. So if you need a refrigerator, washer, dryer, stove, range, or microwave, they've got you covered, but for less money. And Carolina Discount Appliances is the home of the $40 down. Take it home today. No credit needed payment options. Regardless, Sherry has you covered. Call today, 803-770-3008.
Gamecock football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
Kickoff is just around the corner. Let's find out who'll be taking the field for the Gamecocks with today's starting lineup.
Gamecocks going for their 9th win of the season. They've done that just 7 times in the history of the program. Most recently in 2017, Carolina posted a school record 11 wins in 3 straight seasons, 2011, 2013. Tommy, they did that under Coach Steve Spurrier, the HBC. You talked to him in the last 2 weeks or so. And boy, it's kind of monumental because now we realize today Shane Beamer could pass Coach Spurrier for the most wins in the first 4 years of the program in history, and I'm sure the HBC will be listening in.
He gave me a call. He gave me a call this week, just talking about how big this game was. He said, this may be the biggest Carolina-Clemson game ever, which he may be right on that, quite honestly, because both teams have so much at stake here. But he didn't mention about his record, but he's probably thinking about that a little bit too.
I'm sure he knew. I'm sure he knew.
I love HBC. He's good.
I'll tell you, that whole family's been amazing to us. Jerry, we hope they're well, and I know they love the Gamecocks in this ball game, and we'll be pulling for them today. But yes, a lot on the line. Let's get into the guys who will be playing for both these two squads. Cade Klubnik, the quarterback for Clemson, 6'2", 210 junior from Austin, Texas. Last year, Tommy, I remember you and I talking in the pregame. He would have some blunders in ball games, just all of a sudden a real bad play. He's always been athletic, could throw the football. This year he's kind of wiped all that out. Only 4 interceptions on the entire year, and he's making big plays with his legs and his arm.
Yeah, it really is. I think the game has slowed down for him as it has for Lennar Sellers, and I think he's taken advantage of it. Got a good running back, a couple of good running backs, and then they've improved the wide receiving core too. So all of that's working well together for him, and he seems to be this offensive leader now that people are walking around up here with Klubnik Heisman Trophy shirts on. That's a little probably premature, but still, I think everybody's got confidence in him, and so does his team.
Well, in his 27th year at Clemson, Phil Moffa's the tailback. We've been playing against him forever. 6'1", 230-pound senior from Loganville, Georgia, and he is a load. 28 career rushing touchdowns, tough to bring down. But, Tommy, the wide receivers is where they've upgraded. Antonio Williams is playing much better. He's the Irmo product who dropped the punt a year ago. That's not the only thing he did in that game, but everybody remembers that. Well, now he has career highs in receptions with 58 and more, and he's got a couple freshmen that have come on the program that are doing very well for the Tigers. Bryant Wesco, a junior, he's the junior, and the freshman's teammate, T.J. Moore, and a couple other ones as well to go along with the tight end, Jake Brenningstool, 6'6", 240-pound senior from Brentwood, Tennessee. They've upgraded their receiving core, and those guys are got big player capability.
They really do. They can run with the ball after they catch it, and also the tight ends are a big part of their offensive scheme, just like Carolina.
We'll continue to get you ready for the call of the game on the countdown to kickoff after this on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Hey y'all, Coach Shane Beamer here. Football season is upon us, and that means Columbia is welcoming fans from around the corner and across the country. No matter where you're from, Gamecocks love coming together for game day energy that can only be found in South Carolina's capital city. Book hotel rooms, find pre- and post-game activities, and plan your tailgate spread with local favorites from pimento cheese to barbecue at experiencecolumbiasc.com. We'll see you soon, and go Gamecocks.
You're listening to Gamecock Football.
Trying to go down the field and into coverage and picked off. At the 10, that's even worry. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina. Oh, yeah.
We're back after these local messages on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Cooler weather, shorter days, busy schedules, all great reasons to treat your family to a Bullfrog hot tub from Griffin Pools and Spas. The perfect place to relax, unwind, leave the day behind. Only Bullfrog offers the Jetpack therapy system. Each seat is customized to fit everybody in your family. There's never been a better time to spa and save. Come into Griffin Pools today and reserve your new Bullfrog Spa. Bullfrog Spas. Peaceful body, peaceful mind, peaceful home. Discover more at griffinpoolsandspas.com.
Griffin Pools and Spas. We make you feel good.
Attention deal hunters! The Black Friday countdown is on at Carolina Honda Powerhouse. From now until Saturday, snag incredible free gear with every new Honda ATV or side-by-side. Grab a Honda Pioneer 700 or 1000 and we'll throw in a free top and windshield. Get a brand new full-size Honda ATV and enjoy a free winch with your ride. But hurry, these epic offers are this week only. It's Black Friday all week long at Carolina Honda Powerhouse in Columbia. Take exit 70 off I-20, turn by the Flying J. CarolinaHonda.com.
Gamecock Football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
Clemson 5-1, attempting to win at least 6 home games for the 14th straight season. Clemson's active 13-year streak of winning at least 6 games at Memorial Stadium is the nation's longest active streak. It'll be another record the Gamecocks could wreck today. They did so 2 years ago when they stopped the 40-game win streak at home for the Tigers. I'm Todd Ellis, Tommy Suggs, Chet Tucker. We're into our starting lineups. The Tigers getting set out on the field to the bands. And the band made it back from New York for the Gamecocks on the far sideline in town for the pageantry of one of the best rivalries in all of college football. We'll get the flip of the coin in our opening kickoff. They're next on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
Wherever you go, whatever you do, score the confidence you need to start your journey with the power and exceptional capability of a new Ford F-150. With available smart tech like Pro Power on board, it's game on when F-150 is part of your team. For great offers and to learn more about a new Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com or see your Carolina Ford dealer today. Always consult the owner's manual for important operating instructions.
This is South Carolina football.
Carolina comes after it. Another block punt, and we dive on it. The special teams and Beamer ball come through again.
Back in 60 seconds on the Gamecock Sports Network from Learfield.
We keep the clutter out of your gutter. Call on the gutter man.
Hi, this is Chastity from the Guttermen. Have the fall leaves clogged your gutters? The pros at the Guttermen can keep the clutter out of your gutter and your downspouts. Look for our guys in the powder blue trucks. Call me at 803-791-7147 or visit us online at theguttermen.com.
We keep the clutter out of your gutter. Call on the gutter man.
Car wreck? Dial all sevens now. We got a $250,000 settlement for a client injured in a car accident when driver illegally turned in front of him.
Dial all sevens now.
The Nestapool Law Firm is not scared to go to court. We got a $2.5 million jury verdict for our client when the other driver failed to yield.
What do you do? Good heavens. Dial all sevens.
To get your attorney, dial 800-ALL-7s now.
Gamecock football, sponsored by
the Anastapulo Law Firm. If you're injured, call 800-ALL-7s.
On your home of the Gamecocks, 107.5 The Game.
For over 30 years, All-American Heating and Air, a veteran and family-owned business, has served